Chapter 1. What will happen in the future of Super Dragon Ball heroes? Dragon Ball World. Shortly after the Tournament of Power ended, Gods of Destruction World. Whis. In the fight quickly. Beerus was lazily lying on his chair, holding a grape in his hand, throwing it into the air out of boredom, and then quickly catching it with his mouth. Beerus smiled happily as he savored the delicious fruit. Not destroying Earth is a good choice. The fruits there are more delicious than those on other planets. Hiccup. God knows how much Beerus ate, and at this moment he actually burped. Not far away. Hole. Vegeta waved his fists desperately, bent his body into a bow shape, and kicked out with his right leg. Whis only blinked, completely subconsciously driving his body to dodge. Son Goku also rushed over at this moment, attacking Angel Whis continuously. Your movements are still not good enough. Whis raised his hand to catch Son Goku's fist, and then slightly sideways to avoid Vegeta's second attack. Well, compared to before the Tournament of Power, the improvement of the two of you is obvious enough. Cut. Vegeta shook his head in dissatisfaction. Son Goku is still ready to continue attacking. I said. A cold yet helpless voice sounded. Whis, shouldn't they be done with their training today? I'm so fed up, so fed up. Beerus stood up, his face full of reluctance, and at this moment he yelled out in complaint. Oh my, it seems Master Beerus can't stand it anymore. Whis also covered his mouth and chuckled, but then his expression became much more serious. Well then, Vegeta-san, Goku-san, let's end our training here for today. Vegeta helplessly stopped his onslaught of fists, looked back at Beerus who was still shouting, and finally sighed. That's all the training we've done today? Kakarot, don't get so proud just because you're a little ahead of me. I'll surpass you sooner or later. Oh. Son Goku scratched his head and saw Vegeta turn around and fly away after saying this. It seems that he needs more training? Oh, Goku-san, it seems Vegeta is very concerned about your transformation during the Tournament of Power. Ultra Instinct is a skill he wants to learn but can't. That kind of thing. Son Goku also sighed helplessly. Vegeta is still very concerned about the subsequent changes of the Tournament of Power. Wasn't he just a little ahead of me? Why was he always so sullen? But when Son Goku and Whis flew side by side towards Beerus's location, the man knew very well in his heart that how could Vegeta not care? The so-called Ultra Instinct was something Whis had mentioned. It was the same divine control technique as the destruction of Gods of Destruction. Apart from the major gods, the only person in the world who could really use it was probably himself. Finally, after flying for a while, the two landed next to Beerus. Master Beerus, since you're not allowed to train, then may I ask when dinner will be served? Son Goku put his hands together, showing his mischievous side. The Gods of Destruction in front of him was also stunned and immediately looked at Whis. Master Beerus, I think the food prepared by Miss Bulma. Before Whis could respond to the people in front of him, his expression changed immediately. No, Beerus and Son Goku, including Vegeta in the distance, all changed their expressions. They were horrified to find that their bodies could not move. What on earth is going on? An even more terrifying scene appeared. Beerus immediately looked up at the sky and saw a bright light appearing from the horizon, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it seemed to occupy the entire sky, forming a super huge light curtain. Light curtain? Whis, what's going on? Oh my, the unimaginable has happened. Whis's expression changed drastically because he couldn't move, even if I contacted others through Angel's power. So far, there has been no response. Lord Beerus, Whis, what happened? Son Goku was also a little nervous. The Tournament of Power refreshed his understanding of the strong. At this moment, although he was nervous, he was inexplicably excited inside. Is an enemy even more powerful than Jiren from the Tournament of Power going to appear? Hey, Beerus was helpless and couldn't help but complain. That's not someone stronger than Jiren. If it's an enemy, Goku, he can even control me and Angel. It's not like you can't move at all, right? Beerus suddenly punched Son Goku in the head, and the other man immediately covered his head. It hurts, Master Beerus. Oh, can I move now? Lord Beerus, Goku-san, please pay attention to the changes in the sky. After Whis regained his ability to move, he immediately used the scepter to monitor the changes in the entire 7th universe. After being frightened, countless people used their strength to try to attack the light curtain in the sky, but it seemed to be useless. Even Whis's eyes saw the location of the Grand Priest and the information given by Zeno. Grand Priest had his hands behind his back, calmly telling himself something. Whis, even Master Zeno's power is still unable to affect this bizarre thing. Then let's calmly observe the changes in the world as they happen. Whis nodded slightly, and at this time directed everyone to look at the sky. A few seconds later, the light curtain underwent tremendous changes. Please calm down. My existence is meant to be exposed, and my purpose is to allow you to appreciate the many worlds and the different futures that belong to you. Multiple worlds. A different future? The first sentence was Beerus talking to himself, and the second sentence was the excited Son Goku, who couldn't help but shout it out. Then Lord Beerus, this thing is too powerful. The future of a different world, or the future of our world. With a rubbing sound, Vegeta had just flown back and was standing on the top of the mountain, gazing at the sky with his arms folded. Kakarot, be quiet. Vegeta, if this thing really has that kind of power, that it can see different futures in advance, then it would be really interesting. But for now, please just watch quietly. To Goku, Vegeta is no longer like him, although Vegeta's changes have been particularly obvious since the Tournament of Power. Is that so? Everyone in the Dragon Ball world was talking about it, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. The light curtain also underwent tremendous changes. Next, please look at the first future. The screen suddenly went black. When it lights up again, Super Dragon Ball Heroes, Mirai. A scene appeared on it that made Son Goku and Vegeta stunned. That's me. Son Goku stared at the sky in disbelief, his expression slowly turning serious. Fighting is just a normal state, but if the future is based on yourself, then the future will definitely not be simple. Vegeta also took a deep breath, his mind flashing back to his friends on Earth, his wife, and his children. Hope. The voice was small, but full of expectation of a certain emotion. There won't be any major chaos in the future. Chapter 2. The screen starts to play the content it wants to expose very quickly. The future? Many people still can't believe it, and the Earth is in chaos. Son Vegeta. Piccolo sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking about. The other side. Goku again. Chi-Chi was in a very bad mood at this time, but more worried. Mother. Son Gohan rarely comes to our house for dinner today. At this moment, he is also staring at the light screen nervously. What will happen in the future? There will even be such a thing to be exposed. Don't be too nervous, Mom. Gohan is busy here. The other end. Mom, Dad is in the light curtain. Trunks looked excited. Something interesting must be happening in the future. I know. Bulma also stopped what she was doing and looked up at the sky by the window. Son, Vegeta, what will the future be like? It won't be the same as the Tournament of Power again. Can the seventh universe, Earth, really withstand this kind of pressure? Everyone was talking continuously, but they were completely unable to change the key content being played on the screen. In the light curtain, a girl appeared among them. Who was that? Xiao Wu from Desperate World. What? The moment the Z warriors saw this person, they were all stunned. Could it be that a new disaster has occurred in Trunks' world? No way. Zamasu is dead. Is there a more terrible disaster? What a disaster. Master Roshi was the most helpless about the changes in the light screen. His performance in the Tournament of Power appeared in his mind, as well as the information he knew about the Zamasu incident. But no matter what, the light curtain continues. In a certain future world, when Son Goku and Vegeta were training in the world of gods of destruction, Xiao Wu, who came from a certain desperate world, suddenly came to ask for help. In the picture, Xiao Wu called out to them anxiously, and after stopping, she brought some terrifying information. Mr. Son Goku, Uncle Vegeta, please follow me immediately. Trunks is missing. Trunks was also stunned. His future self was gone. Oh my god, that's really a big deal. Keep your voice down, Trunks. At this moment, Bulma was more nervous than her own son. Despair space-time was already full of disasters, and Trunks disappeared afterwards. Everyone stared at the light screen more nervously. Inside the light curtain, the future Supreme Kai Shin appeared anxiously at this time and conveyed another message to Goku and the others. Right now, Trunks from the future should be training in my Supreme Kai world, but this. Suddenly, a guy appeared in the picture. No one in the audience knew him. Let me tell you something. The man suddenly emerged from behind a tree, completely unconcerned with the gods of destruction or angels' strange gaze. My name is Fuyu, and I'm Trunks' friend. Vegeta in the picture immediately showed a look of disbelief. Although his own self in that time and space had died long ago, he was very familiar with Trunks' interpersonal relationships. How could he have such a strange friend? Fuyu didn't care about the other party's reaction. Trunks is caught up in a terrible situation and is currently on a prison planet. The shape of a planet appeared in the light curtain. Prison planet. Son Goku reacted even faster than Vegeta and immediately looked at Whis. Whis. Hey, I know what you're going to do, Goku-san. Whis raised his scepter, and after it hit the ground, His expression slowly changed. Prison planets do exist, but from our perspective, they're just lifeless dead planets. Death Star. Son Goku had a puzzled look on his face and was picking at his fingers before he finally realized something. Vegeta crossed his arms and silently added, "So it's not time for this to happen in the light curtain yet? Or is it something that can't happen in our time and space?" Beerus crossed his legs and sat on the recliner, looking at the sky. "That should be. It seems there's nothing to worry about." The light screen continued, but while watching, Son Goku suddenly frowned and gave a deliberate reminder. "Vegeta, what's wrong?" Kakarot. Vegeta turned around, with doubt in his eyes. "That's something in the future, something that will happen in Trunks' time and space." Son Goku took a deep breath, a hint of worry already appearing in his tone. "Although it may not be related to our time and space, can you be sure that it has nothing to do with the time and space that Big Trunks is in now?" Vegeta understood instantly. In the future on the light screen, perhaps Xiao Wu didn't find her own time and space to seek help, and may have gone to another time and space. But in essence, the time and space where Date is located is the source of this matter. So doesn't it still have something to do with Date? After the events of the Tournament of Power, Vegeta and Son Goku have come to understand that there are 12 universes in parallel time and space. That's terrible. Then return to the light curtain. After a period of negotiation, Goku and his friends realized that there was definitely something wrong with Fuyo. Because Fuyo looked very confident, he actually knew exactly what was going on. The prison planet is a planet that gathers dangerous prisoners from all over the universe. If you don't hurry up, Trunks will be in danger. His figure disappeared in an instant. But the answer is very clear. This guy may be the murderer who caused Trunks' disappearance, and the culprit for the prison planet to become a planet for imprisoning prisoners in the future. In the light curtain, Vegeta was furious, even saying something completely inhumane. "Trunks is always giving me trouble." In reality, when Vegeta's expression changed, his friends on Earth also changed their expression slightly. Let's go, Kakarot." Vegeta in the picture chose to follow Xiao Wu to the parallel time and space without hesitation to save Date in that time and space, because he has always regarded the other party as his own son. Even if they are not in the same time and space, there is absolutely no reason to give up on him. All right, Son Goku also bumped his fists together, his face full of determination. "I'll definitely figure everything out. Light screen or in reality." Whis didn't say anything, but after seeing Goku and the other person preparing to set off in the light screen, he spoke the words that he himself would also say in the light curtain. "That guy named Fuyo is very suspicious. Definitely suspicious." Even Beerus, who usually didn't like to use his brain, could see something. Maybe this guy is behind all this, but I've never seen him before. Haven't you seen it? Son Goku is ready to go, and he also wants to participate in the future momentum in the light curtain. "Vegeta, do you want to?" Vegeta immediately raised his hand to signal, his eyes still fixed on the light screen. "Kakarot, it's not the time yet. We need to watch more to know what's going on." Son Goku is so eager to go to the future, Vegeta can understand, but his inner emotions are even more complicated. Chapter 3. The light curtain continued. When Goku and Xiao Wu were about to leave, Supreme Kai Xian made a request to Xiao Wu. "I want to ask you a favor." Supreme Kai Xian looked at the other party sincerely. He knew very well that future Trunks was his disciple, so something extraordinary must have happened. "Please speak." At the time, only Xiao Wu and Xian knew about this matter, and Son Goku and the others set off immediately. The scene changed. We arrived at a new planet that was entangled by multiple chains and fused together at least 4 or 5 planets. What a huge chain! Son Goku lowered his right hand and looked up at the sky of this strange planet. "Vegeta, wait a minute." "Hey." Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. "Kakarot, do you feel that?" In reality, Vegeta also clenched his fists, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the sky in disbelief. A very powerful energy appeared. Even. Son Goku also tensed up for a moment, but his eyes were calmer. Even the same aura as mine." "The same aura?" "That's right." After they realized this, a huge roar suddenly came from the sky. It was caused by someone flying at high speed. A figure fell from the sky like a meteor. Son Goku, Vegeta, and even future Xiao Wu's expressions changed drastically. "Mr. Goku?" The man who appeared before them was a man who looked exactly like Son Goku. The difference between the two is that Son Goku who came to rescue was wearing an orange martial arts uniform, while the other party was wearing a red martial arts combat uniform that Son Goku had never worn, and there was a familiar object on his back. Was that the golden cudgel? My past self. Son Goku had a guess and couldn't even help muttering. But Vegeta didn't see it that way at all. He said firmly, Kakarot, the guy in the light curtain is definitely not you in the past. He must be you in another time and space. Son Goku was silent. In fact, he could come to this conclusion about his past self because it was just a wrong statement he made subconsciously. His real thought was because he saw that the other party was still carrying the golden cudgel, and his mood fluctuated violently at that moment. The golden cudgel, what a nostalgic thing it is. It was the most important weapon when I was a child, and it was also a testimony to my pursuit of martial arts. In short, Goku-san, it seems like there's been a subtle change in your mood. Whis covered his mouth and laughed, but his eyes were only focused on the golden cudgel. That thing seemed to be very meaningful to Son Goku. It's just a weapon, what's that? Beerus could naturally see the change in Son Goku, but he didn't care and even yawned. Stop discussing and continue looking at the light screen. Back to the picture. This Son Goku is quite handsome, at least Xiaowu thinks so. Vegeta took a step forward in an instant. Kakarot, this Kakarot's aura was stronger, or rather, unexpectedly full of aura. The light curtain also interjected. Mr. Time Patrol Son Goku, referred to as Time Patrol Sora, Time Patrol? Whis understood a lot of things in an instant, and Beerus suddenly sat up straight, seeming to be more interested in the content of this light screen. Vegeta and Son Goku were completely confused. They had no idea what the light curtain was introducing. The screen suddenly went black. When it lights up again, Son Goku, the Time Patrol, suddenly looked in the direction of Vegeta and Son Goku and shouted, I found you. Then a moment. He transformed. No, what kind of transformation is that? In just a moment, Time Patrol Son Goku transformed. Red eyeshadow, thick red hair covering the whole body. Only the strong abdominal muscles above the abdomen are exposed. His original red martial arts uniform was stretched taut, and Shi Shuenkong's tail swung wildly behind him. His aura instantly surged to an incredible level, as if the entire universe was trembling under his pressure. This. Vegeta was stunned. What kind of transformation was this? Was this the exposure of the light curtain? Son Goku's face showed extreme excitement. His heartbeat was accelerating violently, as if the Saiyan blood in his body was boiling. He could fully feel the opponent's aura in the light curtain in reality. It was strong, very strong. But what kind of transformation is this? I've never seen it before. Son Goku scratched his head and cheeks. Not only was he excited, but he was also full of curiosity. He wanted to know how his other self in another time and space became like this. Whis observed for a long moment, then turned back to Beerus. Lord Beerus, can you sense the essence of this new change? Beerus had also stood up. He rarely remembered the feeling of meeting Son Goku for the first time, and the shocking feeling that the Super Saiyan God brought to him at the beginning. Of course I can feel it, Whis. Son Goku of that time and space. His form isn't just an increase in power, it's a return to his original, purest form. Yeah, it's amazing, Saiyan. Whis showed an indescribable smile, as if he had thought of something and seemed to have figured out the nature of this transformation. Kakarot, what did you experience in that time and space? Vegeta couldn't help but come closer and grabbed Son Goku's collar and asked, Hey, Vegeta, don't get excited. Son Goku said this and pushed Vegeta away, but he was obviously more excited. I now think the existence of the light curtain is no problem, Vegeta. We can definitely figure out why this transformation exists. But now, it's no use asking me excitedly. Vegeta was also able to control his excitement. He took a deep breath and calmed down completely. TSK, that's true. Let's continue looking at the light screen. Beerus was also thinking, feeling as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't figure it out. This transformation, I always feel like I should be able to guess when it was developed. In the light curtain. Here it comes, Son Goku muttered, his eyes gleaming with excitement and shock. He had never expected to see a Saiyan transformation like this, let alone one he had achieved in another time and space. He burst out with powerful energy, and at the last moment achieved the Super Saiyan God, blue form. The two men's fists collided fiercely. After a moment, the Time Patrolman Son Goku reacted. I see. He noticed the unknown power of the opponent's transformation, which was surprisingly comparable to his own. You are the me over there, right? Over there. Normal Super Saiyan Blue Goku was a little confused at this moment. What on earth are you talking about? Are you an accomplice of that guy? You. Until this moment, the light curtain revealed the name of this form. The form achieved by Time Patrol Son Goku, also known as Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 4. It can be said that when the name Super Saiyan 4 appeared, a look of enlightenment immediately appeared on Son Goku and Vegeta's faces. Isn't this obvious? They reviewed their own Saiyan transformations throughout their lives and discovered that the key turning point was the moment they met Beerus. Could it be that historical developments were different back then? Son Goku rubbed his chin, lost in a rare moment of deep thought. Vegeta was also lost in thought, but unlike Son Goku, he didn't need to doubt his own judgment. He was sure that if he hadn't met Gods of Destruction Beerus, Saiyon's transformation journey would never have developed as it did now. But Kakarot. Vegeta stared at the back of the excited Son Goku, his eyes showing even more complicated emotions, some confusion, and some anger at himself. Son Goku was able to develop Super Saiyan 3, but Vegeta couldn't do it no matter what he did. Son Goku can learn Ultra Instinct, and no matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with him. He punched the huge rock beside him suddenly. The moment his fist collided with the rock, the broken rocks flew everywhere like exploding fireworks. Goku and the others were startled by the sudden noise, cried out in surprise, and subconsciously took a few steps back. "Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing?" Beerus growled in annoyance, while Whis switched his gaze between the light screen and Vegeta with a strange smile on his face. Son Goku slowly calmed down, but couldn't help but complain. "Vegeta, what's wrong with you?" "Humph." Vegeta snorted coldly, flicked his wrist, and looked at the other party with eyes as sharp as a knife. "Kakarot, stop playing dumb. You really don't know why I'm like this." "Vegeta." Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly. He had experienced so much hardship in his life and matured early. How could he not know? So after his expression became more serious, Son Goku sat down on the ground, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Really? You're always so impulsive. How could I not know what you're thinking?" Vegeta snorted again, ignoring Son Goku's teasing and instead frowning, his face showing nothing but anger and dissatisfaction with himself as he recalled the past. "So, Kakarot, you know very well that if it weren't for Lord Beerus, if it weren't for the Tournament of Power, I would have been suppressed by you my entire life. Just like right now, I can't even reach the level you can reach. So what?" Son Goku shook his head helplessly, his eyes still fixed on the sky. "Actually speaking, Vegeta, didn't you realize that Super Saiyan 4 is the next step after Super Saiyan 3? Aren't we the same now? The transformation of Super Saiyan God, we also—" "Shut up." Vegeta's tone was still bad, but it was definitely not directed at Goku, but at himself. "If we hadn't met Beerus, our power might have followed the path of the other you in the light curtain. Super Saiyan 4, perhaps that is the realm we should have pursued. But—" He turned around abruptly, and Son Goku also looked back at him, but unfortunately, he couldn't see the change in Vegeta's expression. 5 righteous Saiyans combined their power into one, becoming a Super Saiyan God. "Kakarot, haven't you ever doubted whether this path to becoming stronger is truly the right one?" Son Goku was stunned, and then he was completely speechless. Has he thought about this? How could I not have thought about it? Goku looked at his hands again. His expression remained normal, but his eyes became intriguing. It's easy to understand Vegeta's thinking. After so many life and death battles, he developed the Super Saiyan path. In the end, because of an insurmountable foe like the Gods of Destruction, he ridiculously embarked on the path of becoming a Super Saiyan God. Can any righteous Saiyan become that powerful after receiving the power of 5 other similarly righteous people? Isn't this a denial of his past efforts? After the Tournament of Power, he and Vegeta's understanding of martial arts has become purer, and there is actually no difference in their thinking. On the other side, Beerus was still holding his nose, not caring at all about their quarrel. There's nothing to argue about. The power of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God seems to be on par with each other. At worst, you 2 Saiyans can explore it later. Now, look carefully at the sky curtain for this Gods of Destruction. Whis shook his head slightly when he saw this, but he didn't say anything to Goku and the others, just respected their opinion. In the martial arts world, basic skills are above all else. Whether it is Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, they are just branches of developing the original power of Saiyan, and there is no right or wrong. Only, he glanced at Vegeta's figure. Inner pride. Also see Son Goku. You understand everything, yet you always act like you don't care. Perhaps this is the key to your success in mastering Ultra. Your mindset is crucial. The sky never stopped. Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Goku fought each other to a 50-50 draw, and in the end, they both knocked each other back with one punch. Super Saiyan Blue Goku slowly flew up, and after reaching a certain height, his head hit an invisible wall of air. It hurts, it hurts. Sailor Moon Blue Goku covered his head and looked up at the sky with a strange look in his eyes. Huh? What's going on? Shuenkong folded his arms and calmly warned, "It's useless." This is a completely enclosed space. There's no escape. The real Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, and a hint of dissatisfaction with Tokigami Goku in the light curtain flashed in their eyes. Because Super Saiyan Blue Goku's expression immediately changed, and he stared at the other party angrily. What are you talking about? How could he possibly want to escape? It was just the beginning of the battle, and Goku wanted to take a look at his surroundings. That's right. Super Saiyan 4 Goku suddenly sneered and made a very familiar gesture. What is that? Vegeta turned around and saw Tokimi Goku's hand gestures in the light curtain, with his hands forming a calyx shape at his waist. Kamehameha. The real Goku heaved a sigh of relief. Not only was this move very familiar, but it actually meant that the opponent was also Master Roshi's apprentice in his own time and space, so he was definitely not a bad guy. Goku looked at Fuyu in the dark of the light curtain again, his eyes full of hostility. This guy must have caused Trunks to disappear in the future and even created the closed environment of the prison planet. Both of them used Kamehameha waves at the same time. Super Saiyan Blue Goku aimed at his opponent with a calyx-shaped blade and suddenly shouted, and a very familiar blue light condensed. Turtle-style Qigong. A terrifying deep blue light wave flew straight towards Shirshuenkong. The other party is also like this. With a loud bang, the light curtain was covered with blue light. It was cancelled out the next moment. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other again. The other Time Patrol Goku was not simple. Very strong. Son Goku excitedly exclaimed. Whis suddenly interrupted. Goku-san, don't you notice something's wrong? What's the meaning? Duh. Chapter 5. Son Goku still didn't understand what Whis's reminder was, but the following conversation on the light screen made him suddenly realize. After seeing the light wave cancelled out, Super Saiyan 4 Time Patrol Goku immediately scanned the enclosed space and finally revealed a look of disappointment. Is it not possible? What are you talking about? Super Saiyan Blue Goku didn't seem to understand the other party's words and actions, but Tokurin Sora didn't even look at him and was still looking around. I see. Vegeta and Son Goku exclaimed at the same time, both looking at each other again. Vegeta, what do you understand? Don't ask me, idiot. Kakarot. Vegeta didn't even bother to explain. He didn't know when it started, or maybe it was after the Tournament of Power. Kakarot knew a lot of things, but he still looked confused from time to time. The desperate time and space appeared in his mind, and the other party's words. What is a kiss? Such ridiculous remarks. How on earth did Kakarot manage to feign ignorance? Son Goku also smiled, scratching his head and simply stating his findings. I see. That Time Patrol me actually wanted to use my power to create a huge impact with his, just to try and see if he could break this enclosed space. Whis nodded slightly when he heard that. It seemed that Mr. Goku had grown a lot and understood things immediately. Goku-san, Vegeta-san, unfortunately judging by the results from the light screen, it didn't work at all. Beerus also stood up and stretched. Ah, that's interesting. That Goku is much smarter than you. He didn't mean that he really thought the Goku in his time and space in the light curtain was smarter. Beerus was simply teasing the Goku in his time and space. But what about Fuyo? He really committed a great crime, actually mixing things from different time and space together. Beerus had his hands behind his back, his eyes extremely serious at this moment. Whis, does Grand Priest know anything about this guy? It's very clear. Whis showed a strange smile, even with a somewhat amusing expression of looking at Beerus making fun of him. So he's that guy from the universe? Beerus asked nonchalantly, thinking that this guy who violated the laws of time and space was just as chaotic as Zamasu. What a damned guy. I just don't know which of the 12 time and space this product is. Could it be the 10th universe? Whis covered his mouth with a smile. Lord Beerus, it belongs to our universe. Oh, our universe. The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. Then, from our universe, X3 Beerus, Vegeta, and even Son Goku screamed out in fear. Even though he and Zeno are friends, Zeno would destroy a space-time in a parallel future space-time without hesitation. Is this guy from his own space-time? Oh my god, at the end of this future, Masca, the 7th universe, and Earth, it's all over. But don't worry too much, it's only theoretically our universe. Whis comforted everyone with a smile, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let's look at the developments in the light curtain. Fuyo unexpectedly chose to show up at this moment. He laughed heartily as he watched the scene of the turtle waves canceling out after the collision, a look of satisfaction on his face. Ha ha ha. Fuyo laughed, pointing at the two Gokus. As expected of a Saiyan, thank you both, Son Goku. I've collected some very interesting samples. Stop joking. Super Saiyan Blue Goku seemed to understand something in an instant, But Super Saiyan 4 Time Patrol Goku fired a key bomb. An incredible scene appeared. Fuyu unexpectedly deflected the attack with a single wave of his hand, and the air bomb erupted behind him, creating a massive explosion and smoke. Does this man have the power to rival Super Saiyan 4? He's a difficult guy. Son Goku also stood up, this time pinching his chin in thought for a while. Although he doesn't look as good as Zamasu, but Vegeta, what do you think of this Fuyu? How about it? Vegeta snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and stared sharply at Fuyu in the light curtain. It's hard to tell right now, but judging from what this guy did, based on what Lord Beerus said, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes, and he couldn't help but speak arrogantly. He's just a clown like Zamasu, sneaking around doing things for reasons we don't even know. He paused, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. However, since he is from our 7th universe, no matter which time and space he is from, he must be dealt with. Kakarot, don't fight with me this time. Ha ha ha. Son Goku also laughed happily, not worrying about himself and the others in the light curtain. That's really your style, Vegeta? But this guy doesn't look simple either. Maybe we'll have a chance to fight him later? Now we still have to take another look at the light curtain. But, Vegeta, don't underestimate your enemy when the time comes. Son Goku even came over and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta wordlessly shook off Son Goku's hand and said impatiently, "Do you think I'll be like you, taking my time every time I fight just to figure out my opponent's level? Since this guy can control time and space, he must have his methods, but we Saiyans won't back down just because of this little trick." Ha ha ha. That's true, but Vegeta, you shouldn't say that. Son Goku imitated Vegeta, even using the same tone. Well, let me think about it, and I have an idea. This guy actually used us Saiyans. No matter what his conspiracy is, we must crush him with absolute strength. Saiyan pride cannot be provoked by such a guy. Kakarot. Ha ha ha, Vegeta. Fuyo in the light curtain also showed that he understood Shishuinkong's thoughts. It is not easy to break this time and space. You want to borrow the power of your 2 turtle waves to break this space. Fuyo sneered, his face full of disdain. No, it can't be done. Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku looked annoyed. Even though the other party could see what he was thinking, it was really unpleasant to be mocked right in the face. Super Saiyan Blue Goku clearly understood one thing. Fuyu is indeed not Trunks' friend, and his alternate time and space self is definitely not his enemy. The two of them negotiated for a while, and finally Fu couldn't help but sigh. But you can think of this, you really are worthy of being a time and space patrol. Space-time patrolman? This is another difficult sentence to understand. Apart from the gods who were watching the movie, Son Goku and Vegeta showed confused expressions for the second time, not to mention the people on Earth. Even Jiren in his own universe was confused at the moment. They were now eager to know what the space-time patrol was, and the expressions of their own gods of destruction and angel seemed to be much more serious, so they might know something. Chapter 6. However, perhaps there was no need for their own gods of destruction to explain, as Shishuinkong quickly gave the answer in the light curtain. Goku sneered at the floating Fuyu, then looked at the puzzled crowd. He explained his true identity without hesitation. I'm Son Goku from a different dimension. He and Super Saiyan Blue Goku landed slowly at the same time, his tone now very serious. My job is to bring those bastards who travel through time and space to do evil to justice. Future Sailor Moon Blue Goku immediately showed a surprised expression and turned to look at Tokishinori. What? So you're a good person? Vegeta, who was standing by, noticed something and eagerly interrupted the meaningless conversation that the two people were about to continue. You seem very familiar with this planet? Vegeta asked Fuyu, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Fuyu didn't waste any time, just floated on it with an indifferent look on his face. Of course, this prison planet. The camera locked onto Fuyu's face for a moment. He pushed his glasses and made a guess that everyone had expected. But this is the experimental site I created myself. Sure enough, even Beerus widened his eyes, and after thinking about something, he sneered. What a restless guy. He deserves to be destroyed. It seems that even Beerus-sama can't stand this kind of people. Whis slowly walked to Beerus' side, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on Shishuinkong's back in the light curtain. Son Goku still didn't quite understand what the time patrol was in the light curtain. At this moment, he clasped his hands together and asked, Master Beerus, Whis, can you help me explain what the time patrol is? Fool. Vegeta hummed speechlessly, now preemptively explaining Goku's confusion. You, Kakarot, don't you understand what he means? He's the one who specifically deals with bastards like Zamasu. Kakarot, have you forgotten what Whis said? Goku suddenly understood something. He made a fist with one hand and slammed it hard on the palm of his other hand. Vegeta, are you referring to the fact that time travel is a serious crime? I remember Whis you said that Vegeta's wife, Bulma's time machine, shouldn't exist, right? He scratched his head, and at this time he probably figured out some things. I see. We humans can't travel through time and space at will. Does that mean that my other self has joined the fight to maintain this aspect of the situation? Goku-san is really perceptive, that's right. Whis maintained an elegant posture, tapped the ground lightly with his scepter, and a light screen he created appeared before his eyes. It showed the unknown characters of Vegeta and Son Goku, as well as a woman who was clearly a Supreme Kai. He covered his lips and chuckled softly. The so-called time and space patrol is like the needle and thread that mends the time cracks in the 12 universes, looking at Beerus again. Even the gods of destruction cannot arbitrarily interfere with matters of time. Vegeta nodded, he understood. This also explains why Master Beerus refused to help during the Zamasu incident, right? Beerus was yelling over there, his tone quite dissatisfied. Hey, Whis, who gave you permission to use me as an example? He looked at Vegeta and the other two again. I couldn't help you back then because it wasn't my job. And who knew Zamasu would be so bold? I was also caused to disappear in that time and space. Tisk, it's still unexpectedly unpleasant to think about it. Every time Beerus thought of this, he got a little angry. At this moment, he was so excited that he even broke the nearest stone. Whis ignored Beerus's anger and added with a chuckle. That being said, that matter isn't important now. In fact, this time patrolman Goku comes from a special place called the Nest of Time. It's a special space-time department directly under the Xeno Temple, commanded by the Supreme Kai of Time. He waved his hand, and the image he had created changed, showing Time Patrol Son Goku in person. The camera focused on the hourglass insignia on his red uniform. Goku-san, Vegeta-san, did you see that? Whis's expression grew more serious. Those who possess this mark are time patrolmen. You can probably understand their purpose as specifically catching those who tamper with history like Zamasu, or... Whis tilted his head slightly, squinting his eyes at Fuyu in the large light screen. This kind of guy creates a chaotic, experimental field. Son Goku's eyes immediately lit up, as if he was very excited and happy. How amazing! Isn't that the same super universe policeman as Jack? Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted coldly, looking very unhappy after hearing that. Idiots. They're far more powerful than idiots like Gak. The truly terrifying thing is that they can travel through time and space at will. Kakarot. That's right. Son Goku took a deep breath and clenched his fists again. Then the people under the Time Supreme Kai are very strong, right? If we can have a sparring match. Just thinking about it is really exciting. We'll talk about the exciting things later, Kakarot. Let's just look at the light screen first. Vegeta was speechless. Ever since the Tournament of Power, Kakarot had always wanted to fight and become stronger. Even though he wanted to do the same, the light screen hadn't even finished playing. So why was he so excited for no reason? But maybe Son Goku was just saying it. He was just trying to liven things up. After all, it was obvious to the naked eye that Vegeta's mood was very off. Trunks disappeared. As a father, he must have had a change of heart. All right, let's stop discussing this matter. Beerus glanced at Vegeta with appreciation, and finally quickly stopped Whis and the others from rambling. First, look at the light curtain. Look at the light curtain. The gods of destruction, have no interest in hearing you lament about what's happening with the Takairu. That's right, let's continue watching. Returning to the light curtain, Fuyo briefly introduced his purpose. The purpose of him creating this experimental site was simply to select powerful warriors from all time and space, and let them fight endlessly in this closed space. Super Saiyan Blue Goku scratched his head, his eyes filled with thought, but more of it was excitement. What a powerful warrior. Fuyo looked towards Son Goku of Shirshuan. Hey, that red-haired guy over there. Tokushin Goku immediately showed a somewhat unhappy expression, but did not say anything. His expression was quite calm. You actually... Fuyo folded his arms and stared at Shirshuan, a glint in his eyes. You let yourself be captured on purpose in order to investigate this place, right? Humph. Tokushin's son, Goku sneered. Xiao Wu couldn't stand the other party's nonsense at this moment, and asked loudly whether they had been deceived and whether Trunks was here. Fuyo seemed to become furious at the name, and stretched out one hand, repeatedly clenching his fist in the air. Trunks. He's a hard-to-forgive person. A mere human could travel back and forth through time freely, so I made him be punished. Fuyo raised a finger and kept shaking it in front of everyone, his tone unexpectedly full of sarcasm. So I brought him here so he could be used as bait to lure you in. So you're a bad guy. Super Saiyan Blue Goku looked at him angrily. What are you going to do? No, 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 I'm not a bad person. Fuyo continued to ramble on for a long time, the central idea being, I'm a very powerful person. Where the hell is Trunks? Vegeta in the light curtain couldn't stand this stupid negotiation time and took a step forward angrily, his voice particularly angry. The realistic Vegeta snorted coldly. What a stupid negotiation. Kakarot, what on earth were you asking back then? Find Trunks quickly. Vegeta, Son Goku was a little embarrassed. He was somewhat immersed in the light curtain. Don't be too hasty. Although this incident was obviously caused by this guy Fuyo, we should still carefully collect intelligence first, right? It can be seen that Son Goku has grown up after all, and he also knows why he asked those nonsense questions in the light curtain. Take your time. But Vegeta was still unhappy. What made him unhappy was, what about Trunks? This guy said he was punishing Trunks. Whis was smart. He didn't want to see the two continue arguing. Therefore, Vegeta-san has changed so much. He doesn't look like a traditional Saiyan anymore. What? Vegeta blushed and tilted his head to the side. That's not the case. It's just. Hey, Kakarot, find a solution quickly. What are you thinking? Oh, Vegeta, don't get excited. Let's continue watching the sky curtain. So the more important thing is the light curtain. Whis is also smart. His words made Vegeta a little at a loss. This also shows that Vegeta cares about his son very much, right? He is no longer the cold Saiyan prince he once was. Chapter 7. Look at the contents on the light curtain again. Fuyu ignored Vegeta's anger and said casually, you guys can go find it on your own. By the way, even if you meet up, you still need to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to get out of here. The 6 Dragon Balls are now in the hands of the people in this space. They're all very powerful, so even if you do your best, don't let anyone take your Dragon Ball away from you. Fuyo disappeared in an instant. In the lens, there is one thing that the future Super Saiyan Blue Goku has figured out. The purpose of himself and others is the same as that of Takeru himself, which is to solve this Fuyu and, after collecting all the Dragon Balls, save Trunks and escape from here. Time Patrol, you already have a Dragon Ball. Super Saiyan Blue Goku was still excited. He was not too panicked, and his emotions were particularly obvious. Vegeta in the light curtain noticed one thing. Why are there such big differences in the personalities of the two different transformed Kakarot? Because Goku pulls out a Dragon Ball from his chest. He says it was given to him by Fuyu, and that he needs to find the other 6 owners and snatch all of their Dragon Balls in order to escape. He also saves Trunks. Toki Saiyan maintains his 4th Super Saiyan form with red hair. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Son Goku in this state is extremely calm, and his eyes have an extreme steadiness and wisdom that Super Saiyan Blue Goku does not have. Is that so? Sailor Moon Blue Goku finally nodded, a serious look on his face. Then we'll have to do it. Tokishin Goku casually threw the Dragon Ball over, and Super Saiyan Blue Goku was shocked. Is this true? It's just given to me now? In reality, Vegeta looked at this scene in surprise. It seemed that the different transformed Kakarot really had different personalities. Is it a transformation problem? Maybe. Son Goku nodded, seemingly agreeing with Vegeta's guess. But Beerus couldn't help but take a step forward and tap Son Goku on the back. What's wrong, Lord Beerus? The transformations are different, but that's just a matter of developing in different directions. The difference in your personalities is entirely because of who you are, idiot. Well, Whis also smiled and couldn't help but agree. What Beerus-sama said is correct. The real difference lies in the experiences of the two Goku-sans. It was your experiences that led you to meet at that time and revealed your different personalities. Experience? Son Goku wasn't surprised, or rather he had actually thought about it, and what he was doing now was just to help Vegeta solve his confusion. Vegeta, it seems that our different experiences are the reason for our different expressions. I look strong and my personality is surprisingly calm. Tisk, use your words, Kakarot. After the tournament of power, the two of them have completely turned into a pair of bickering lovers. They train together, eat together, and are scolded and educated by Beerus and Whis together. But personality issues may be due to people, but after Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other, they always felt that the Super Saiyan 4 transformation would also have an impact on themselves, right? They were about to discuss something when the picture on the screen suddenly changed. In the next shot, Son Goku suddenly panicked. Hey Vegeta, I saw it, damn it. Trunks. What did they see? Seeing Trunks as if waking up from prison, his face was full of shock. Where was he? The prison door suddenly opened, and it was obvious that this person was Zamasu, the big guy who was disrupting time and space. His hands were still handcuffed, and he quickly covered his eyes at this moment. He hadn't seen the sun for a long time, and when the door opened, he felt his eyes were extremely irritated. What is this? Where am I? Trunks walked tiredly outside the prison, in a city full of science fiction. There was no one around, and the quiet atmosphere made him feel uneasy and an inexplicable sense of crisis. Next moment, Trunks suddenly looked up in one direction, a look of shock in his eyes. A breath? Someone's coming. Coming. It looks 80% similar to Frieza, but looks more like its second stage variant. The screen suddenly interrupted with an introduction. Frieza's older brother from a certain time and space, the king of the universe, Cooler. He was born with one more form than Frieza, and this is his fourth form. Huh? Frieza? Son Goku covered his head. This mortal enemy performed well in the Tournament of Power, and it was thanks to him that the seventh universe was saved in the end. But Vegeta's eyes widened. Frieza's brother, the guy with four forms? Even though their current strength definitely surpasses the past, and is many times stronger than when they just faced Frieza, Frieza is Frieza. It is not an exaggeration to call him the source of Vegeta's inner anger and the person he will never forget in his life. Son Goku even changed his joking attitude. He didn't care about Frieza now, but the guy from Frieza's family, Frost from the sixth universe, Son Goku, was deeply impressed. Although he appears to be a polite and gentlemanly good guy, he is actually a despicable villain with a dagger hidden in his smile, who will do anything to win the Tournament of Power. This is terrible. I don't know if Trunks can handle the other party. Handle it. Vegeta clenched his fists even more. He knew Kakarot's strength clearly. He only had one more transformation than Frieza. No, Kakarot, the extra brother you mentioned in that time and space Frieza had. That extra transformation was that beast Frieza's golden transformation? Huh. Son Goku's expression became more serious. Hey, Vegeta, you're really scaring me with what you said. Can Trunks survive? Son Goku and Vegeta closed their eyes at the same time, trying their best to recall Dato's strength during the Zamasu incident. Hiss, that should work, right? Hey, don't worry too much, you two, Vegeta-san, Goku-san. Horus couldn't stand it. He was the strongest angel present, and his vision was not comparable to Beerus, Vegeta, and Son Goku. At first, he also thought that Cooler was a genius who surpassed Frieza, and his fourth transformation was comparable to Golden Frieza, right? But after observing calmly for a while, Whis noticed Cooler in the light screen forcing Trunks to hand over the Dragon Ball in his arms. Trunks was not overly nervous, but just surprised by the enemy in front of him, thinking, who is this enemy? Why have I never seen him before? There was no sense of shock from Date about his strength. I can sense it, Brother Frieza in the picture. This Cooler's fourth stage is only slightly stronger than Frieza's past final form. He's nothing to fear from Mr. Batanks' power. Yeah. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something. Son Goku's eyes suddenly widened, and he fixed his eyes on Cooler's figure in the light curtain. His mouth opened wide. Vegeta, look at the light screen. Kakarot, what's wrong with you? Vegeta was surprised at Son Goku's look and quickly looked back at the sky. In an instant, Vegeta also showed an expression of extreme worry and shock, and couldn't help but shout. Damn it. Trunks. Yellow Gold Frieza? No. Golden Cooler. Duh. Chapter 8. Unfortunately, the light screen only gave Cooler and Trunks a shot. All we could know was that they might have engaged in some unimaginable battle. Son Goku and Vegeta's worries grew stronger, but they had no way to deal with the light screen, so they could only stare at the new content on the screen. The camera switches to a dense forest on the prison planet. Super Saiyan Blue Goku has returned to normal. He has his hands behind his head, and he still has many doubts. I say, Vegeta. Vegeta in front had been alert to his surroundings and didn't even stop when he heard the words. What's wrong? Goku thought for a moment, then asked, where's that powerful guy Fuyu mentioned? Vegeta paused, then turned around and shouted without hesitation. Kakarot, stop the nonsense. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. At that moment, his eyes were filled with worry for Trunks. While you have the time, you should also get your fill of Trunks. When the two were still communicating, a bright light appeared in the distant sky, a ball of gas. Wrong. Someone came here at high speed in anger. In reality, Vegeta was already pacing back and forth anxiously, and now he looked up at the sky nervously. Hey, Kakarot, that energy in the sky. Son Goku's expression was always serious, with only the shadow of the black and red flame in his pupils. Ah, a very evil, yet powerful aura. Tisk. Vegeta stopped pacing and clenched his fists. Well, Goku-san, Vegeta-san. Whis could still see something, so he deliberately reminded him again. I know you're worried about Trunks, but as of now, The light curtain hasn't said anything about whether Trunks will be injured or not. What's more important is the enemy you're facing right now, right? Whis, it's time to eat. Beerus was still roaring, and this gods of destruction rarely went to the refrigerator to get food by himself, and even threw a huge food box over. Whis turned around with a smile and waved his scepter. All the food in the box floated out and shot into the hands of Vegeta and the other two in the air. It's really delicious. I'll never get tired of eating it. Whis covered his face with his hands. While admiring the delicious food, he also said in a serious tone, "While we eat, perhaps the future revealed by the light screen will also have something worth learning for you too. Please watch carefully." Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other, then at the floating food in their hands, and finally could only shake their heads and smile. In the light curtain, Vegeta's fists were clenched completely, his gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching black and red flames in the distance. The same is true for Son Goku, and his eyes are filled with both excitement and solemnity. That guy, what a powerful aura. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth, knowing full well the battle was about to begin. Don't hold us back. Yeah, I know. Son Goku turned around and warned Xiao Wu in a very serious tone. Xiao Wu, it's very dangerous here. Find a place to hide. Xiao Wu immediately fled, and at the same time, the light curtain revealed a little bit. Time Patrol Son Goku checked the strength of the Super Saiyan Blue duo and said he would go find other opponents first, asking them to work together to face the enemies they encountered. Shoo. Vegeta paused while biting his dessert and said in a particularly unpleasant tone, Kakarot, you're so arrogant. Time Patrol. Huh. Son Goku still didn't understand, but he figured it out in a few seconds. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? I'm just confident in his own strength. This arrangement is okay, right? Nothing. Vegeta slammed the table, but Whis still didn't change, and Beerus started yelling again. Unfortunately, Vegeta didn't care about the other party's reaction at all. He stood up and pointed at the sky. That strange transformation, did it make him think he was really, really strong? He raised his fist to his chest, looking annoyed. Although I understand his confidence, and I also know that we Saiyans hate cooperation, but the best solution is for the three of us to go together. Wouldn't it be better to deal with the enemy quickly and efficiently? Trunks still has to deal with Frieza's brother. What if something happens? Hiss. That guy even has a Dragon Ball. Damn it. That's right. The light curtain revealed another scene, in which the normal Son Goku finally returned the Dragon Ball, and Tokurin Sora caught it and smiled. In fact, after the encounter at the Tournament of Power, Vegeta has changed dramatically. He understood a lot of things and was no longer as mindless and arrogant as he used to be, so it was not surprising that he disliked Shirshuenkong. Son Goku obviously knew this, but there was no point in being anxious. He couldn't interfere with the contents of the light curtain. Hey, Vegeta, what can you do if you're anxious? Just keep watching. Son Goku scratched his head for a long time, and actually couldn't guess what his other self was thinking. But he was clear about one thing, that Tokimizu's self, his so-called Super Saiyan 4, might be unexpectedly strong, even so strong that he thought he could handle all troubles. I really want to experience it myself, but unfortunately. The black and red flames in the distance drew closer and closer, finally stopping in front of the two men. As the flames dissipated, a tall figure slowly emerged. What is worth noting is the tail behind the other party. Vegeta, I saw it. Vegeta's pupils shrank. As soon as the opponent appeared, a terrifying aura immediately erupted from his body, and countless light waves bombarded everywhere randomly. Tisk. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the energy in his body began to gradually rise. White flames enveloped his entire body, and he instantly entered a state of full-strength explosion. Son Goku also put away his relaxed expression, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. After both of them stood up and dodged, at the same moment, powerful strength rose in their bodies, and finally they looked at the enemy side by side in the air. This guy is also a Saiyan. This is the first time I've seen such evil aura. As Vegeta said this, his eyes changed, and Son Goku next to him actually turned into Super Saiyan 2 state, and then charged forward without hesitation. Then, an incredible scene appeared. Super Saiyan 2 Goku had just approached his opponent, but his fist touched the black and red flames surrounding his opponent, and in an instant he was enveloped by the flames, and lost his mind. Then the figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, a punch knocked the stunned Vegeta away. Kakarot, what's wrong with you? In reality, this scene scared Son Goku silly, and Vegeta kept gritting his teeth. Kakarot, hey. Son Goku couldn't eat anymore, and quickly stood up and stepped back. Vegeta, I didn't know it would be like this. It's an unexpected accident. Kakarot, But why? Why did you choose to test him then? His evil aura is obviously abnormal. Shouldn't you be on guard? Vegeta was so angry that he wanted to wake Kakarot up right now if things developed like this in the future. Son Goku also looked embarrassed. He was really careless in the light screen. Although he probably guessed that he was always stronger than Vegeta, and at that time he might have just wanted to experience the battle, the result changed too suddenly. What else is Vegeta yelling about? Beerus suddenly tapped the ground with his foot, and suddenly an earthquake appeared in the Gods of Destruction world. Both Goku and Beerus were stunned, and then they saw the face of the Gods of Destruction was full of anger. Let's put aside your argument. Let's eat, let's eat. Dinner time. Can't you just be quiet? Whis smiled slightly and waved the scepter in his hand lightly, and the surrounding space seemed to become quiet in an instant. Lord Beerus, please calm down. He waved his hand, his tone exceptionally gentle. Although the contents of the light screen are unsettling, you should still remain calm. After all, it only reveals one possible future. Beerus curled his lips, and although he was still a little unhappy, he sat back in his seat and continued to enjoy the food in his hand. Whis turned to look at the pair of destined friends and sighed helplessly. Goku-san's problem has always been this, Vegeta-san. Haven't you always known it? Vegeta snorted speechlessly, still looking at Son Goku unhappily. Whis. Son Goku also scratched his cheek awkwardly. This is indeed my problem. But what's with that Saiyan in the light curtain? Can you see anything? Well, Whis couldn't really tell. After closing his eyes and invoking Angel's power, he seemed to have discovered something remarkable. Oh, the King of Saiyan. Well, Son Goku and Vegeta were shocked. What? The Saiyan King? Duh. Chapter 9. Before Whis could explain anything, the battle on the light curtain reached a fever pitch from the very beginning. Vegeta was knocked away by a casual punch from Super Saiyan 2 Goku, and he flew backwards and hit the mountain wall in the distance heavily. Tisk, Kakarot. Vegeta in the light curtain didn't seem to be too angry. He just stared at the blackened Son Goku with annoyance. It was obvious that the other party had lost his mind because he had touched the aura of this mysterious Saiyan. Kakarot. Vegeta wanted to fight back, but Goku, who had lost his mind, used his trick, the prince's tactics. Endless energy bullets appeared in the hands of the evil Goku, flying towards him continuously, and Vegeta could only keep responding. But what can be seen is that even when Son Goku lost his mind, he did not use all his strength in Super Saiyan 2, and even Vegeta in his normal form could easily deal with him. But unfortunately, at a certain moment, the camera revealed that the energy bullet of the evil Goku happened to hit Xiao Wu, who was hiding in the dark. Critical moment. A figure appeared in front of Xiao Wu, and in a split second, he raised his hand to deflect the deadly black and red gas bomb. Trunks. Both Xiao Wu in the light curtain and everyone in reality shouted in surprise at this moment. Whis stopped wanting to explain, and instead a strange smile appeared on his face. I see. Fuyu's purpose was not to kill Trunks. The purpose of his so-called experimental field and the purpose of gathering these people, he guessed it, was to fight. Looking at the light curtain again. Wu, why are you here? Future Trunks still had the special handcuffs on his hands, but he turned back anxiously and asked Xiao Wu. If it weren't for him, the other party might have died. Vegeta, who was in the distance, saw Son Goku stop. He turned around and saw Trunks, and he felt truly relieved. So next. Trunks. Dad. Trunks turned around in surprise. Dad. And Uncle Goku was there too? Why? You go fight Kakarot first. I'll fight that guy over there. In the light curtain, Vegeta should have noticed the abnormality of the evil Goku. He safely handed it over to the appearing Dado, turned around, and took off into the air, rushing towards the mysterious Saiyan at high speed. I see. Trunks' energy began to gradually rise, and golden flames enveloped his entire body, and he instantly entered the Super Saiyan state. He collided directly with Son Goku. The sound of punches was endless, and the two fought without hesitation. The other end. Vegeta was about to rush to Saiyan, but was hit by a low-damage energy bullet on the way. Kindness. Vegeta in the light curtain immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction where the air bomb came from. Then, the person who showed up was actually Frieza's brother. I see. Son Goku suddenly understood something, and his thought was the same as Whis'. Combined with what we saw before, Vegeta, that mysterious Fuyu, actually wants us to keep fighting. Is this his purpose? Vegeta's temper disappeared instantly when he saw Trunks suddenly appear to save the situation. He had just been lost in thought for a long time. Hearing Son Goku's call at this moment, there was some thought in his eyes. Kakarot. Vegeta pinched his chin, staring at Trunks and Cooler in the light curtain. Trunks doesn't have the ability to teleport. Did Fuyu make him and Cooler appear on the battlefield at the critical moment, just to make us fight? Kakarot, maybe you're right. Beerus burped, having just eaten at this moment. Oomph, that disgusting guy like Zamasu, he wants you to fight. A toothpick appeared in Beerus's hand, and he looked disdainful as he picked his teeth. Whis, in my opinion, this guy's so-called experimental field. Could it be that he's trying to collect energy? He scratched his head. Even as the gods of destruction, he rarely thought. I remember the people on Earth saying that when they resurrected that fat guy who couldn't be woken up, that demon. What was that demon? Vegeta subconsciously reminded. Majin Buu. Oh yeah, Majin Buu. That fat guy was said to need energy to wake up before. Is this guy planning something similar? Whis was also thinking about it, but after a while he shook his head. Not necessarily. As far as I know, there's no living creature that needs a large amount of warrior energy to revive. In comparison, I think Fuyu really needs Goku-san and the others to fight. Maybe fighting itself can bring him some benefits. Whis narrowed his eyes. The battle in the light curtain had become more lively. Just wait and see. The answer might appear soon. Vegeta's eyes were blank when he saw Cooler, but at some point he thought of something. Before he could negotiate with the other party, a familiar voice came from all directions. It's Fuyo. Everyone, please be careful. The light curtain suddenly locked onto the mysterious Saiyan, the evil guy who accidentally caused Son Goku to lose his mind. This evil Saiyan's name is Kamba. His evil aura can corrode the hearts of those who come into contact with it. The real Whis also added a few words. I'm not sure how Fuyu found this guy, but after contacting Grand Priest, I learned that Kamba is actually the king of the Saiyan kingdom from an unknown time and space. Whis even smiled, seeming happy about this unexpected discovery. It seems that there were no gods of destruction or angels in his time and space. This Saiyan king seems to firmly believe that evil is the essence and glory of Saiyans. Therefore, evil is the essence of Saiyan. Son Goku was confused. What does this mean? Vegeta suddenly interrupted. Whis, are you saying that he has discovered a Saiyan way to become stronger? Beerus also became interested and took the lead in explaining on Whis's behalf. Yeah, that's what Whis meant. This Saiyan is quite interesting. I was just wondering why he has such an evil aura. So, has he strayed from the path of becoming stronger? Whis also smiled. Lord Beerus is right. In my opinion, while both righteous and evil auras are valid, this Saiyan may have taken the wrong path. He firmly believed in the wrong source of your Saiyan's essential power, which ultimately led to his current state. But I have to say he's a talented warrior. Weren't you Saiyans once cold and evil? His perception might not be wrong, but he just went too far. Son Goku thought about it and had a guess. That's not right. Regardless of whether Kamba is powerful or not, Fuyo seems to be warning us in the light curtain about the danger of Kamba. Is this guy really that strong? His eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Vegeta, what do you think Fuyo means? Why do I feel like he's guiding us to fight Kamba first? What? Before Vegeta could understand what was going on, the light screen underwent incredible changes. Trunks punches the unconscious Son Goku back. He notices that even though Son Goku is unconscious, he's using very restrained force. But that's beside the point. He whipped around and yelled, Dad, Cooler is on our side, huh? Cooler in the light curtain, isn't he a bad guy? Duh. Chapter 10. Somewhere in reality. In the huge spaceship of Frieza Core. Huh, I actually have a brother? Frieza stared at the light screen, and he was filled with joy since a few hours ago. What a shame. One of those Saiyan monkeys disappeared, and damn Son Goku and Vegeta were still so anxious. But in the end it turned out like this. Frieza was sitting in the stroller, looking unhappy at the moment, with the contents of the Tournament of Power still in her mind. If it weren't for resurrection, I wouldn't have been able to help a few dead monkeys win. Cooler, are there other time and space existences? His fingers pointed at the armrest of the stroller, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. We were fighting for Trunks' Dragon Ball before, and now you're telling me to side with them? Haha, this really makes me upset. He suddenly floated up, his eyes full of hatred. Damn Saiyan, my brother. You're not really going to cooperate with him, are you? Back to the picture. Vegeta immediately turned to look at Cooler. Even though he didn't know him, he probably understood that he was from another time and space, and his appearance was exactly the same as Frieza's. Your name is Cooler, right? Are you really on our side? Cooler paid no attention to Vegeta's question and ignored his wary look. Humph, it's just that our goals are the same now. As he spoke, the controlled Son Goku suddenly attacked, and Cooler rushed to deal with it. The two men's hands collided at the same time, in a wrestling manner, and finally Cooler pushed the other away. Tisk. He looked towards Kamba's position and began to speak. Fuyu, You said that Frieza surpassed me when he transformed into Golden Frieza, right? So, Fuyo, who was in the dark, was not surprised by this question at all, and there was a hint of laziness in her tone. Cooler, what do you want to say? What should I say? Cooler stood up straight, his tone now filled with anger. If my brother can do it, how can I, as his older brother, not be able to do it? In an instant, a majestic aura appeared in the light curtain, which was the result of Cooler's full-strength burst. Hello. Son Goku was very surprised at this moment. Even though he had seen Cooler's golden transformation before, it was still shocking no matter how he thought about it. Vegeta, regardless of that time and space, are the people of Frieza's clan so promising? Don't ask me. Vegeta was particularly annoyed. No matter what they speculated about the contents of the light screen, he always had a bad face towards Frieza's family. This Cooler from his time and space, so what if he turned golden? Vegeta cares more about how things will develop after this. The other side of the world. The smile on Frieza's face disappeared, and the emotion in his eyes was indescribable, but his fists slowly clenched. Just a few words. Brother from another time and space, it seems that you and I have a very bad relationship. Another point is that as Frieza is the king of the Dragon Ball universe, he can easily deduce it. I surpassed you. Did you say that you were defeated by a damn monkey at some point? Frieza suddenly laughed, his tone full of sarcasm. Oh, he's just a loser. Why should he be compared with me, Frieza? You think reaching gold will make you like me? You're far from it. After the Tournament of Power, Frieza could not forget the fact that he had helped Saiyan. He was training very hard and felt that he was about to reach the threshold of the next level. However, before I become stronger, just treat it as a big show for you, my so-called brother. Cooler roared, and the energy in his body rose layer by layer, and finally it was just like what was revealed in the light curtain, the golden Cooler. Vegeta's eyes narrowed in the light curtain. Another Frieza? Damn, he's haunting us. But he didn't say anything. Now that Cooler has become stronger, it is beneficial to him and others. If I had to name this state of mind, let's just call it the Golden Cooler. Witnessing this scene, Son Goku and Vegeta in real life looked at each other again. They were surprised by the similar naming methods and the same arrogant attitude after becoming stronger. Then we should work together to defeat Kamba, right? No. The subsequent developments in the light curtain instantly made Vegeta and Son Goku angry. The first thing Gold Cooler did was to unleash his full power and knock the blackened Goku, who had just gotten up, away. He raised his hands high and a supergiant destructive energy bomb appeared. Supernova? The target seems to be Son Goku, who seems to be impatient and has some personal grudge against him. King Frieza even laughed out loud. Oh, 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 it turns out it's that monkey from another dimension who's responsible for this again. Cooler, smash him to death. Frieza's pupils still had the shadow of the golden energy bomb, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Cooler's golden form. How could it be stronger than his own? This was not good news, but it would seem nice to see him destroy that damn monkey Son Goku. But, go. Golden Cooler suddenly turned around, held up the huge air bomb in both hands, and quickly threw it towards Kamba, who was watching coldly. The real Frieza suddenly punched his own stroller at this moment. Boom. Damn idiot. You actually chose to cooperate with Saiyan? Cooler, you deserve to die. The next moment, Uncle Goku. Trunks ran over nervously. Son Goku, who had just been knocked away by Cooler, had an obviously changed aura at this moment. He was no longer the evil look he had before. Uncle Goku, you've regained your sanity, right? Son Goku climbed up from the rubble, still holding his head with a look of embarrassment on his face. Son Goku was also concerned about Trunks' safety, but he didn't care about his own problems. Trunks, are you okay? Yes, don't worry, I'm fine. So, there must be some personal grudge involved in Cooler's collision, but no one expected that it would help Son Goku break free from his dark state. Frieza was too angry to bother reading any further, but the scene suddenly changed. Kamba is very strong, really very strong. He didn't move at all, not even raising his hands to block the Golden Cooler bullet. He took the blow head on, but he wasn't injured at all. It could be said that he was completely unharmed. Vegeta sprints to Cooler's side, staring at the scene in disbelief. Beside him, Golden Cooler clenches his fists. What kind of monster is this? However, Kamba actually spoke, his tone surprisingly tinged with admiration. I admire you guys. Come, and let's do it, Tatakai. The camera locked onto his eyes as he just raised them. His combat uniform suddenly exploded, his muscles swelled exponentially, and his evil aura erupted endlessly. The sky of the entire prison planet began to darken due to the influence of the gas, and the gas itself formed small gas bombs, which flew around the body as violently as the prince's tactics. Countless mountains and cliffs collapsed, and the whole scene was like a hell on earth. Vegeta was stunned. No, in real life, Vegeta couldn't help but utter, "This level of ki, Kakarot, could he be another Jiren? Can he even become a Super Saiyan?" Son Goku also became much more serious, no longer as playful as before. "Yeah, who knows, it's going to be a fierce battle." Beerus' eyes lit up again. The previous battles were all jokes in his eyes, but this time he regained the feeling of watching a power tournament. "Nice chi whiz." Oh hee. Master Beerus feels good too, right? It was more than good. Everyone in the entire Dragon Ball world was dazzled at this moment. Kamba's ki has surpassed that of the previous Time Patrolman Son Goku. Although they all know that the Time Patrolman Son Goku did not really use his full strength, the strength displayed by this evil Saiyan now is quite extraordinary. Chapter 11. The war is about to break out. But an interesting scene also appeared, Vegeta and Son Goku in reality, including Frieza in the universe. The expressions of the three people suddenly became meaningful. Goku and the other guy were trying hard to suppress their laughter, while Frieza was furious and kept hitting the control console of the spaceship. Damn cooler. Why? Because in this battle, Vegeta first went to find Son Goku, who had regained his sanity, and patiently explained what happened after he turned evil. Cooler fought against Kamba alone with his golden transformation, which really bought a lot of time for everyone. Xiao Wu also remembered a particularly important thing at the next moment, and this item also corresponded to the request made by Supreme Kai Saiyan when the light curtain was first exposed. Son Goku-san, Vegeta-san. Xiao Wu took out the Barat earrings used for fusion from her arms and threw them over. The two Saiyans raised their hands and caught them steadily. Earrings. Cut. The sentence above is Son Goku's puzzled muttering, and the sentence below is Vegeta's extremely unhappy snort. The real Vegeta was also gritting his teeth. The battle had just begun, so what was the purpose of the light curtain giving this earring shot? Vegeta had always been concerned about whether the path to becoming a Super Saiyan God was the right one, and he had some internal grievances. And now, these Barat earrings for fusion. What a disgusting thing, humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, tilted his head to the side, and had a completely unhappy expression on his face. Son Goku also scratched his head, with a look of helplessness and expectation in his eyes. Vegeta, we don't necessarily need to use the earrings, right? We might be able to defeat Kamba easily on our own. Kakarot, do you believe what you say? Back to the light curtain. I'll grab that guy's attention. You guys can use this opportunity to merge. Future Date was the first to speak up and express his thoughts. He saw that Golden Cooler was about to be defeated by the opponent, and now was the time to make a decision. But Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed forward eagerly. Unexpectedly, Kamba reacted extremely quickly. Not only did he raise his hand to block the slashing sword, but he also instantly grasped Trunks' neck with his other hand. Gold Cooler was also stunned. Was he being controlled like this? He was stunned for a second, then immediately launched a series of air bombs in an attempt to save Trunks. Saito. Mom, why did you hit me? Little Trunks was crying at this time, covering his head with his hands, and next to him was little Goten, who had come to play with him not long ago. Aunt Bulma, why, liar? Tell me. Bulma had no place to vent her anger, and the two kids were too noisy. But even she has to complain now. How could Date behave like this in the future? Isn't this a waste? Hiss. Bulma slowly calmed down. She could guess something. Is it because the difference in strength is too big? Sigh. Trunks, you probably didn't expect to be caught so quickly, did you? But, Trunks, please don't get into trouble. Bulma looked at the dragon in the light curtain with great distress. The time and space in which this child lived was gone, and he was also the only surviving Z warrior in that time and space. He must not let anything happen to him. The Golden Cooler exploded for a long time, but Kamba didn't even move, still holding Date's neck tightly in the air. Forget it, that brat seems to be finished. Damn it, Vegeta, who was still struggling on the ground over whether or not to fuse, now looked up in disbelief. In just a moment, he actually put on the Barat earrings in his hand without hesitation, and at this moment he was anxiously urging Son Goku. Kakarot, come on. Son Goku showed a look of surprise. He was just thinking about how to make Vegeta obediently choose the fusion tactic, but at this moment, he hurriedly put on his earrings. The image of Trunks is still in his pupils. As expected, the only people who can influence Vegeta to be less tsundere are his family. In a moment, Kamba immediately looked off into the distance excitedly. Goku and the other two had disappeared, and a familiar figure appeared next. Vegeta. Son Goku and Vegeta called out the name at the same time. Even though they had merged several times before and their memories of the fusion were not completely clear, they were well aware of Vegeto's power. Kakarot, the battle is almost over. Son Goku stopped looking up at the sky and stared at Vegeta in confusion. What's that look in your eyes? No, Vegeta. Son Goku began to scratch his head frantically, with a look of great confusion on his face. You are too confident in Vegeta. How could it end like this? Huh. Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what the other party meant. Kakarot, don't tell me that you have a feeling that even Vegito can't easily defeat Kamba? I think. All right. Beerus was still impatient. He had been extremely excited since he saw Vegito, but at this moment he was extremely impatient with Goku and the others' chatter. Stop arguing. You're disturbing this gods of destruction from watching the light screen. Can't we talk after they're done fighting? Adult Beerus. X2 shut up, covered his mouth and smiled. It was such a familiar scene. Vegito appears. This warrior, formed by the fusion of Goku and himself, didn't waste a second before unleashing all his strength. Kamba, let's have a showdown. With a loud bang, Vegito snorted coldly, and the golden flames on his body quickly enveloped his entire body, and he entered the Super Saiyan Blue state in an instant. Then he soared into the air, and the ground cracked when he stepped on it. Under such a huge reaction force, he appeared in front of Kamba in an instant. Kamba chuckled softly, and suddenly increased the strength in his hands, causing Trunks to wail in pain. Vegeto's eyes were filled with urgency, but he was not panicking. He had to fight now. Kamba quickly raised his right hand, gathering energy at an abnormally fast speed. A huge red and black energy bomb was condensed in a few seconds and directly hit Vegito. Faced with the huge wind and waves coming towards him, all that was left in Vegeto's eyes was the red and black sphere, but he did not hesitate at all and rushed directly into the huge amount of energy bombs. The next second, the image on the light screen seemed to freeze. Wrong. An extremely huge explosion occurred. The shock wave swept across the entire battlefield, and the smoke and energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air. However, Vegito was not repelled by this terrifying attack. His figure suddenly rushed out from the center of the explosion, the azure flames still burning, and the power of Super Blue left him unharmed. The huge smoke also obscured the camera lens. After a few seconds, as the smoke dissipated, Vegeto's figure gradually appeared. The man had a confident and calm smile on his face, and at this moment he was looking straight at Kamba in front of him with his arms folded. Kamba, is this all you have? B********************************** D. Kamba roared angrily. It seemed that he had a fierce battle with Vegito in the few seconds when he was out of sight. When he appeared, he covered his right arm with one hand, with only anger on his face, and looked somewhat embarrassed. Cut. Trunks. Super Saiyan Blue Vegito no longer cared about the other party and quickly turned to look at Big Trunks on the ground. How are you now? Trunks stood up with difficulty, and now he knew what to say. I'm fine. Then step aside quickly. Trunks wanted to nod in approval, but the battle broke out in an instant, and the figures of Vegito and the evil Saiyan in front of him suddenly disappeared. There was also a loud crash in the sky. Vegito doesn't waste time at all. In the picture. Huh. Vegito growled, and the blue aura on his body surged again, and his speed and strength were increased to the extreme. The battle between the two men unfolded fiercely in the air, and the moment their fists and feet collided, a deafening roar broke out. Bang, bang, bang. Every collision caused the surrounding space to vibrate violently. Vegeto's attacks poured down like a storm, while Kamba was like an unshakable mountain, steadily catching all the attacks. I have to say, even Beerus was watching the movie with a smile at this moment. After the tournament of power, Vegeta, Son Goku, the warrior you fused with has become much stronger. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other and rarely spoke. They cared more about whether Vegeta could win or not. Chapter 12. The ongoing battle is becoming more and more exciting and fierce. At some point, Vegito threw a fierce punch, but Kamba blocked it with both hands and actually took it completely. At the same time, Kamba didn't waste any words. He was a very strong Saiyan. His fist was even bigger than Vegeto's waist. He punched him. Vegeto's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arms eagerly, but the next moment he actually took several steps back. After stabilizing his body, he plowed 2 deep grooves in the ground with his feet. He shook his numb arms, but an excited smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Kamba maintained his punching posture, and there was a hint of approval in his tone. I didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent. He slowly stood up, fists clenched at his chest. Haha, beating up a guy like you is what makes me happy. Ah! As he roared, he raised his hand upwards, and within seconds, a super scary black and red gas bomb appeared in the palm of his hand. Gas bullet. Wrong. Vegeta stared at the thing in the other person's hand in disbelief. It was a claw-shaped energy composed of air. How could the other person be able to perfectly control the direction of its attack? What? Vegeta kept dodging, and was quite shocked at this moment. Why? In reality, Frog. Son Goku clenched his fists in surprise. Awesome. Isn't this the same as Yamcha's energy bomb? What? Vegeta turned around with some confusion. He knew Yamcha, but he didn't have a deep impression of the kitten. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had never seen it before. Kakarot, what's so powerful about this move? No, 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 Vegeta, you don't understand. Son Goku became more serious and turned around and raised his right hand. A blue ball of energy slowly appeared in the palm of his hand. Look, this move is to concentrate all the energy in your body in your hand through the sense of chi. You can control the energy ball to attack and attack repeatedly. He suddenly shot towards Vegeta. Vegeta frowned and dodged sideways immediately. When he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey Vegeta, kindness. Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and he subconsciously jumped to the side again. The energy bullet that just flew past was reflected back at an even faster speed due to Goku's action. Then, Vegeta began to dodge the energy bomb with super fast movements. His brows slowly relaxed, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Hey, Kakarot, this technique may look simple, but it seems to have an unexpected effect on training reactions. Beerus, who was standing next to him, had his hands on the back of his head and couldn't help but sigh. Earthlings' moves, though not very powerful, but there are some unexpected things. Oh, Whis stared at this, a smile covering his mouth with one hand. Although it seems to be a simple and plain way to use energy, if used properly, it can have unexpected effects when the enemy is careless. He narrowed his eyes, and his tone gradually became more serious. Goku-san, you're imitating the way that the Earth Warrior you mentioned uses his ki, right? But this move consumes a surprisingly large amount of energy, isn't it? Goku teased Vegeta for a while before slowly stopping with a laugh. He turned to look at Whis, then looked at the curtain of light in the sky. Yeah, this move won't explode even if it hits something mid-flight, so it's quite powerful, but the energy consumption is so high that I've never considered using it. He scratched his head again, looking at Vegeta who was carefully dodging in the light curtain, and Kamba who was laughing wildly and arrogantly. Whis, it seems this Kamba's ki is quite powerful. I can sense it through the light screen. His ki barely changed after using this technique, but Vegeta and I, the combined warrior, are now struggling. Whis also held up the scepter and stared at the light curtain without blinking. With such proficiency in the art of controlling chi, Kamba is indeed a gifted warrior. You Saiyans are truly full of talented people. I guess Vegeta is aware of this move. His first reaction wasn't to bounce away, because he knows that the energy ball condensed by this move must be very solid. I'm afraid the damage caused by being hit by it would be several times that of an ordinary energy ball. That's right. Back to the light curtain. Vegeta frowned. The first thing that came to his mind when he saw this move was Yamcha's ki bomb. He knew clearly that this move must not be confronted head-on. If Kamba was at the same level as Yamcha, he would naturally have nothing to worry about. But the enemy is someone that even a combined warrior like me has to face seriously, so I really can't be careless about this move. Even though Vegeta knew what to do, the black and red claw bullets in his eyes kept getting faster and faster. Even, in an instant, they hit his own abdomen. Vegeta flew backwards and crashed through a huge mountain. He quickly stood up and rubbed his stomach at this moment. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, realizing one thing. I can't go on like this. This guy isn't simple at all. He quickly adjusted his breathing. The chi in his body began to circulate rapidly, and the aura around him also surged. Cooler, who was watching the game from a distance, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. This is getting interesting. The real Frieza even snorted. Combined warriors, those damn monkeys can only play tricks. But compared to his brother in time and space on the light curtain, the king could also sense that Cooler seemed more mature than he was. He didn't yell or scream. From the moment he saw the combined warrior, he calmly chose to watch the battle. Whether it is to collect information about the monkey's strength or to figure out the power of monsters like Kamba. It's quite clever. Frieza looked at Kamba's figure in the light screen again, and a hint of annoyance appeared in his eyes. Saiyan, damn thing. How can it be so strong? That's right. Even he could see that if his universe had such a dead monkey as a helper in the tournament of power, it might not be so difficult to fight against Jiren. Back to the picture. Vegeta saw from this attack, which was similar to a ki bomb, that Kamba's energy was even more terrifying than he had expected, and most importantly, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, so, He raised his energy to the extreme, and the next moment dark red flames appeared around his body, and then in the blink of an eye, Kaioken. He actually used Kaioken? Hey. After entering the Super Blue state, do you still need to use Kaioken to fight against the normal state of Kamba? Son Goku and Vegeta stared at each other, the worry in their eyes suddenly magnified. Kakarot, I know what you mean. Son Goku was a little impatient, pacing back and forth for a while. Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan Blue from the beginning, and now he still needs to use Kaioken? A guess arose in the minds of both of them. Tisk. Vegeta said nothing, but his brows were furrowed. Beerus next to him was very calm at this time, but he said something that made people feel uneasy. Interesting, it seems even the combined warriors can't stand up to this evil Saiyan. This warrior is pretty good. It seems that Lord Beerus has also shown an interest in fighting. Beerus swung his tail, but didn't argue. Tisk, it's rare to see someone who can rival that guy from 11 Universe. He's quite a good fighter. Chapter 13. Vegeta, who activated Kaioken, suddenly became much more powerful. Countless people who knew his name were now very shocked. The combined warriors also need to activate Kaioken? Is Kamba really that powerful? Looking at the light curtain again, Vegeta roared and disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared beside Kamba the next moment. Good job. Kamba raised his hand eagerly to greet him and started a fierce battle with him. Two powerful forces collided in the air, causing a deafening roar. Boom! The earth in the picture was swept by air waves at this time. The ground was completely cracked and gravel was flying. Bang! 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 The two figures intertwined in the air waves, punching and kicking each other, and each collision caused huge energy fluctuations. At the same time, Xiao Wu supported the injured Trunks, her face full of worry. Trunks, hold on. I know. The man being supported, that couldn't help but look back up at the sky. But speaking of which, what a powerful aura. Xiao Wu, Uncle Goku and the others, are they really okay? Son Goku in real life paces more frequently. Kakarot, Vegeta snorted in annoyance. Although he was also startled by the sudden change in the light screen, he was also very nervous about what would happen next. It's just, there's no need to pace back and forth, right? It's annoying to watch. Vegeta, Son Goku also realized that his actions were inappropriate and stopped. But, Vegeta, do you think we can win in the light curtain? Can we win? How could Vegeta know the answer? But from what he saw, Vegeta had to activate Kaioken to fight after the fusion. This move puts a huge strain on the body, and he must have weighed the pros and cons before he could suddenly choose to activate it. Humph! How would I know? Vegeta couldn't give an answer at all. The battle also began to become more intense. At the same time, beside the battlefield, Golden Cooler suddenly sneered and looked up quickly. An incredible thing happened. After the collision of Time Patrol Goku and normal Goku's Kamehameha, this closed prison planet will not be broken at all. But now, Kaioken Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Kamba clash fist to fist, and the chains on the prison planet's mouth begin to show tiny cracks. It seems that everything is developing in a certain, predictable direction. Frieza. He stood up straight abruptly, staring at Cooler in disbelief. What a joke. Did this brother who appeared from another time and space have something in mind from the very beginning? Besides, Frieza found the figure of Vegeta fighting fiercely in the light curtain. He represented those two, the Saiyan monkeys that he hated the most in his life. They used to use some tricks, slur. Maybe Kaioken didn't choose to take the risk and open it just because he couldn't defeat Kamba. Son Goku and Vegeta also suddenly showed similar smiles. So that's how it is, Vegeta is really smart. Beerus also frowned. If this was all a scheme, Kamba wasn't actually that strong? Whis gave a strange smile. At the same time, Fuyo in the dark seemed not to notice this and was still shouting excitedly at this moment. Keep going, keep rising, keep rising. This is truly the strongest energy beyond the limit. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred on the screen. Boom. And a few seconds ago, Kamba suddenly raised one hand, and the huge air bomb appeared again, and the pressure was so terrifying. Vegeto's eyes widened, and he instantly realized that Kamba's aura had also changed greatly. We can't give him the chance to smash it down. He suddenly took several steps back, quickly clasped his hands together, and the energy in his body began to condense rapidly. Ultimate. Vegeto's voice resounded through the sky, and between his hands, a blue energy ball quickly took shape, emitting dazzling light. Turtle-style Qigong. With a roar from him, the Kamehameha wave rushed towards Kamba with destructive force. In a moment, Kamba sneered and thrust his hands forward, sending a black and red ki bomb colliding head-on with Vegeto's Kamehameha wave. This is why the huge explosion just now happened. But the huge light engulfed the picture in an instant. When he saw it clearly, Vegeto's face turned red, and he used both hands to desperately push Kamebame against it. Just 1 second. How could this happen? Vegeto looked at the energy wave that he was about to increase in size in shock, but that huge black and red energy bomb suddenly doubled in size and even pushed back with a more violent force. The black, red, and dark blue lights were deadlocked in midair. The aftermath of the air waves caused by the force even blew away the surrounding mountains and trees. Huge deep pits appeared on the ground, and sections of cracks appeared under Vegeto's feet. Vegeto, his eyes were wide open, and the veins in his arms were bulging. At this moment, he was facing life and death. He knew in his heart that he must not lose. He roared again. At the same time. No, it's so difficult. Squeak, Kakarot. Son Goku and Vegeta were both panicked, in disbelief. They had never before remembered Vegeto falling into such a state. All speculations were overturned. Kaioken's Vegeto really tried his best, but it couldn't even shake Kamba's ki bomb? Hello? Don't let anything happen. But just when Vegeto was trying his best to fight against Kamba's energy bullet, the situation suddenly reversed. Kamba's roar shook the earth, and the black and red gas balls suddenly expanded, and the power instantly increased to an unprecedented level. Although Vegeto has activated Kaioken, facing this sudden and terrifying power, his Kamehameha wave actually began to be suppressed. Impossible. Vegeto's arms were shaking violently. The ground beneath his feet had completely cracked, and his body was pushed back continuously by the air waves. The next moment, he actually saw the black and red gas bomb completely engulf his turtle wave, and at the same time swept towards him at an unstoppable speed. With a loud bang, Vegeta is completely defeated, and a huge explosion resounds throughout the prison planet. In the picture, Vegeto's figure was blown away by the air wave and fell heavily on the ground behind him, and his energy suddenly decreased a lot. A few seconds later, "You bastards, I will grant you the honor of being buried at my hands." Kamba did not laugh wildly, but seemed to be stating a fact that should be so. Then he did something that shocked all the viewers. Even in the light curtain, Vegeto ignored his injuries, climbed up extremely quickly, and looked up at the sky. Could it be that's... Vegeta was also frightened in reality, and even trembled. This is... Kakarot. Son Goku's tone was much more serious. So serious that it felt like when he fought against Cell and sacrificed himself for little Gohan. Well, Vegeta, you're right. A powerful aura erupted from him, and even Son Goku's emotions became intense at this moment. That's an artificial moon. Chapter 14. When Kamba in the light curtain threw the white light ball with huge energy condensed in his hand into the air. Roar! The deafening roar resounded through heaven and earth. Kamba's face gradually became ferocious. His eyes flashed with a terrifying look that could turn into bloodthirstiness, and his muscles were rapidly swelling and growing stronger. 1 second later, a terrifying giant creature appeared. Roar! His original height of 1 meter suddenly reached 60 meters. Covered with golden hair, his jaw became larger, like a giant gorilla magnified countless times, roaring loudly. Horror, shock, and a hint of tyranny swept around. Hello? Vegeto rarely showed a truly panicked expression. He quickly jumped into the air, and the two of them confronted each other with a height difference of several times. Squeak! Vegeto gnashed his teeth, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, after staring at the giant ape for a few seconds, a strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's quite a trick. Reality. It's not just about having some tricks. Son Goku slowly calmed the anger that was rising due to his fluctuating emotions and took a deep breath. Vegeta, Kamba, he's really strong. Vegeta didn't say anything, but stared at him. There was a point he had to make. No, Kakarot. He pointed sharply at the light curtain. Didn't you notice? Kamba's giant ape has golden fur. Son Goku didn't say anything. There was no way he couldn't see the difference that was visible to the naked eye. But the thoughtful look in his eyes became more intense, as if he was thinking about what kind of change this was. Whis smiled slightly, and as he waved his scepter as if he was about to do something, to explain something, Vegeta, I get it. Son Goku suddenly exclaimed, and Whis stopped moving abruptly, glancing over with interest. So, Goku-san, what did you understand? Kakarot. Vegeta was stunned at first, then suddenly seemed to figure something out and walked over excitedly. I understand too. So that's how it is? Beerus. This gods of destruction seemed to have figured something out. At this moment, he changed his lazy look and walked slowly with his hands behind his back. You two are arguing like this. Having said that, it seemed like a scolding. But after Beerus glanced at Kamba in the light curtain, his brows frowned slightly, and he showed a playful smile. Saiyan, it's really interesting. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Son Goku. Hey, what you figured out is probably the transformation method of Super Saiyan 4 that is completely different from Super Saiyan God, right? Right? So, transforming into a golden giant ape is the key to redeveloping the third evolution of Super Saiyan. Son Goku and Vegeta glanced at each other, their eyes gleaming with excitement. I see, Vegeta. Son Goku patted his shoulder. Finally, you've got a new way to get stronger. How about it? Want to have a competition? I'm afraid of you. Kakarot. I won't fall behind this time. So smart. In just one shot, the two Saiyans almost instantly figured out how to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Even Beerus smiled at this moment. He waved his hand lazily again. Now that I know, I'll see what you can do later. But for now, just watch the light screen. Kindness. Then return to the light curtain. There was also something strange in Vegeto's eyes. Maybe after comparing the two of them with the real Goku, this combined warrior also guessed something. But now is not the time to worry about this. And how is that possible? Trunks was at the edge of the battlefield, gently pushing away Xiao Wu's support. He looked up in disbelief at the huge Kamba, and a terrifying energy wave suddenly condensed in the other party's mouth, and the next moment it rushed straight towards Vegeta. The combined warriors seemed to be unable to react. The next second after the impact, there appeared Son Goku. Vegeta. That's right. Disintegrated? Damn it. Is the energy exhausted? Vegeta looked at his hands while sprinting to avoid the opponent's mouth cannon. Hey Trunks, cooler. Son Goku was dodging as well, but he knew better what to warn the others about. The giant ape, transformed by Kamba, was attacking everywhere unscrupulously. Trunks eagerly grabbed Xiao Wu and jumped to hide behind a safe boulder. The light and shadow of black and red gas bullets also appeared in Cooler's eyes, and he was gritting his teeth at this moment. TSK, what a monster. The light curtain was engulfed by the terrifying explosion light curtain. When it lights up again, Vegeta, Son Goku and Vegeta were both blown back by the air wave and hit the ground heavily, but they got up at the same time the next second. Kakarot. Vegeta blinked and turned to look at Son Goku, who was calling out to him anxiously, before finally looking up at the giant ape's Kamba. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. At the same time, he was quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and trying his best to analyze the meaning of Son Goku's words. Sudden, I know that without you telling me. Vegeta was roaring at Son Goku in a very unpleasant manner, but his eyes were instantly locked on the long golden tail of the giant ape. Son Goku added, if we cut off his tail, we can— Don't give me orders. Vegeta interrupted Son Goku, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes, but more of a fighting spirit. Kakarot, don't think you're the only one who thinks of this. Son Goku grinned, his eyes also ablaze with fighting spirit. The two of them didn't waste any more time talking and stepped on the ground at the same time at an extremely fast speed. The huge reaction force caused the ground to crack layer by layer. Next moment, the two of them reached the super race state at the same time, desperately increasing their sprint speed in the air. One on the left and one on the right, they tacitly attacked the giant ape's tail. Roar! Kamba obviously also noticed the plans of the two. He turned his huge body suddenly, and his thick tail swept out like a whip, bringing up a gust of wind. Vegeta put his hands together and suddenly launched a full-strength energy wave. Kakarot. Son Goku understood what he meant, and when Kamba raised his big hand to make a flying motion, he quickly rushed to the front left, and after an arc movement, he arrived right behind the tail in just a moment. But a huge black shadow was reflected in Son Goku's pupils. This guy. Kamba's speed was too fast. He turned around and faced him in just a few tenths of a second, and his huge foot came crashing down on him. Tisk. He's so big, and he's so fast. Son Goku quickly turned around and tried to escape, and the scene also showed that after Kamba's attack missed, a deep gully was smashed into the ground. But did it really fail? No. Uncle Goku. Trunks looked ahead in horror. Uncle Son Goku didn't escape at all. He was stepped on by the accurate big foot in the next second. Date rushed forward eagerly, intending to change this terrible situation. Hey, Trunks. Vegeta, however, clasped his hands together again and called out to the other party anxiously. Trunks paused, turned around and looked at him, then immediately showed an expression of enlightenment. I understand, Dad. They both raised their hands simultaneously, and a dazzling golden light appeared in their palms. The next moment, the two combined into one light wave, rapidly shooting towards the giant ape with unstoppable force. In front of the huge mouth of the golden giant ape, a super terrifying huge energy ball condensed in an instant. Roar, boom. A dazzling explosion scene appeared, and at the same time, the energy ball hit Vegeta and the other person in an instant. They crossed their hands and tried their best to block it at their chests. The violent wind and waves stirred up under our feet have caused the surface of the earth to begin to shake, and it is no exaggeration to say that it has caused an earthquake. Completion? I really can't beat him. Duh. Chapter 15. At the same time. What a blast. Golden Cooler had been watching the battle quietly, but at this moment the opponent's black and red light waves suddenly attacked him. Don't get carried away. Cooler also fought back immediately, but was knocked away in an instant. He even looked at this guy in disbelief while flying backwards. What the hell is this monster? In reality, Frisia's anger had subsided. After all, it was not in line with his status to keep worrying about Cooler's existence in the light curtain. This guy. Frisia narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Kamba. What an interesting monkey. Saiyan is really disgusting. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes fixed on the golden giant ape in the light curtain. But Cooler's golden form can't do anything to this monkey. What a monster. Frisia slowly descended from the air, staring at his hands. TSK, I need to get stronger. Once I reach that level, Kamba and those two damn monkeys will be defeated by me. The king is still very confident. Gods of Destruction World. Whis and the other three rarely stopped arguing, and they all nervously watched the developments on the screen. What will happen next? When the smoke from the explosion completely dissipated, Son Goku is under the giant ape's feet, wrestling with Bigfoot with all his might. It's quite thrilling. Kamba couldn't help but say coldly, "You can't even touch my tail." Next, he began to exert force on his feet desperately, and instantly stepped down completely with extremely high pressure. Son Goku felt the huge force coming at him. He clenched his teeth suddenly. The muscles in his arms tensed instantly, and veins bulged. The ground beneath my feet had cracked due to the enormous pressure, and gravel was scattered everywhere. Damn it. I can't hold on any longer. His legs were deeply buried in the ground, his knees slightly bent, as if he would be crushed by this terrifying force at any moment. Kakarot. Unexpected. Did you really step on it? Uncle Goku. X2 Date and Xiao Wu were both shocked and screamed in fear at the same time. However, at the crucial moment, a dazzling blue light appeared from under the giant ape's feet. Super Blue Son Goku actually pushed the obstructing foot away? This undoubtedly means that he is actually hiding his strength. Vegeta's mind flashed with light, and he realized something in an instant. Damn it, Kakarot, what were you doing so long ago? He just realized that Son Goku in the light curtain was still in the normal Super Saiyan state, right? What about Super Saiyan Blue? Doesn't this mean Kakarot has been hiding his strength? No, maybe he's been saving his energy? No, Vegeta, listen to me. Vegeta was not so good-tempered. He continued to yell angrily. Shut up, Kakarot. He was obviously so worried just now, but after realizing this, he just felt that he was indeed the annoying Kakarot. Hee. Son Goku also scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Continue with the content on the light screen. Son Goku didn't hold back at all, and used his strength once again. Kaioken. As this voice came out, Son Goku's whole body was wrapped in red flames, and his muscles suddenly began to swell. Was it the same choice as Vegeto? No. His belief is far more firm and crazier than Vegeto's. An extremely determined look appeared, and the red flames around his body suddenly increased several times, which was simply incredible. Hey, Vegeta panicked. He couldn't forget what happened during the Tournament of Power. Kakarot, don't be so stubborn. The realistic Vegeta clenched his fists even more. Although he was always harsh in his arguments with Son Goku, he definitely cared about him. 20 times the increase of Kaioken. If you are not careful, it will cause the body to collapse, which has already affected the safety of the body. Kakarot, the real Vegeta couldn't help but call the other party softly. Vegeta. Son Goku turned around, still smiling brightly, but his eyes were serious. At that time, there was nothing we could do, right? Looking at the light curtain again. Uncle Goku, be careful. The shouts of Date and Xiao Wu came from a distance. Their eyes were fixed on Son Goku, fearing that he would make any mistakes. But, rushing forward, Son Goku's entire focus is on the battle. He must defeat Kamba. Otherwise, when will he be able to gather all 7 Dragon Balls? Therefore, He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Kamba's head like a cannonball. After the punch hit, it had no effect. But Son Goku did not give up. After landing, he put his hands together in the standard posture, and the red flame condensed into a dazzling beam of light on the tip of his fist. Turtle-style Qigong. A huge blue energy wave gushed out from his hands and headed straight for Kamba's face. Huh! Kamba reacted extremely quickly and immediately raised his arms to block, and blocked it. Blocked. Yes, when Turtle Wave rushed over, he just raised his hands and made Turtle Wave explode completely in midair, and he himself was unharmed. Son Goku's eyes widened instantly. He didn't even choose to fight, but instead instantly exited the state of 20 times Kaioken and even jumped back repeatedly. By the time he was next to Vegeta, even his Super Saiyan power had been completely released. The real Vegeta and the Vegeta in the light curtain both had the same reaction, staring at Son Goku beside him in disbelief. Has he become smarter? No, Kakarot is smart, but he usually doesn't care about what happens around him and just goes with the flow. This time he knew clearly that he couldn't continue fighting. Kakarot, ha his ha. Son Goku panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Vegeta, it's no use. Vegeta could only remain silent and clench his fists even tighter. What else could he do now? As they were talking, the battlefield took a huge turn. Son Goku suddenly looked up at the sky, and somewhere in the sky, Fuyu appeared in the air in an instant, with his arms folded, looking at Zakamba, and Son Goku, and others with extremely angry eyes. He landed on the ground instantly, with the huge figure of Kamba reflected in his pupils. Hey, stop causing trouble. As he spoke, visible cracks finally appeared in the chains in the sky. The so-called sky turned out to be a fake technological projection device. The barrier that sealed this place suddenly broke open. This was also caused by the power impact of Son Goku and the Great Ape, and was also the reason for Fuyu's anger. At the same time, Kamba suddenly stopped caring about Son Goku and the others. In fact, they had no real hatred at all. What he cared about more was the person in front of him, Fuyo, who had caused him to appear here. It's you be asterisk 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 D. Fuyu lowered his head slightly when he heard that, with a dangerous look in his eyes. A asterisk asterisk hole. Then let me subdue you. Huh. Everyone in the universe was stunned at this moment. Beerus suddenly stood up and looked at Fuyo in disbelief. Am I seeing things right? Whis, what did this Fuyu just say? Whis smiled and tapped the ground with his scepter. Ripples appeared in the air, and a picture replayed the content on the screen. Oh he, Lord Beerus. He said he wanted to subdue the golden giant apes Kamba himself. It seems he is an unexpectedly spontaneous person. Casual. Vegeta sneered. I don't think it's casual at all. If Kamba keeps messing around, that damn Fuyu's so-called experiment will be completely ruined. It seems so. Beerus pinched his chin, as if thinking about something. But I always feel like I forgot an important question. What is it? Vegeta looked at Beerus in confusion, but Whis started eating snacks on the side, looking very happy at this time. He didn't care about the light curtain at all, right? Son Goku, however, looked around at the scene on the light screen and suddenly yelled. I see. Vegeta quickly covered his ears and looked over with a headache. Kakarot, what do you know? Why are you shouting? Son Goku ignored it completely and pointed out a problem that had been ignored. Vegeta, Master Beerus, Whis. We seem to have forgotten that if the barrier that sealed the sky was broken, what would the other time patrol me do? Now is the best time to escape. Chapter 16. But before Beerus and the others could react, Son Goku frowned again, as if he had thought of something. No, that's not right. Son Goku pinched his chin and paced back and forth. Logically speaking, if the exposed future is so simple, then what's the point of exposing it? Just because Trunks disappeared, he and Vegeta went to rescue him, and beat Kamba, causing the closed space to be unsealed, so the danger they had encountered so far disappeared? It doesn't make sense. So does the other me have other plans? It can be said that Son Goku, after the Tournament of Power, a man who is now about 43 years old, is no longer the person who was unwilling to think. Then, Goku's eyes met with Vegeta beside him, and there was still a thoughtful look in his eyes. Vegeta, Master Beerus, maybe Tokimizumi. That guy must be still planning something. Vegeta was silent for a rare moment, also thinking about it. Beerus also paused, a happier smile on his face, and a more excited look in his eyes. It seems to be true. Son Goku is not a bad guy. The gods of destruction also has the moment when he first saw him on King Kai's planet in his mind. He dared to challenge me in the third state of Super Saiyan. Although I always thought he was just a reckless guy, now that I think about it, It's actually the same as activating the 20-fold Kaioken in the light curtain to challenge Kamba. He just hopes to take the opportunity to collect intelligence on the enemy. Interesting. His gaze returned to the light curtain. Even though Time Patrol Son Goku had not appeared yet, he was still concerned about this figure in his heart. Time Patrol Son Goku, what will you do? Will you escape now? I, Gods of Destruction, am really looking forward to it. In the light curtain, after Fuyo finished talking about subduing Kamba, he looked up and pushed his glasses, his eyes fixed on the artificial moon in the sky. Squeak. An uncomfortable and piercing sound was heard, and suddenly a strange purple energy sword appeared in his hand. Next second, what an eyesore! Boom. With a loud bang, Fuyo swung the sword in his hand suddenly, and a purple sword energy instantly swept into the air. After the two collided, not to mention the deafening sound, the white artificial moon was completely shattered the next moment, and when it turned into countless fragments and flew everywhere, Kamba's pupils shrank. He actually regained his human form in just a few seconds. At the same time, whether it is Vegeta and Son Goku in the light curtain, or them in reality, they were all shocked by the other party's clean and efficient movements. As for why they had not destroyed the artificial moon in the sky before, it was entirely because the artificial moon was not an easy thing to deal with. This guy's aura. Vegeta frowned as he watched the scene. Fuyu is very powerful. Kakarot, the artificial moon is formed by combining the power of Saiyan himself. Kamba's artificial moon contains a huge amount of special energy, and he can actually shatter it with just one blow. Not simple. This guy is not simple. That's for sure. Son Goku clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Ah, I see. Fuyu's strength is not weak at all. That's right. In the picture, Kamba, who made it difficult for Son Goku and the others to fight, was unable to hit Fuyu no matter what. This person jumped back and forth very easily, looking at the angry other party with a smile on his face. Kamba, it's useless. He pushed up his glasses and, while dodging, kicked Kamba away, quickly taking off. All right, you guys keep fighting. It was at this time. You're the one who's going to get beaten. Golden Cooler suddenly raised his hands, and a terrifying energy wave rushed over. Fuyo's figure disappeared in an instant, and what was strange was that he did not quickly fill the cracks and holes above the enclosed space. No, no, no. A playful voice sounded. Fuyo's voice was completely arrogant. You can't hit me. It's your turn to fight next. The other side. What exactly is that guy trying to do? Vegeta couldn't understand this, but Son Goku didn't say anything. Instead, he looked around. What he could realize in reality, the other party could also think of. He stared at the cracks in space in the air, and even the hole in the barrier that was shattered by himself and Kamba. His eyes were full of thought. But, Kamba suddenly roared angrily. The energy in his body began to surge wildly, and his muscles continued to expand exponentially. Son Goku also thought of something, and at this moment a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he let out the same annoyed voice. Your opponent is me. The moment of bang. A tremendous amount of energy rose within Son Goku's body, and his figure inexplicably became thinner, with his muscle lines no longer as distinct. The hair also turned red. Super Saiyan God. Kamba, let's fight again. However, before Vegeta understood why Son Goku only turned into a Super Saiyan God, an unexpected situation occurred. Kamba was suddenly stunned for a second, and then his anger appeared completely. The pupils even shrank to the size of a pinhole. That red hair. He stared blankly at the Super Saiyan God, whose divine aura had completely vanished, his fists clenched to the point of exploding. Who are you? In reality, has he seen the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta still understood Kakarot's thoughts in the light curtain. Compared with the disadvantage of Super Blue, which would consume a huge amount of physical strength, transforming into Super Saiyan God was the best choice for the current battle. But, Kakarot, you must have thought of something at that time, right? Son Goku narrowed his eyes, at this moment crossing his arms with one hand and pinching his chin with the other. That's probably the case. But turning into a Super Saiyan God just because you don't want to waste too much energy, what on earth is this kind of thing? He turned around to look at Whis and Beerus, as if he suddenly realized something. Hey, Vegeta, do you still remember the advantages of Super Saiyan God? Vegeta paused, then began to think seriously. When you first achieved Super Saiyan God, you discovered you lacked strength, but were more agile. You even unexpectedly developed the ability to see through your opponent's movements. Yes. Son Goku smiled slightly, having seen through something. Actually, before I became a Super Saiyan God, we overlooked a very important thing. What is it? Yes. When Son Goku saw Kamba angrily facing Fuyu, he finally understood. Kamba may not be the real enemy. Vegeta was completely silent. So what did Kakarot want to do? Does he think that Kamba can cooperate later? But is it possible? This guy is incredibly powerful, and the culprit of all the incidents, Fuyu, is also abnormally strong. Of course, this is just speculation by Goku and the others in reality. Chapter 17. In fact, there is another point that Son Goku himself can figure out, just as he previously deduced the method of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Perhaps after realizing I can't defeat my opponent, I would rather fight well and improve my understanding of martial arts. In fact, at Son Goku's current level, even after roughly mastering Ultra Instinct, becoming a Super Saiyan 4 was not really for the purpose of improving his strength. More for studying the potential of Saiyan, developing my own potential, aiming to understand and comprehend what is in Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta thought the same way. Even though he was a little concerned about the means of achieving Super Saiyan God, he also knew that when he reached this point, whether it was Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, it was just a different way of becoming stronger. There was absolutely no right or wrong, strong or weak. The powerful one is not Super Saiyan God, nor is it the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. What really determines a person's strength is his or her understanding of martial arts. It is the person who is strong, not the way to become strong. So, Kakarot, you know you'll lose, but you actually hope to learn something from a battle like this, fighting a powerful foe like Kamba, right? Whispering sound. Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and leaned against the tree behind him. You have really changed, Kakarot. You are becoming more and more like a strong person with the thinking and mentality. What about me? I still need to become stronger. I won't let you pull me down. That's right. In the light curtain, Vegeta also thought about something. Although he was surprised by Kamba's reaction and Kakarot's transformation choice, he understood one thing. The other party's reason for doing this. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Super Saiyan God Son Goku and the angry Kamba continue to collide with each other. It is visible to the naked eye that Super Saiyan God is obviously weaker than the blue beyond Super Saiyan God. But inexplicably, he can fight with the other to an equal level. Why? Because Kamba was also letting him win. Even if he was angry at the opponent's form, he had fought with the Super Saiyan God of his own time and space, and the result of that battle was not good. In the picture, two people were fighting desperately, but on the other side of the light curtain, a few seconds of battle images from Kamba's past memories were revealed. But coming back to it, after Son Goku fought desperately for a long time, he could see that Kamba's anger was decreasing, but his willingness to fight alongside him was also decreasing. Therefore, when Kamba suddenly knocked Son Goku back with one punch, he instantly condensed a huge black and red energy ball in one hand and smashed it directly over. Son Goku raised his hands and fought back with all his might. Unfortunately, he still couldn't really resist in the end and was swallowed up by the huge air bomb. The blast blew his figure away fiercely. Son Goku flew backwards for several kilometers, hit countless hills, and finally fell to the ground, returning to normal. Tisk, still not working. Son Goku was lying on the ground in a mess. The interesting thing was that he was not annoyed or disappointed with the result. He was just helpless because he failed as he had imagined. Vegeta also stood at the edge of the battlefield and watched with a calm expression. Even though Uncle Goku, Xiao Wu and Trunks were so anxious that they even wanted to go forward to rescue. Vegeta, however, released an aura that was enough to disrupt their progress and glanced over with a cold gaze. Hey, don't go over there. Huh? Trunks and Xiao Wu couldn't understand what Vegeta meant. Isn't Uncle Goku in the most dangerous moment right now? Gods of Destruction World. Whis stopped eating and stared at the light screen with an inexplicable look. Oh, the future is truly interesting, Master Beerus. They've both made progress once again. Beerus snorted in annoyance and said in a particularly unpleasant tone, that can't beat Kamba either. Son Goku and Vegeta are nowhere near that level. He turned around again, sat down on the chair, picked up a piece of fruit with a toothpick in one hand, and ate it happily. However, his words were not pleasant, but there was a very obvious look of approval in his eyes. Not bad. Son Goku and Vegeta have finally grown up and started to use their brains more fully in battle. They are no longer the type of people who rush into battle just to win as they were when we first met. In fact, the shortcomings of both of them have always been obvious. Vegeta's pride, Son Goku's arrogance. This corresponds to the Golden Frieza period, when Son Goku was hit by such a ridiculous sneak attack. Vegeta was so proud that he trusted the other party too much and did not consider the despicable side of Frieza's army in advance. Whis, you're right. Ah, Whis smiled and nodded. He also called Son Goku and the others to come over for snacks. Well, Goku-san, Vegeta-san, don't worry too much. Come and eat something. Son and Goku looked at each other and unexpectedly showed complicated smiles at the same time, and then turned around and really ate peacefully. After Vegeta stopped two companions who were about to cause trouble, the battle in front of him was still going on. Son Goku awkwardly propped himself up from the ground, his hands on his knees, still gasping for breath. Kamba slowly flew over, but his energy was gradually decreasing. Finally, the two people stood facing each other. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed inexplicably. Because Kamba actually had a mask on his mouth, his expression could not be seen clearly at this moment, but his eyes were smiling too, right? Ha! Son Goku suddenly stomped the ground, and although his movements were extremely slow due to his injuries, his power and fluidity remained undiminished. Snort! Kamba caught the fist instantly and threw it to the side with force, knocking Son Goku, who was already unstable, to the ground. He actually stepped on Son Goku's face. What's wrong? Is this all that matters? Son Goku let out a violent wail, and finally, he actually fainted. Then let's stop here. Kamba flew up slowly. Although his eyes were complicated, they contained a lot of coldness. After bombarding Goku with several ki bombs continuously, the opponent's ki had already reached the bottom. On the other side of the prison planet at this moment, Fuyo stood completely dazed in the base where he was trying to collect warrior energy and conduct some experiments. His so-called experimental console, where he stored all the files he planned to harvest, was completely destroyed. Who? He burst out with tremendous energy and anger, but it seemed that he was just in a state of impotent rage. Who on earth did this? Isn't it obvious who it is? Return to the battlefield. It's over. Kamba finally seemed extremely disappointed with the current situation. He raised his hand, and the evil energy condensed into a huge black and red gas bomb in his hand again. Smash it down in one breath. Just as the black and red energy bomb was about to hit the unconscious Son Goku, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky and instantly blocked Son Goku. Another figure also appeared quickly at the same time, and the two appeared side by side above the unconscious Goku, right below the energy bomb. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the gas bomb was blocked so easily. After the smoke and dust dispersed, the two figures were still floating steadily in the air, and they looked unharmed. It was a close call, Kakarot. Yeah, luckily we made it. The two men dusted themselves off and turned to look at Son Goku lying on the ground. There was actually a hint of relief in their eyes. They are exactly Super Saiyan 4, Time and Space Patrol, Son Goku, Vegeta. Chapter 18. When the Time Patrol duo, who had always been on the minds of Goku and others in reality, appeared on the light curtain. I'm also a Time Patrolman. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited about what would happen next. And looking at the light curtain again. Your opponent is us. Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku's tone was unusually calm. Perhaps this was also the effect of transforming into Super Saiyan 4, unexpectedly calm. So, I don't know where you guys are from. Kamba was clearly surprised by their appearance, even a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're quite courageous. It doesn't matter who you are, as long as you can be my opponent. Data was still shocked. Does this mean he has two fathers, two Uncle Gokus? Hello. The three people in the center of the battlefield landed at the same time. Time Patrol Vegeta suddenly turned around and shouted, Trunks, you guys, take Kakarot over there and leave. Hey. However, Kamba wanted to express something, which was also his dissatisfaction. They leave? But come on, I'm not excited yet. Tadatake. An astonishing scene appeared instantly. Kamba suddenly burst out with incredible power, and the energy surrounding his body alternated between gold and black. The last moment, he let out a deafening roar, and the energy in his body was completely concentrated to an unprecedented level. Unexpectedly, he turned into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta. Super Saiyan 4 Tokipan Sora frowned at this moment. Really, unexpectedly powerful aura. There's nothing we can do. Takairu Vegeta carefully observed the other party. Without hesitation, he took out an object and handed it over. Kakarot, let's just use this. The camera instantly locked onto the palm of Tokigami Vegeta's hand, on which was the Barad earring. Vegeta. Son Goku stared at the scene on the screen in shock. When would even someone as proud as Vegeta take the initiative to choose the safest method? Did you decisively choose to use earrings to match the look right from the start? TSK. Vegeta also smacked his lips, but slowly smiled. Carrot. Kindness. Son Goku turned around and looked at him, his eyes actually showing a hint of understanding. You should be able to guess it, right? Vegeta walked over and put his hand on the other man's shoulder. If the mission of the Time Patrol is to stop the bad guys from invading at various time points, Vegeta patted Son Goku's shoulder and walked in front of him. Facing the bad guys is not the key. What's more important is, Son Goku suddenly chimed in. They've witnessed countless historical developments across time and space, and even witnessed various historical developments across time and space that you and I may not even be aware of. Their level of power development and mental training must be completely different from ours, right? Yes, that must be the case. That's why there's such a stark contrast in personality now. He clenched his fists tightly, and his mind unnaturally recalled the future time and space of Datu, his past desperate experience, and the idiotic moment when that beast Zamasu killed Bulma in the future. Hold head high. Vegeta nodded slightly, with anger in his eyes. He must have thought of this and understood that if he were to go through that kind of experience, his choice now would not be to be shocked. Because he must have seen too much to make him determined to change his shortcomings of being overly proud. They are really strong, right? Then let's see how their Vegeto is doing. In the light curtain, Tokishin Goku didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and grabbed one of the earrings and quickly put it on his right ear. The same is true for Time Patrol Vegeta. Although, Vegeta, don't you hate this thing? This is a special situation. The next moment, golden light emerged from both of them at the same time and instantly turned into countless fragmented points of light, condensing and taking shape. Then a familiar figure appeared again. There are shrimp, brand new, stronger, and even the energy bursting out from the body is impossible to ignore. Even Beerus, who was watching the movie, the various gods of destruction, Angel, and even the Grand Priest in the 12 universes, all stared at this combined warrior in amazement. Vegeta also laughed pleasantly. Master Beerus, the other Vegeto seems quite powerful. That's right, really strong. His body became stronger, his posture more majestic, his red eyeshadow outlined a sharp gaze, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and for some reason, he exuded a terrifying aura beyond the limit. I am coming. With a very calm statement, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto instantly appeared in front of Kamba. A fierce straight punch came forward, and Kamba stared at the fist in shock. Even though he had transformed into an evil Super Saiyan form, the opponent gave him the feeling of, Vegeto swiftly punched the opponent's blocking arms, and at the same time, he kicked the air and kicked the opponent back several steps. Shock. I think I can beat you. What are you talking about? Kamba rushed forward angrily, his movements so fast that it was unbelievable. Even Son Goku and others in the light curtain, and Vegeta and others in reality, realized one thing. If Kamba had opened fire at full power from the beginning, they would have been wiped out long ago. In the light curtain, inexplicable ripples appeared in the air, which was the visual effect caused by the extremely fierce boxing. Bang, bang. The sound of bang, 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 bang never ceased. The speed of both sides was so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. The battle scene shown in the previous second might be the afterimage of a battle from even longer ago. Hole. Kamba was truly enraged by the blow. He roared, raised his fist with overwhelming force, and struck Vegeto in the face. But, just as his fist was about to strike Shirsun Vegeto, a sneer appeared on the corner of the man's mouth. He slightly tilted his body, dodging the attack while gently raising his right hand. It's hard to tell how much force he used. After catching Kamba's fist, Vegeto tilted his head slightly, as if he was just casually swinging it, and a huge amount of energy instantly exploded in the center of the battlefield. The collision between the fists even produced a golden glow. The airwaves affected everything around them. All the chains blocking the air didn't just begin to crack, they completely broke. Kamba was struck by a huge wave, like a kite with its string cut, flying backwards at an incredible speed, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a startling cloud of dust. In reality, Whis and Beerus looked at each other, and the shock in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Vegeta! Damn it! Goku suddenly shouted loudly and jumped up excitedly, his eyes full of shock and admiration. Hey, Vegeta, we in the Time Patrol are so strong. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto they fused together is so much stronger. Unbelievable. Vegeta also stared blankly at the light screen. Was he mistaken? In the future fusion of himself and Kakarot, his Vegeto seemed to be not the same person as the other Vegeto, but a warrior from the same dimension. Hold head high. Vegeta slowly raised his hands to cover his head and closed his eyes in a terrible headache. Yes, it is strong. Very strong. Even so strong that I can hardly believe it. But Vegeta, Son Goku patted his shoulder again from behind and laughed in his ear. Don't think too much. That Vegeto is strong not because of the different forms of transformation. Don't you understand? It's the person who is strong, not the different ways of Vegeto's transformation. You say that? Kakarot, stop lecturing me. Vegeta opened his eyes, pushed Son Goku away in annoyance, and looked to the other side of his head proudly, with a sneer on his face. Whis and Beerus both smiled upon seeing this. Okay, Goku-san, Vegeta-san, just as you said. Whis took off into the air, slowly floating to their side. The strength is definitely not the difference in the transformation. He held up a finger, prompting both Son and Goku to look at him. In the martial arts world, even if there are countless dazzling methods to become stronger, true strength is never due to the methods, but only to the differences in people. He suddenly pointed at the light curtain, his tone extremely serious. I believe you can see, or even guess. As the time and space patrolmen of the Time Nest, they have likely experienced many battles and events that you can hardly imagine. Through so many life and death battles, you two have already acquired an understanding of the martial arts that is hard to imagine. Beerus suddenly interrupted. Whis is right. Goku, Vegeta, you two idiots, don't overthink it. In reality, the difference in your strength might not be that big. The key is your understanding of the martial arts realm. I remember that you Earthlings understand strength as the word martial arts, right? Of course, Lord Beerus. Son Goku's expression didn't change. He even had the time to add, Whis, we're well aware of this. Don't worry, there's no reason to overthink it. However, the combined Vegeto is incredibly powerful. Vegeta looked at Son Goku, who was scratching his head, then crossed his arms and looked at his current body. Kakarot, Whis, your understanding of martial arts. He snorted coldly and began to think about something more important. Looking at it this way, compared to them, Kakarot might not be much different from them, but I still have a lot of areas to improve, Tisk. That's right. One thing cannot be ignored no matter what. Kakarot has mastered Ultra Freedom. In other words, he hasn't yet fully unleashed his firepower within the light curtain. I believe that if Kakarot activates Ultra Instinct mode, he will definitely be not much different from the Sure Sons. But what about yourself? Vegeta, who has always been proud in his heart, knows that he should work extra hard. Chapter 19. And an even more shocking scene also appeared in the air. No matter how Kamba got up, or how furiously he attacked Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto, the combined warrior kept a cold smile on his face, displaying a completely confident attitude. He certainly deserved it. The two fought for a while, and the last scene was Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto suddenly raised his foot and knocked Kamba out again with one blow. Like a dead dog, it crashed into the mountains and rivers, spitting blood in the air. Kamba got up and fought hard for a while. TSK. UB asterisk 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 D. He raised his right hand again, and the huge evil energy bomb arrived as promised. It was bigger and more powerful than any other bomb before. It is also absolutely terrifying and dangerous. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto folded his arms and looked at the other person with complete indifference. Then, put your hands together, and the energy in your body will begin to condense and rise rapidly. The classic battle segment is here. Turtle-style Qigong, As the voice ended, the blue ki blast between his hands suddenly exploded, and a power that made Kambadu's expression change drastically came towards him. He didn't give up either. He immediately threw the largest evil energy bullet in his hand, but within seconds, Kamba was already gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and his right hand firmly resisted the huge evil energy bullet, trying to compete with Vegeto's Kamehameha. The light curtain showed a complete scene of confrontation, but compared with the normal Vegeto, Super Saiyan 4 Time Patrol Vegeto looked extremely relaxed. For the first time, panic appeared in Kamba's eyes, and he even roared, his voice filled with absolute unwillingness and anger. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto, however, still maintained his calm demeanor, with the corners of his mouth raised. He suddenly increased his power output. The black and red energy balls were already large enough, but after the combined warriors' attack increased their energy output, they became several times larger, incredibly large. Kamba's energy balls were as big as footballs, and Vegeto's were as big as planets. With a loud bang, it's over. The huge explosion was deafening, and the dazzling light left only flames in the light curtain. At the same time, the so-called enclosed space, until this moment, the barrier surrounding the entire prison planet was completely disrupted and exploded. In reality, It's so easy. Is this the so-called future in the light curtain? I remember the protagonists in it. They're from the 7th universe, right? TSK, it actually exposed their future, even though they won. 11 universe. Jiren chose to meditate in midair again. Before this, it was the first time he chose to watch the battle with his eyes open, especially the scene when he saw Kamba become the evil Super Saiyan and Time Patrol Vegeta appeared. Even though the previous Vegeta was also very worrying, this warrior formed by the combination of Time Patrol and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is a warrior from another dimension. Even, Jiren's mentality gradually began to fluctuate significantly, and his meditation could not proceed smoothly. He could not help but open his eyes and watch the changes in the light screen. Jiren, what do you think? The other members of the Pride team all turned around and asked him with a smile. Jiren is definitely not a bad person. His mentality has changed a lot since his battle with Son Goku and others. What do you think of them? Jiren, who had already learned about the Time Patrol department through questioning, narrowed his eyes and thought for a few seconds. They are indeed very strong. However, they are not from our time and space. They have gone through countless battles to gain their current strength and form such warriors. He paused, his voice filled with another emotion, the will to fight. Humph. But that doesn't mean it's impossible to surpass. Besides, would a truly powerful person choose the Barad earrings? Everyone on Team Pride smiled at each other. Jiren had really changed a lot. After being defeated by Son Goku and others, he was touched when he saw the 7th universe choose to make a wish to restore all universes to their original state. The knot of failure in martial arts may also be gradually eliminated. This guy Jiren will definitely become even more powerful. Jiren also stared at the light screen silently. He said that he was somewhat concerned about the means of fusion, but he was clear-headed in his heart that Vegeta was already an independent warrior. One more thing. The future revealed on the light curtain, even Vermut calls it amazing. Then Son Goku and the others should gain something, right? For example, what rewards does the light curtain give? This was what Jiren guessed immediately. But a surprising situation also occurred. How could that be? Tokimizu Sora, in Super Saiyan 4, was staring at his own hands in astonishment at this time. The fusion ended so quickly. Vegeta was too strong and too confident. The power he just used was simply overwhelming. Is it over? Time Patrol Vegeta also wanted to understand the reason for the disintegration. Vegeta released too much power. But in his heart, he cared more about the situation of his enemy Kamba. And the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared right above him. It was the angry Fuyo. Failed. And he pushed up his glasses and looked up at the completely broken barrier in annoyance. TSK. The enclosed space was also broken, and the people who destroyed my lab. He suddenly lowered his head, his eyes filled with extreme annoyance. That's you right. Your plan has failed. Super Saiyan 4 Time Patrol Goku's voice was exceptionally calm at this moment. It's all over. What are you talking about? It's you. Fuyu was so angry that he couldn't control the energy in his body. He roared with an extremely ferocious face, and a shocking aura burst out from his body. You've gone too far. If you do this, the plan will be wasted. He seemed to calm down a little, but in the next second, when both sides were feeling a little relaxed, his expression changed. I will give you punishment. 2 swords suddenly appeared in his hands, and the next second he released an extremely condensed energy wave and attacked at an extremely fast speed. The Shirshuan duo hadn't expected that Fuyo was simply like a psychopath. How could someone change his face so suddenly and attack without even saying a word? But they easily raised their hands to block the attack. The other side. Vegeta and the others watched the changes on the battlefield in surprise, and also looked up at the completely broken space. The fused Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was so powerful that he was invincible in the world, and was not from the same dimension as them at all. Vegeta suddenly realized something. Kakarot, far away. Son Goku, who had been unconscious, suddenly moved his fingers. In the camera, Fuyo clearly noticed this, but was even more surprised that his attack was ineffective. You guys can still move? Shirsun and the other 2 suddenly attacked. Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku's voice sounded extremely calmly. Catch you. A golden aura appeared on his body surface and he punched out. Tisk. Fuyo was a little surprised by this power, but still chose to fight more seriously and did not even run away because of the change in the situation. Time Patrol Vegeta, while also fighting, added with a smile. That's our main mission. Chapter 20. The battle in the center of the battlefield was extremely fierce and the situation was in a stalemate. The 2 Time Patrolmen, Son Goku and Vegeta, are fighting Fuyu with all their might, but the situation remains unclear. Time Patrol Vegeta gradually became exhausted and his breathing became rapid, and Time Patrol Son Goku also showed signs of fatigue. But at some point, they suddenly stopped, and so did Fuyo. Everyone present suddenly fixed their gaze on one direction. With a thud, a loud noise broke the brief silence. Fuyo's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around to look behind him. From the summit of the highest mountain in the distance, a figure suddenly leaped up and landed heavily on the top. It was none other than Kamba. The opponent's whole body exuded an extremely dangerous black aura. At this moment, with his sudden appearance, the Shirshuan duo both had cold sweat on their foreheads. It doesn't make sense. With Vegeto's powerful strength, how could he not defeat him? How come this guy is still able to move? With Kamba's reappearance, the atmosphere on the battlefield became extremely tense. His terrifying aura swept across the surroundings like a storm, and Fuyo's expression changed from surprise to solemnity. No way, this guy won't die. Incredible power. Fuyo in the light curtain, where did he find Saiyan from? Unbelievable. He should be even more powerful than Mr. Son Goku, right? Everyone in the universe watching was stunned at this moment. The power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was already unbelievable to them. But how could Kamba, who had taken the blow head-on, still be able to stand up and even look more powerful? Whether Vegeta and Son Goku were inside or outside the light curtain, they both broke out in cold sweat after looking at each other. Did Kamba really commit some fouls? Gold Cooler exclaimed at the edge of the battlefield, "This guy's still alive." Tada! Kamba's eyes swept over everyone present, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile of extreme excitement. Then, he squatted slightly, and the black flames erupted again to an unprecedented height, sweeping around like a volcanic eruption. His voice was as deafening as thunder. "Come, and I. Tada, open." His roar seemed to shake the entire universe, and his scarlet eyes burned with endless fighting spirit, as if he wanted to devour everything. What was even more shocking was that the aura around him automatically condensed into countless air bombs, which sprayed wildly in all directions like a hedgehog. What? Fuyu's face showed astonishment for the first time. He turned around quickly and tried to escape from the battlefield. However, he was still a step slow, or rather, Kamba was already unimaginably powerful at this moment. Even without transforming into the evil Super Saiyan state, he had already unleashed his true strength just by being in his normal state. Fuyo turned around and blocked with his hands crossed, but the gas bullet still hit him. Gold Cooler is suffering even more. The Shirshuan duo looked at each other solemnly, and at the same time tried their best to resist the terrible attack at this moment. In just a moment, Fuyo even had the idea of running away. He gritted his teeth, staring at Kamba's figure, then looked up at the completely broken closed space. Sizzle. Fuyo repeatedly tried to deflect the gas bombs, and after a brief thought, forget it, the goal has been achieved anyway, and they will be revived soon. Resurrection? Who? Beerus stared at Fuyu's figure in the light curtain, with an unshakable solemnity in his eyes. It took so much effort to gather these warriors who are arguably the strongest in the entire universe. The energy they used to fight was collected and finally used to resurrect some guys. It seems Beerus-sama's initial guess came true. Whis remained calm, but his narrowed eyes showed that his mentality was also unstable. Beerus scratched his head in distress, pacing back and forth at this moment. Well, seriously, if Grand Priest and Master Zeno blame me for this. He really had a headache. No matter what Fuyo was going to do, Whis had just said, he could be considered a product of his seventh universe. This is really going to be a big deal. Beerus suddenly stopped, crossed his arms over his chest, frowned, and his tail swung restlessly behind him. Hey Whis, how can you be so relaxed? Fuyo is doing something big. Resurrection? Resurrect who? Is he going to bring back all those guys who have disappeared? You must be kidding. Whis still maintained that indifferent smile and gently waved the scepter in his hand. Lord Beerus, that is only a possibility in the future. Even if it has already happened, we can only wait and see how it develops. Wait and see. Beerus glared at Whis, lashing out with his tail. His tone grew even more furious. How can I just sit back and watch? If he resurrects all the troublesome creatures, the entire universe will be in chaos. If then Lord Zeno blames me, I don't want to take the blame. He scratched his head in frustration and continued pacing, muttering, really? How could such a troublesome guy appear in the seventh universe? Where on earth did that be asterisk 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 D for you come from? Whis was still laughing, while Vegeta and Son Goku were still paying attention to the changes in the light curtain. Only the light curtain could reveal the answer. The fun is about to begin. Fuyo began to ignore Kamba's commotion. He just smiled and watched the Shirshuan duo, Vegeta, and others in the distance. Thank you so much, Science. He slashed the air with both swords, and a time crack appeared. The guy turned around and ran. Only Gold Cooler reacted. Cole. You want to run away? He chased after him eagerly, and even managed to catch up through the cracks in time. Oh no. Time Patrol Son Goku realized in an instant that something was wrong, and suddenly gave up resisting Kamba's attack. He turned around and sprinted towards the time and space crack. However, the time crack closed just 10 centimeters away. Vegeta, who was patrolling the time, immediately yelled, "Kakarot. We'll talk about that for you guy later. Help Trunks and the others escape first." Takairu's son Goku's eyes flashed, and he quickly glanced at Vegeta and others in the distance, as well as his other self who was still unconscious. TSK. I understand, Vegeta. The monster Kamba unexpectedly condensed an extremely large black and red energy ball again, lifted it high above his head, and then it suddenly swung towards Vegeta and the others. The Shirshuan duo's gaze locked onto the energy ball. Their figures suddenly vanished from their original position. The next moment, they simultaneously reappeared in front of the energy ball, their hands raised high, working together to resist the destructive force. Behind them was where Vegeta, Trunks, and the others were. Kakarot, don't let up. Takairu Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins popped out of his arms, and there was a tremor in his voice. It was obvious that he had tried his best. I know. Takairu's son Goku also had a serious expression, with sweat running down his cheeks, but his eyes remained firm. Kamba was simply a monster. The pressure from the energy ball grew stronger and stronger, and the two began to retreat uncontrollably. Deep depressions even appeared on the ground beneath their feet. They could no longer hold on. Vegeta in normal time and space also rushed forward to block it, but he couldn't help much, just relieved a little of the pressure. While he was resisting the energy ball, he couldn't help but turn around and roar. Kakarot, how long are you going to sleep? Wake up now. It seemed like he heard a call, or perhaps the wind wave was blowing on his face and it hurt. Son Goku, lying on the ground, finally opened his eyes. When he took a closer look at the situation, he actually chose to slowly close his eyes. He pounded his fist on the ground and then slowly stood up. The Shirshuan duo seemed to sense something. If they hadn't been dealing with this growing black and red energy ball, they would have definitely turned around to take a look. The next moment, unprecedented energy erupted from Son Goku as he stood up. The moment this scene appeared, Jiren from Universe 11's eyes changed. The angels and gods of destruction from the 12 universes couldn't help but move their throats. Here he comes. The man who masters Ultra Instinct is here. Chapter 21. In the picture, Son Goku slowly stood up, and the moment he opened his eyes, a silver light flashed in his eyes. It only takes 1 second. The camera lens was instantly filled with an explosion of white flames, the dazzling light even turning the entire screen into a blanket of white. The perspective suddenly switched to the universe. A massive black and red key ball, as if blasted by Son Goku's power, hurtled towards the depths of the universe at an alarming speed. Immediately afterwards, it caused an extremely terrifying explosion in the vast starry sky, with light shining everywhere and energy waves sweeping around. When we returned to the battlefield, Son Goku in the picture had changed. Call. Son Goku exhaled lightly, and a dazzling silver-white aura emanated from his body. His hair automatically turned silver-white without any wind, and his pupils also changed color. Ultimate self-realization. Gone. A few seconds ago, Son Goku's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. Swish. The next moment, he appeared in front of the energy ball, raised one hand lightly, and the moment his palm touched the energy ball, boom. The huge energy ball was easily bounced away like a bubble, and thus shot into the universe, accompanied by an unprecedented powerful aura, forming a unique landscape, a silver-white bright air column. This incredible thing can be seen throughout the universe. Vegeta was silent. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Son Goku also crossed his legs and sat firmly on the ground. Looking at myself on the light screen, the scene of activating Ultra Instinct really made me feel very complicated. Beerus rarely made a fuss, but just put his hands behind his back, silently appreciating the absolute highlight moment of his universe warrior. Only Whis, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and smile. Ah, Goku-san, it seems you've become even more proficient in mastering Ultra Instinct in the future. Yeah. Son Goku himself doesn't think so. He is more inclined to believe that he was forced to do so. If they don't reach this level by then, Tokimi and the others, as well as Dato and the others, will all die. One more thing. Carrot. Vegeta's cold voice sounded behind him. I know what you mean, Vegeta. As for what to say, His sight returned to the light curtain again. The Time Patrol duo stared at Son Goku in Ultra Instinct in great astonishment. They seemed to be completely unfamiliar with this move. I was absolutely stunned. You. Shuenkong stared at the figure in great astonishment. Vegeta clenched his fists and asked in confusion, what on earth just happened? However, Son Goku, who has activated Ultra Instinct, walks forward very steadily. His speed is quite slow, but his momentum can be felt from the bottom of his heart. Kambadu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Son Goku, who was slowly approaching in disbelief. He even couldn't help but take a few steps back. Who on earth are you, brush? Son Goku appeared in front of him out of nowhere, at least from Kamba's perspective. It was so fast that he couldn't see clearly. The indifferent Son Goku raised his right hand slightly, and with a single punch, Kamba flew backward at high speed like a cannonball. Everyone in reality. In the scene, Kamba sprinted back, raising his fist in anger. UB asterisk 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 D. However, Son Goku only slightly turned sideways, and Kamba's fist grazed the edge of his clothes. A second later, Son Goku lifted his right leg and delivered a seemingly light kick. Kamba was struck by lightning. He flew backwards again, slamming heavily into the distant mountain wall. Son Goku was still speechless in the picture, just staring at the smoke below with extreme coldness, without even a trace of emotion in his eyes. Countless black and red gas bombs erupted once again from the smoke, and the layers of attack looked extremely dangerous. But Mr. Goku didn't even try to dodge in this state, and the energy bomb even emitted smoke when it hit him. But did it really hit? No. With a thud, Son Goku rushed over like thunder and stomped Kamba completely into the ground with one foot. Time Patrol Son Goku showed an expression of absolute astonishment for the first time. That Son Goku seemed to take the opportunity to glance at him, though. Wow, that's amazing. Shuenkong couldn't help but sigh in admiration. But then, looking into that gaze, he suddenly realized something. Now is the time. I'm going to use instant transmission. Several people below nodded in agreement at the same time. Vegeta and Sun's own look at each other. Their eyes were extremely complicated. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and put his hand on Shuenkong's shoulder. At the same time, it can no longer be called a battle. It's a complete crushing defeat. Kamba was like a ball, being hit by Son Goku and flying everywhere, unable to say a word or perform a single move. In reality, is it so miserable? Son Goku scratched his head repeatedly. Looking at his future self who had mastered Ultra Instinct to a higher level, he realized how powerful he would be at that time. Vegeta also stared at the light screen silently. What he wanted to say before. Actually, he completely agreed with what Whis and Beerus said. The real strength gap between them and Sun and himself was not that big, or in other words, the difference in the size of their aura was not that big. The big thing is that I am a different person, and my understanding of martial arts is very different. In the normal time and space, Kakarot's normal combat power and Super Blue combat power are actually not much different from now, but when he masters Ultra Instinct, the power he possesses cannot be defined by the amount of energy. Instead, if you use Ultra Instinct more skillfully, the power unleashed by that Kakarot will definitely be stronger. Whispering sound. Vegeta closed his eyes silently, feeling extremely complicated. But there is another point. Tokushin and Kakarot, besides having a deeper understanding of martial arts, are probably also more advanced in developing Super Saiyan 4 power. The current me and Kakarot are not necessarily stronger than them. No, we are definitely weaker. That's really annoying. Toki-shun took everyone away by teleporting, leaving only Son Goku, who was still slaughtering Kamba in the light curtain. After that, magma has appeared on the surface of the prison planet. It has been disturbed by Son Goku's energy and is about to explode. Son Goku saw this and didn't hesitate any longer. He kicked Kamba away with a whip kick, and his hands burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful Kamehameha. A blue light flashed across the screen. Even though Kamba could no longer accept the current situation, he knew that in front of the Ultraman Son Goku, he was no match for him. Kamba was undoubtedly seriously injured and unconscious, and Son Goku's explosive power even caused huge cracks to appear on the surface of the planet. He turned off Ultra Instinct and took a deep breath after returning to normal. When finally defeated Kamba, the evil Saiyan, the people in front of the light curtain also breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Jiren, who was still staring at Son Goku's figure in the light curtain, most people praised Son Goku's Ultra Instinct. Jiren, I'm fine. Jiren finally shook his head and closed his eyes again to prepare for meditation training. Saiyan, Son Goku snort. What a memorable opponent. Duh. Chapter 22. When all the viewers were relaxed, the light screen suddenly changed in a shocking way. Son Goku gasped for breath, thinking to himself, is this all over? But is it really over? He suddenly looked up at the sky. Several figures suddenly appeared on the surface of the broken closed space at the nearest planet. A terrible air also rushed towards me. The camera suddenly switched to 5 characters suddenly appear. The 4 didn't know each other, but the first one to hit, Son Goku, shouted out in surprise. Strategy, Zamasu, or the Zamasu who once fused with Black Goku, was wearing an eye patch at this moment, staring coldly at Son Goku below. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. After an unknown amount of time, the combined Zamasu raised a finger, and the seriously injured Kamba below floated up. Is this saving people? The 5 people disappeared in an instant, not even saying a word to Son Goku. What on earth just happened? Son Goku couldn't believe the result. He looked down at his feet and saw layers of cracks appearing on the ground. Oh no! Squeak! The perspective comes to the universe, and the prison star explodes instantly. Golden explosion flames appeared in the light curtain, and no one knew what would happen to Son Goku. Strategy? Countless people who knew Zamasu were murmuring this name at this moment. Vegeta's face was filled with irritation, and at this moment, he understood something. Damn Zamasu, he still exists in the future. Beerus seemed to realize something and was a little bit unbelieving. Hey Whis, what's up with that Zamasu? Son Goku also felt something, or rather, at the moment when the light curtain froze, he still remembered the energy he sensed in reality when the fused Zamasu appeared. Whis, that Zamasu is. Whis was investigating some truth with his scepter, and after a few seconds, his expression became extremely solemn. I just contacted the Supreme Kai of Time, as much as I hate to admit it. Whis looked at Vegeta, then at Son Goku. Goku-san, Vegeta-san, the Zamasu in the light curtain is indeed the one you defeated. In the future, he should be resurrected. What? Vegeta shouted angrily, punching the nearest stone. Son Goku also had a very serious expression. Beerus waved his hand impatiently. Why is this guy still haunting us? Is there no way to get rid of him once and for all? Whis shook his head and said seriously, we still don't know what will happen in the future. The Supreme Kai of Time can help us. This is also a request from the real-life Time Patrol Goku-san. I can't ask for more. So what's he going to do? Son Goku stood up and stretched his body, pacing back and forth. Sure, it really gives me a headache just thinking about it. He's going to be resurrected in the future in his combined form? What a troublesome guy. Humph. No matter if he's troublesome or not, Kakarot, we'll find him sooner or later. Vegeta crossed his arms, and his tone at this moment could only be described as quite annoyed. That guy was the murderer who killed Bulma from another time and space. Vegeta cared about everything he said about this, and even felt quite hostile towards him. The light screen suddenly froze on the scene of the prison planet exploding. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a line of large characters appeared in the center of the screen. The future of the prison planet arc has been revealed. Next, rewards will be given to those who perform exceptionally well in the light curtain. Those whose names are mentioned will have the opportunity to make a wish, and any wish will be granted. Desire. Those who are exposed still have the chance to make a wish. This light curtain is really not simple, but they also immediately realized to whom this wish belonged. That is, oh my Goku-san, it looks like you're the one. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled, his words full of playfulness, but he was quite sure of the answer. After all, in the entire so-called prison planet arc, the person who finally mastered Ultra Instinct and defeated the enemy was Son Goku. Me? Son Goku scratched his head, a very familiar goofy smile still on his face, but it only lasted for a few seconds before his expression suddenly became extremely serious, and he even glanced at Vegeta. He gave an inexplicable smile that made Vegeta's face change. Light curtain. Any wish can be granted, right? So for now, Son Goku fastened his martial arts uniform, took a deep breath, and his expression became even stranger. Vegeta suddenly became excited. Instead of questioning Son Goku, he turned around and looked at Beerus and the other man eagerly. Lord Beerus, Whis, wouldn't Zeno blame Kakarot for doing this? What do you mean? Beerus was still a little confused, but Whis smiled as if to say so. Don't worry, Master Zeno is Goku-san's friend, so, light curtain. Son Goku loudly stated a wish that shocked everyone. The entire universe could see the light curtain lock its lens on Son Goku. The other party neither intended to become stronger by making a wish, nor did he make any wish that would truly benefit him. It just said something unbelievable. The light screen seemed to freeze for a moment before a new line of words appeared. Excuse me, Mr. Goku, is this your wish? Certainly. Son Goku nodded seriously, and Vegeta clenched his fists. He looked at Son Goku's back deeply, and the emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated. Your wish has come true. At this moment, a parallel universe destroyed in the Zamasu incident, the people who died in the disaster, and in a new time and space. Future Big was staring at Uncle Goku's figure on the screen in shock. He stopped working and turned around to look at Xiao Wu, who was accompanying him. Xiao Wu, did I hear Uncle Goku's wish correctly? Shouldn't there be any? Xiao Wu couldn't believe it either. As for what happened, obviously, after Son Goku saw the resurrected Zamasu in the light curtain, a regret that once existed had to be changed. That is to say, the future desperate time and space destroyed by Xeno reappeared this time, and the dead people and Bulma were also resurrected. When they were surprised, Guangmu said something unimaginable. Son Goku-san, your wish has been granted. However, this wish is far too simple for this light curtain. So, considering the next exposure of the future, I will give you some information for free. Son Goku stared at the line of words, then looked at the new light screen that appeared next to the words. In there, the future time and space that was once destroyed by Xeno is recovering very quickly at this moment, and the dead people are also resurrected. Future Bulma looks at her hands in disbelief. She also looks around in surprise, but slowly finds that she can't see the existence of Tortoise, and future Bulma shows worry. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other and finally smiled in relief. As for the information provided by the light curtain, I think it only reveals the purpose of Fuyo in the next light curtain, which is nothing. So, Guangmu, go ahead and talk. I'm listening. A line of large characters appeared again, accompanied by a countdown. The purpose of Fuyu collecting energy is to revive the 5 Zamasu people you just saw. Their purpose is very clear, that is, to murder Xeno. Oh, murder Xeno, I thought. The person who said this was really slow to react. When he came to his senses, everyone around him was looking at him in horror. How dare you repeat this? Beerus and Whis were also stunned at this moment and didn't dare to speak for a long time. No. Every single person in the universe, even the Grand Priest himself, stared at the screen with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Kill who? Xeno. Duh. Chapter 23. This news is really too explosive. Xeno is located. Grand Priest, did I hear correctly? Xeno is essentially a child. His danger lies not only in his great strength, but more importantly, in his childish mentality that follows his will. No one knows whether he will do something unimaginable in the next second. Therefore, the Grand Priest's expression changed slightly, but he smiled gently as he looked at the god. Master Xeno, you must have heard correctly. This will indeed happen in the future. But, Xeno bit his finger, looking dazed. He thought for a long time. Isn't Goku fighting against these people? Why do they want to kill me? The two sentences were not even logical, but Grand Priest understood them. This was Xeno's unique, childish talk. I will answer your first question, Master Xeno. The Grand Priest slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on the countdown on the light curtain. Until now, not even Xeno could erase the existence of this thing, and coupled with the ability to fulfill all wishes just now, it is really worrying. But this is not the point to think about at the moment. He waved his hand, and the image in front of the light curtain was materialized. Master Xeno, Mr. Goku can no longer escape this battle. This matter will definitely be perfectly resolved in the future. So, isn't this an interesting matter? Interesting. Xeno's eyes slowly lit up, and he clapped his hands. Yes, interesting. That's really a very interesting thing. Grand Priest also smiled along with Xeno, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He attracted Xeno's attention with words. Then I will withdraw first. After all, the matter of the light curtain still needs to be discussed with the gods of each universe. Okay, bye, Grand Priest. After saying this, Grand Priest went out to summon the gods of destruction, Angel, and even Supreme Kai from across time and space. Time passed in a flash, and the 3-day countdown on the light curtain came to the last half-day. Earth. Kakarot, what on earth do you think Beerus and Whis were summoned by Master Xeno to do? Vegeta had been training very hard these past 2 days, but he was also very concerned about the murder of Xeno. One side of the body. Son Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped doing push-ups. Vegeta, how would I know such a thing? He scratched his head and looked out the window of the training room. The Z-Warriors were having a rare party together. But right now, we should be more concerned about our party, celebrating our victory in the light curtain, or maybe stopping training first. If you want to eat, just say so. Stop playing dumb in front of me, Kakarot. Hey. Son Goku scratched his head, a goofy look on his face. Vegeta snorted coldly, turned around, picked up his home clothes, and threw them to Son Goku. while he was also changing his clothes. During this journey, he kept thinking about what was happening in the light curtain. Kakarot had mastered the ultimate instinct, and in the future, he could easily defeat even a terrifying guy like Kamba. Could he do it if it were him? No, can't do it. There was a clear look of annoyance on Vegeta's face, which showed his serious dissatisfaction with himself. He couldn't fall behind. He absolutely couldn't be left behind by too big a gap in strength. Son Goku might have noticed it as the two walked side by side to the center of the party. But then again, Vegeta, it's unimaginable that Zamasu would dare to murder Zeno in the future. Speaking of this, Son Goku's expression became much more serious. He could not forget Beerus's frightened look 2 days ago, and Whis' expression kept changing. Vegeta's expression was also very serious. He couldn't help but say, "A fool like Zamasu, he has the guts to do that? Humph, stop joking." Vegeta had been thinking about this for a long time, and he had a very clear idea. In my opinion, Kakarot, Zamasu was definitely resurrected by the person who planned this. He just hated the opinions of the other gods and hated humans. Maybe he thought that destroying Zeno would change the world? He just cooperated with them. What a damn idiot. Son Goku nodded and smiled again. So even you, Vegeta, know that people like Zamasu are nothing to be afraid of. The key is those 4 guys who appeared from behind the light curtain. They are really troublesome. Trouble? Vegeta paused slightly, his tone filled with disdain. Humph, Kakarot, when did you become so timid? They are just a bunch of losers hiding in the dark. We will definitely deal with them when the time comes. Can it be handled? Son Goku smiled and scratched his head. Vegeta, you're right. However, the situation this time is different. Although Master Zeno is very powerful, his mind is as unpredictable as a child. What if Zamasu causes another universe to disappear in the future? What will we do then? Vegeta stopped in his tracks, obviously not having thought of this. He even glanced at Son Goku's back in surprise, thinking that Kakarot had already considered the worst possible scenario. Kakarot, you actually think so much about this? That's rare. Ha 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 ha. How many years have we known each other? Son Goku shrugged, a sly look in his eyes. Hee hee, don't underestimate me, Vegeta. Although I don't usually like to use my brain, but when it's time to be serious, I will still be serious. Vegeta hummed and said nothing more, but there was a hint of recognition in his eyes. I'm afraid all I can do next is continue to watch the light screen and get information about this terrifying incident. But before that, in the evening. Vegeta, do you think we in Time Patrol are really that strong? You want to fight them? Vegeta patted his stomach. It was a rare opportunity for him not to practice because the countdown was almost over. He thought for a long time and finally stood up and leaned against the tree trunk. Because of the light curtain problem, those 2 guys must be very busy right now. And because of the information about Zeno's murder, Lord Beerus and the others disappeared for 2 days. You are saying this now, Kakarot. Are you just trying to become a Super Saiyan 4? Trying out transformations in other time and space is actually definitely beneficial for developing Saiyans' power. When Son Goku heard the other party's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and an excited smile appeared on his face. Hee hee, you really do understand me, Vegeta? I've been wanting to see the power of Super Saiyan 4 for a long time. Me too. Vegeta nodded, expressing this readily, but now isn't the right time. Yesterday, you probably discovered a key problem? I saw you secretly trying it, Kakarot. Ah, that's true, Vegeta. Son Goku smiled, also sitting on the ground, looking at the half-moon in the sky. We are so stupid, we actually forgot that we need a tail to transform into a giant ape. TSK. It seems that after watching this revelation, we can only think of a way to make a wish with the Dragon Ball to grow a tail again. Humph. That's because you're stupid. Kakarot. Ha ha. When the light curtain lit up again, everyone, no matter what they were doing, ordinary people, warriors, and gods, looked up. In the picture, the universe conflict arc begins in the future. A new future? In the picture, the opening is a shocking news. Tokizuna teleported everyone to the 7th universe, while everyone was still worried about Goku on the prison planet. Goodbye. Tokiso might have known something. His expression became even more serious, but he couldn't help but say to normal Vegeta, I hope I'm safe here, Vegeta. Vegeta didn't look happy, but he knew that he was saved by his other self and Kakarot, so he owed them a favor. After saying this, Shuenkong and Bei teleported away, and no one knew where they were going. Vegeta stared at the place where they left for a long time, and finally grinned. Tisk. Ultimately, it's still a matter of dignity. I'm not as good as Kakarot, nor as good as Shursun's self, right? But at the same time, the Supreme Kai from the 6th universe suddenly appeared before my eyes. He crossed the universe to come here. Something big must have happened. Who are you? Emergency! Emergency! The sixth universe Supreme Kai, at this moment, ran over in fear, breathing heavily, while everyone was waiting for his next words. The Supreme Kai of the sixth universe. Vegeta couldn't stand it any longer. He had just been through the prison planet. What the hell happened? Hurry up and tell me. Supreme Kai kept panting, and when Vegeta was about to lose control, he quickly covered his stomach and yelled. An unidentified enemy is attacking the sixth universe. We are engaging them. Whis' expression changed, and Vegeta quickly took a step forward. What's going on? What about the gods of destruction? The sixth universe Supreme Kai had an annoyed look on his face at this moment, and it was unclear whether it was directed at Kampa or Master Zeno. Lord Gods of Destruction, he and all the other gods of destruction have been called away by Lord Zeno. We can't contact them at all. Vegeta couldn't stand the noise at all, and even scolded Supreme Kai and lifted him up high by grabbing his collar. You? What are you going to do to me, the Supreme Kai? I'll take care of those guys. Vegeta threw him away, his tone filled with unspeakable fury. I'm so P**************** D off, I don't know where to vent it. Chapter 24. At the same time, the warriors of the sixth universe are facing a truly invincible enemy. The light screen showed the battle scene between these people and the enemy. The enemies they faced turned out to be the same 5 that Son Goku had seen. Unable to wait for Vegeta's support, even Hit and the Saiyan sisters were defeated at this moment. A man with an extremely interesting appearance, he knocked Hit away with ease, turned around, and said with a smile, "Not bad, I like strong people. Sis, how are you doing?" Kale, the sixth universe warrior, who was once familiar to Goku and the others, was kicked away by this female enemy. Bang! It was really just a kick. The force was quite terrifying, and the key wave made Kale, who had transformed into an angry Super Saiyan, spit out blood. How weak! Not even enough to kill time. Kale! Caulifla screamed in fear, but the female enemy turned to look at her. What about you? So what? Cole. Caulifla fought with him, but she was completely at a disadvantage. The other side. Hit used his special ability to dodge, clearly enveloping the opponent in a barrier. Even though time jumped by 0.5 seconds, the opponent was still able to dodge it? What? The female enemy's younger brother suddenly appeared behind Hit. He grabbed Hit's neck, causing him to breathe heavily and sweat profusely. Time stopped, right? It won't work on me. I've already output your information into my head. Hit's expression changed when he heard this, and the next moment he suddenly elbowed the person behind him in the abdomen. In reality, well done, Hit. But I still can't beat you, Vegeta. Don't talk nonsense, I can see it. Vegeta's expression changed a little. The light curtain was very effective. Now he could know the enemy's intelligence in advance. And, in the picture, Hit threw an elbow, but the opponent acted completely surprised. As he was spitting out acid, Hit grabbed his head with his backhand and threw him away with a sideways swing. Huh! The huge purple energy wave in his hand rushed forward in an instant. The opponent forcibly controlled his body in the air and at this moment also bounced off the pursuing attack. Well, I'm quite good at it. The war broke out again. Even from this moment on, the warriors of the sixth universe worked together and even managed to injure the brother and sister enemies. But just 1 second later, a strange light appeared on the surface of their bodies, and they were surprisingly intact. Can it regenerate? While they were fighting hard, the other side suddenly launched a more violent attack. Resist, I can't resist anymore. Squeak. Hit realized something at a certain moment. He pointed at the two and said to the others, "They are not serious at all. They are enjoying the battle." What? Yes, just enjoying the battle. When the brother and sister stood side by side in the air, they both emitted a huge light at the same time, and the powerful air ball rushed straight down. Critical moment. With a loud bang, the gas bomb actually exploded in midair. Hit and the other sixth universe warriors turned their heads and saw 2 familiar figures appear. Vegeta, future Trunks. Hit was still shocked and said, "From the 7th universe?" Gabe also stood up, covering his wound, and looked at Vegeta in surprise at this moment. "Master." The screen suddenly showed a close-up of Vegeta who had wiped out the opponent's energy bullet. He looked at Gabe unhappily. "Hey, that's so embarrassing, Gabe." Gabe's excited heart returned to normal in an instant, and he lowered his head in extreme shame. "Yes, then who is this person?" "My son." Vegeta said the perfectly normal answer while looking up at the sibling duo. The two of them didn't show any excessive emotion at all, and even said excitedly, "Someone's coming again, sister. Hopefully it'll help me pass the time." In reality, a heated discussion broke out in the 6th universe. Damn it. We warriors from the 6th universe still need help from people from the 7th universe. Caulifla's face was full of unhappiness, and she was even mumbling something back and forth at this time. Are she and others really not as good as warriors like Son Goku? Sister, Kale wanted to say something, but Caulifla suddenly waved her hand. No, we need to increase the intensity of our training. We are the #1 Saiyan in the universe. But sister, Kyra was a little timid, so she wanted to say something carefully. Caulifla fiercely questioned her. Do you have any confidence, Kale? Yes, right. Oh, the other side. Hit stared at the light screen quietly and felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Vegeta's rescue. But he could see clearly that if the future was like this, there was nothing that could be done about it. Back to the light curtain. Vegeta and Daima transform into Super Saiyans at the same time, and they also take up combat stances with great seriousness. We'll be your opponents. At the same time, the mastermind behind the murder of Zeno, who was once mentioned in the light curtain, suddenly appeared in the light curtain at this moment. He was quietly watching a scene of invading the 6th universe. I was originally planning to put the 7th universe behind. In the darkness, the resurrected combined Zamasu walked out. These guys. He also looked into the screen, mainly at Vegeta, his eyes filled with annoyance. Humph. The man behind the scenes noticed something and smiled as he looked at Zamasu's profile. Oh, I see. You know them, right? He shook his head. Now is not the time to let Zamasu out. But now is not the time. The combined Zamasu seemed to be possessed by a demon, still staring at Vegeta in the picture. Damn humans. Well, don't worry. I'll let you meet before I kill Zeno. At this point, the light curtain returned to the battlefield at that time. But in reality, no, is this guy so brave? Yes, you actually want to kill Master Zeno. Is he crazy? Who is Zamasu? I've never heard of him. I don't know, but it's definitely not simple. Putting aside those who don't know who Zamasu is, those who know Zamasu and know what a powerful god Zeno is. At this moment, their faces changed drastically. There really are crazy people in this world who don't care about their lives. How dare they do something like killing Zeno? Inside the Zeno temple, the 12 gods of destruction all looked down at the ground. No one dared to look up. Zeno was not present yet, as the meeting was being chaired by the Grand Priest. He smiled slightly and raised his hand to point at the light curtain. I've made it very clear to you, right? You must investigate exactly which universe this guy above is from. Grand Priest had his hands behind his back, and there was a coldness in his eyes. If the investigation doesn't reveal anything, I don't know what Master Zeno will do. Do you understand? Yes. All the gods of destruction nodded quickly, thinking that this was too troublesome. How could there be such a lunatic in this world? It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, they really didn't know how he wanted to kill Zeno. It was simply impossible to achieve. Looking at the light curtain again. With the addition of Vegeta and Daima, even the enemies can't help but sigh that things are finally getting interesting. They couldn't help but say, Sister, is it time to get serious? That's what I thought, O Lion. At this point, another piece of information was received, and the light curtain was also introduced at this time. The female enemy is named Carmine, and the male enemy is Orin. In fact, both of them are artificial life forms created by the Zilv people in the 6th universe. Unfortunately, they were abandoned by the Zilv people themselves in the end. They resent the 6th universe's creators. Zerv Starman. This name seemed to bring back bad memories for Vegeta, and he fixed his eyes on the line of large characters on the screen. Son Goku was a little confused. He touched his nose and said, Vegeta, what happened to the Zilv star? Vegeta shook his head again, unable to help but say, No, it's nothing. Well, one more thing. Zeno here. The Grand Priest's gaze suddenly locked onto the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, and Kampa even began to shiver. Kampa, what do you think? What do you think? What the hell? Someone showed up in my universe to murder Master Zeno. What can I do about it? Grand Priest. I think I can explain. Beerus was also sweating profusely. After all, Kampa was his own brother. What on earth was going on? And what could you, an idiot, explain? At the same time, Son Goku couldn't help but say, I didn't expect the Zilv people from the 6th universe to be so powerful. Isn't that similar to the creation of androids? If the Tournament of Power had this brother and sister as their contestants, it would be a more exciting battle. Vegeta was speechless, even though he knew that this was Kakarot's unconscious sentiment. But look at how strong this pair of siblings are. Even the warriors of the 6th universe combined couldn't beat them. Of course, the Zelfs in the 6th universe have such advanced technology. The Zilv people in his memory weren't very strong, right? Or are the Zilv people from the 7th universe very weak? However, I have the impression that the planet Zilv did possess a technological level that was far ahead of its time, but fortunately, it was destroyed. Chapter 25. However, Son Goku also knew that even with the addition of this brother and sister to the Tournament of Power, the original result would never change. Let's continue watching the light screen for the time being. In the picture, Vegeta asked them what their intentions were, but the siblings avoided answering. Trunks, don't let your guard down. Vegeta maintained his Super Saiyan form and eagerly reminded his son that he was extremely worried that something might happen to Trunks. Date also raised his sword and responded seriously at this moment. Yes, father. But in reality, Son Goku scratched his head and couldn't help but look at Vegeta. I say, why weren't you in Super Saiyan Blue at that time? Vegeta closed his eyes and chose silence. Who knows what he was thinking at that time? Maybe. No. A light bulb went off in his head. The battle in the light curtain continued, but he glanced at Kakaroto's profile secretly. Really? Back then, I probably wanted to learn from your caution, didn't I? Or should we cherish every battle with a strong enemy, as it is an opportunity to improve our understanding of martial arts? Or perhaps, he simply wanted to use Super Saiyan to gather information about his opponent and then decide what to do next. Kakaroto, you really are. Son Goku was never really an idiot. Vegeta sighed in a rare moment. Vegeta, you've been acting weird since just now. Shut up. Mind your business, Kakaroto. Really? Before the battle even started, the brother and sister duo did something unbelievable. Sister, can I use a woman? Orion looked at Kaier below, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, that's what I thought. As the elder sister, Carmine also smiled at this moment. The situation in the battle took a sudden turn. They actually suddenly turned their bodies into tiny particles, extremely small things. At a speed that even Vegeta couldn't stop them, they rushed towards the Kaier's siblings and entered their bodies through their wounds. Next moment, the two warriors from the 6th universe began to gather large amounts of chi in their bodies, and their appearance also underwent earth-shaking changes. Their hair, faces, unexpectedly had similar colors and stripes to those of the Olion siblings. Their bodies. It's ours. With a loud bang, an extremely terrifying aura erupted within the light curtain, and everyone watching outside could feel it. But, hey, is this a way to control other people's bodies? The Zilv people are too despicable. I'm just disgusted by the way they look. Oh my god, this is really frustrating. At the same time, sister, this is... Cowardly Kaier couldn't help but pat her sister in front of her. This time, Caulifla was not as arrogant as usual. Instead, she seemed to have been incredibly frightened and retreated repeatedly. Hello. Hit called out helplessly, but Caulifla seemed to be in a daze. The battle continues on the screen. But at some point the girl, that's so despicable. In the light curtain, while everyone was still confused, Kaier, controlled by Orin, suddenly sprinted forward. Destruction impact. He controlled Kaier's body, and at this moment, with extremely fast movements, mixed with the breath of destruction, he directly knocked Gabe away. And you, Caulifla, controlled by Carmine, ran to Hit's front at this moment and then exploded strangely. It was also seriously injured. Squeak. Vegeta understood something in an instant. These two people really had no sense of morality. Not only did they control the bodies of their own warriors, but they also attacked the innocent Gabe and the other two at the first opportunity. Is he so afraid of being attacked? Or is it out of pure malice in his heart? Vegeta suddenly charged forward, and a fierce battle ensued between him and Oran's Kale. The same is true for Dat. The battle in the light curtain became more and more intense, and Vegeta and Kale, controlled by Orin, had a fierce confrontation. The two men's fists collided in the air, causing a deafening roar. Although Date was even more angry, he still remained calm. He knew that the strength of his opponent should not be underestimated, but he was controlling the bodies of the warriors on his side. This was absolutely unforgivable. As the battle lasted longer, Dat and Caulifla, controlled by Carmine, also fell into a tough fight. The opponent was already very strong physically, and after being controlled by the enemy Carmine, his energy actually increased exponentially. Father, what should we do now? Dato couldn't help but ask Vegeta, because his problem was obvious. He didn't dare to kill him and really give it his all. Vegeta also snorted in reality, but he knew Dato well, so he didn't say anything. Son Goku's eyes followed the figures of the people in the light curtain, and his brows were furrowed. This isn't going to work, Vegeta. What will you decide? How should I know? In the light curtain. Don't worry about that. Just beat them down. Vegeta only gave this answer, as he was also busy dealing with the enemy. The opponent controlled Kaier to attack continuously. While Vegeta was dodging, he punched Kaier directly in the abdomen. Puff! The opponent was knocked back a long distance. Date also achieved this step. At this moment, the siblings shamelessly said. This body is really useful. It's Saiyan after all, sister. Vegeta also tissed, now standing straight and observing them, and couldn't help but sigh. What a tricky ability. But at this moment, the other party stopped and started talking about his past. The passage was, they were created by the Zelf people from the 6th universe, and had many combat programs implanted in their bodies. But these creators were afraid of the strength of the siblings, and destroyed them excessively after creation. Unforgivable. Vegeta took advantage of them saying this word, and instantly shot out a key bullet. The other siblings raised their hands and flew away. At the same time, Hit actually stood up to help, but the other party's speed was simply indescribable and so fast that it was puzzling. Dad, Trunks realized something, and he and Vegeta exchanged glances. Simultaneously, he and Hitler grabbed an enemy. Now, Vegeta didn't understand yet, but after looking up at their fight, his expression suddenly changed. His arms suddenly spread out, and then his body burst out with tremendous energy, as if he was gathering some powerful moves. In the earth, Son Gohan finished his research and just happened to fly over to Goku and the others at this time. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. He greeted him and then looked up at the light screen. The next moment, he looked at the light screen and actually guessed Uncle Vegeta's thoughts. Could this action be the final flash? I've seen you use it, Uncle Vegeta. Whispering sound. Vegeta did not respond, and he did not even treat Son Gohan as kindly as he treated Son Goku. He chose to remain silent. It should be said that Vegeta really couldn't understand one thing. The light curtain had already warned of the future crisis, but Son Gohan, that idiot, was still studying his academic stuff. Son Goku pushed Vegeta helplessly, but he didn't treat his son coldly. Yeah, Gohan, it looks like that's the move, but Vegeta rarely uses it. Yes, but... Son Gohan's expression changed. He remembered the scene when his father fought against his uncle when he was a child. If you want to hit it, don't you have to hit and Trunks as well? Vegeta also suddenly realized this, looking at the light curtain again. Now, Daddy, Trunks suddenly stepped forward and hugged the controlled Kale. Hit also made the same move without hesitation. Vegeta immediately merged his arms together. A powerful energy reaction appeared in his palms, and the next moment he flew out. An unfortunate scene also occurred. The enemy actually turned into particles and left the controlled body in advance, and this move undoubtedly hit one of his own people. Vegeta was already stunned. Son Goku in reality also fell silent. Chapter 26. However, even if Vegeta's move hit one of his own people, it is undeniable that it just relieved the Saiyan sisters from the predicament of being controlled. Everyone also rested for a while. Hole. Caulifla pounded the ground, looking extremely embarrassed at this moment. Are you okay? Are you okay too? Dat and Hit confirmed with each other that everything was fine, and the next moment, everyone faced the two enemies again. The battle broke out suddenly. Vegeta fought to the end, and the roar continued. Date and his team had clearly seized the opportunity to win, but the situation was reversed at the critical moment. In the light curtain, an invisible and terrifying gravity descended from the sky. Vegeta and the others had not expected this change at all. The next second, they all fell to the ground violently. There were even cracks on the ground caused by gravity. What's going on? Son Goku was even more nervous at this moment. The turn of events in the light curtain was too sudden. Vegeta saw something and pointed at the light curtain. Kakarot, look at that guy. Son Goku and Gohan looked at each other, then looked up, their pupils suddenly shrinking. The man who was hiding in the dark and chatting with the combined Zamasu. He appeared in the air. A huge eye, like a rift in space and time, and a man appeared at the top. The kinetic energy of gravity was concentrated in his hands, and he looked extremely dangerous. Everyone was pressed down by gravity and unable to move. The man looked down at them with a hint of amusement in his eyes. The power of the universe seed is full. Hey, Vegeta was the most angry now. He stood on the ground and glared at the other person fiercely. Who the hell are you? You be ************* D. The man seemed to find the question interesting. He took a deep breath and stated his ultimate dream without hesitation. I'm the one who's going to defeat Zeno. Hertz, use this universe seed. He stomped on the mysterious object beneath his feet, his smile growing even more sinister. Kill Zeno, Supreme Kai, and the gods of destruction. Idiot. Vegeta actually managed to stand up despite the immense gravity. Even though his movements were extremely slow, his eyes were filled with unyielding rage. You can't do this. The man smiled and pointed his hands at Vegeta, as if to increase the gravity. But before that, it's because of me that I can do this. Then, the suppression of gravity was lifted. He spread his hands, not caring about the angry looks from Vegeta, Dato, and the others, as if he was just stating a perfectly normal fact. Then, humanity will gain true freedom. Isn't that wonderful? In reality, Beerus was at Zeno's place, and he was completely stunned by what he heard. Human freedom? Kappa also realized something and pointed at Beerus. Does all this have anything to do with you, Beerus? What did you say? Beerus immediately started arguing with him. He thought Kappa was crazy, but he never thought he would talk so much nonsense. Whis shook his head and turned to his sister Vados. It seems that Master Kappa is still unhappy with Master Beerus. Angel Vados also smiled with his hands covering his mouth, his eyes fixed on the two brothers who were playing. It seems so. The relationship between them brothers is still very good. He paused and looked at the Grand Priest again. But, Grand Priest, Master Beerus must have discovered something, right? The Grand Priest glanced over and saw the two famous gods of destruction from their respective universes quickly separate, pretending not to know each other. Only, Grand Priest. Beerus looked at him respectfully and briefly stated his opinion at this moment. I don't understand what's going on. I just thought that this guy should be one of my lovers, humans. Beerus clenched his chin and took a deep breath. And he can cooperate with Zamasu, who is the most hated god of humanity. I guess they are just using each other, right? It seemed that in response to Beerus' words, there were new changes in the light curtain. Vegeta immediately stood up, clenching his fists and yelling. What the hell are you talking about, freedom? You're being inconsistent. The man spread his arms. I want contradictions. A huge cube like a Rubik's Cube appeared in the sky, and the man even made it bigger than the planet under his feet. Slowly, suddenly accelerate. The cube flew out of the universe, left the current planet, and then in an instant, it crashed into a planet. What a dazzling explosion of fireworks. The planet disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Vegeta and the people around him exchanged glances, and all stared in the direction of universe in astonishment. The exploding planet is not scary. What is scary is that the opponent's move is like the destructive power of the gods of destruction. Nothing is left of the destroyed planet. Cubes appear again. This time several cubes appear simultaneously above Vegeta and the others' heads. Everyone looked up in fear, clenching their fists. It's dangerous, really dangerous. The siblings of the Zelfstar artificial creatures started arguing with the man named Hertz at this moment. It seems that they think these people should be killed by themselves. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Man. Very strong? So you find it interesting? He actually lowered his hands, a gentle smile on his face. Okay then. It was you who asked, after all. The block disappeared. Hello. The real Vegeta smashed a rock with one punch. He was so angry. Kakarot, that guy doesn't take me and the guys from Universe 6 seriously at all. What's the point? Son Goku remained silent. He just stared at the light screen more intently. But the body was shaking, and so were the fingertips. Dad, Son Gohan saw something and was a little worried at first. Then he realized something and looked at Uncle Vegeta, who had just shouted. The other party is actually the same? He put himself in their perspective. Really? Dad and Uncle Vegeta are actually very excited, right? Gohan also looked up at the light screen. He could also feel the extreme excitement brought to him by the Saiyan bloodline. Son Gohan shook his head and even sighed. I'll leave this dangerous matter to Dad and the others. Even after experiencing the tournament of power, Son Gohan is still a little decadent, or still not interested in martial arts. Unless he encounters something major that completely changes his mind. This warrior is really disappointing. The war is about to break out. But the man didn't care about the situation in the 6th universe. A familiar guy also appeared behind him, the resurrected combined Zamasu. Alright, let's go to the next universe. Hertz smiled, feeling Zamasu's presence behind him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Zamasu, come along too. Witness our dream. Zamasu couldn't help but remind him. Okay, but first of all, the camera had a close-up, and Zamasu must have been very concerned about his previous failure, as well as Vegeta and Taito who were fighting hard below. But a voice filled with disgust and anger rang out. You are not allowed to order me around. Human. What on earth is Zamasu thinking? No one knows. Chapter 27. Ignoring the anger of the crowd below towards Zamasu, the camera suddenly turned. During this time, this man also said, the strongest person in the universe I want is Jiren from the 11th universe. The real Jiren opened his eyes instantly. He locked his eyes on Hertz's face that flashed across the screen. Jiren. The Pride team members around them were in turmoil. The guy in the light curtain was already crazy enough to want to kill Zeno, and now he even included Jiren in his plans. He could be considered a man who had surpassed the gods of destruction. Are you okay? It's okay. Jiren shook his head slightly, but he was actually a little curious. I want to see what they want to do to me. The light curtain also began to change, and when the picture appeared again, in the 11th universe, Kamba actually fought with Jiren. Everyone in the universe was stunned. No way. Kamba recovered quite quickly, but is it okay to challenge Jiren right away? An even more terrifying scene suddenly appeared. Zeno's place. Son Goku, who had changed into the same clothes as the Grand Priest, looked up at the approaching Grand Priest. Are you ready? The Grand Priest smiled strangely and looked into Goku's eyes. Mr. Goku? Son Goku nodded fiercely, moving his body. Okay, anytime. In reality, Son Goku was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, and Son Gohan even held his head in his hands. Vegeta fell into a strange silence. At the same time, the gods of destruction from the 12 universes were also staring blankly at the scene on the light screen at this moment, and at the same time, with great tacit understanding, they looked at the Grand Priest who was standing in the front with his hands behind his back. Grand Priest. What the hell is going on? Beerus almost jumped up with excitement. Are you kidding me? Son Goku. That is the Saiyan who has been educated and trained by me. Son Goku. What did he see? I saw Son Goku wearing Grand Priest clothes. Even though the word God was changed to Satoru, that clothes is not something that ordinary people can wear. Grand Priest, what on earth is this? Beerus was unusually calm, and now he was nervously waiting for the other party's answer. I hope it won't cause him to suffer a cardiac arrest. Grand Priest's expression remained unchanged, and he seemed to think for a while. I think. Maybe I'm just taking care of Son Goku-san? Huh. All the gods were stunned. In the light curtain, this shot flashes by. The key is the next shot. Trunks looked at his father, Vegeta, beside him in horror. Was Vegeta's body controlled by Orin? Dad! A swift shockwave was launched by Orin Vegeta, and Trunks was unable to react in time and was directly knocked away. The camera started switching again. On the battlefield of Universe 11, the battle between Kamba and Jiren entered a fierce stage. Kamba's whole body was wrapped in evil energy, and scarlet energy raged around him like a violent beast. His fists carried devastating power, continuously striking Jiren. The opponent caught them with ease and fought against Kamba with even greater speed. Until one moment, Jiren's expression remained unchanged, but the power of his fist increased several times. He charged straight ahead and accurately hit Kamba's face. The black and red aura that erupted from his body instantly vanished. Cut. Jiren couldn't help but hum in reality. He thought it would be very strong, but it turned out to be just this level. But the light curtain changed very quickly. The two men kept exchanging punches. Jiren was like a martial arts master. It seemed as if he had already seen through Kamba's movements. He responded with extremely concise and efficient counterattacks. At the same time, Jiren's dodging was just right. But at some point, when the camera zoomed up, it turned out that all the warriors from the entire 11th universe were knocked down. Only Jiren remained standing, even catching Kamba's fists with his bare hands. The two of them engaged in a frantic battle of strength. It seems you're my equal, but you can't defeat me. Kamba said this with a sneer, but Jiren didn't bother to pay attention to him. But the next moment, a huge energy rose from Kamba's body. In the light curtain, Kamba's roar shook the entire universe. His aura suddenly surged, and evil energy gushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. Jiren's expression definitely changed. He should have realized that his opponent, who hadn't turned into a Super Saiyan, was just like Son Goku, still hiding his strength. Jiren kicked Kamba in the face, sending him back several meters. The chi flame on the opponent's body was hit, and countless small chi bombs flew out. Jiren crossed his arms and tried his best to resist and defend. When the fight was still evenly matched, something unexpected happened. A terrifying gravity suddenly appeared, and Jiren fell to the ground in an instant. Damn it! Vermont, the gods of destruction from Universe 11, was annoyed. What the hell was Hertz doing? Actually launching a sneak attack. That's the strongest warrior in our universe. He was jumping up and down angrily, and one sentence really annoyed Beerus. There's no one in this world stronger than Jiren from our universe. Damn Hertz. Damn Saiyan from the 7th universe. A sneak attack, a sneak attack. Hey! Beerus roared, looking at him angrily at this moment. If they want a sneak attack, then so be it. Don't say that the strongest in the universe is Jiren. It's obviously Son Goku from our universe. And what does Kamba being a Saiyan have to do with our 7th universe? What do you care about me? Try saying that again. A terrifying purple aura emerged from Beerus's body, and Vermont couldn't help but take a few steps back. Quiet. The Grand Priest spoke. And then, it was really quiet. Hertz controlled the gravity that was pressing Jiren to the ground with one hand, and he also smiled brightly. That's great, Jiren. A familiar figure appeared behind Hertz. Vegeta controlled by Orin? Everyone in the real 6th universe was panicked. Vegeta himself exploded with rage. Calm down, Vegeta. Son Goku quickly pulled Vegeta, but the other party didn't appreciate it at all. Vegeta pushed Son Goku away with all his strength, pointing one hand directly at the light curtain. Calm down. He raised his fist to his chest, his tone filled with intense anger. How do you expect me to calm down? What happened after I was controlled? Looking at himself being controlled in the light curtain, a more terrifying guess emerged. Did the 6th universe fall to Hertz's warriors? Kakarot, what's going on? A possibility that made Vegeta even more panicked also emerged in his mind. No. Where's Trunks, who was next to me at the time? Did he die? Vegeta. Son Goku wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He just stared at the light screen with a frown. Damn it. What about the other self wearing Grand Priest clothes? Everything was going well during the prison planet period, but now it suddenly feels like the sky is falling. Chapter 28. However, when the camera locked on Jiren, who was slowly standing up, although his expression changed, he still looked calm. As soon as Vegeta, controlled by Orin, landed, the two of them took off into the air at the same time, and their figures suddenly disappeared from the spot. The battle between the two has just begun. Kamba suddenly became dissatisfied. He raised his head and roared angrily. Hertz, that guy is my prey. Hertz folded his arms and watched the incessant fighting in the distance with great interest. Humph. He ignored Kamba's complaints and simply smiled and said, This is enough. Kamba, you should go to the 3rd universe. With a snap of his fingers, Kamba disappeared instantly. On Jiren's side, he and Vegeta's body controlled by Orin started a fierce battle in the air. The two figures crossed in the sky like lightning. Every collision stirred up a strong air wave, shaking the surrounding air. At some point, Jiren accelerated suddenly, appeared behind Vegeta in an instant, and punched Vegeta in the back with a heavy punch. The opponent seemed to react as well, but his movements were a little slow. Even though he dodged by spinning rapidly in the air, a scratch appeared on his cheek, and he was forced back by the powerful air wave. This battle simply developed until Kamen and the combined Zamasu joined in, and the three of them simultaneously fought against Jiren in Universe 11. Seeing this, the realistic Jiren sneered repeatedly. He looked at Orin, Vegeta, Kamen, and Zamasu, who seemed to hate humans in the light screen. Humph, a bunch of trash. It was obvious to the naked eye that his level was not even as good as Kamba's. It took 3 people to tie with him, and this was because he did not exert his full strength. Jiren folded his arms and stared calmly at the battle scene on the screen, his emotions surprisingly not changing at all. Kamen, Zamasu, and that controlled 7th universe Saiyan. Jiren whispered, Their strength, though not enough to let me go all out. He paused, a sharp gleam in his eyes. However, I seem to have been a little careless in the light curtain. Jiren's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Facing an opponent of this level, there is no need to waste so much time. A truly strong person will not give his opponent any chance. As if Jiren's words were fulfilled, he punched Orin, who was controlling Vegeta's body, away with a powerful punch. He snorted coldly and turned around to deliver a spinning kick. Carmine was completely unable to resist and screamed in pain. On the field, the only one left at this moment was the resurrected Zamasu, who had merged. He could fight against Jiren for a while, but Jiren suddenly threw a fierce punch mixed with a strong wind. Zamasu's brows tightened, and not only was his hair blown away, but the long-lost Super Saiyan Taito also attacked from above him. The combined Zamasu raised his head nervously and quickly moved to dodge, but his hair was cut off in midair. Damn mortal, how dare you touch a god with your dirty hands? Not long after, when the combined Zamasu reappeared, he was yelling with an expression of extreme disgust on his face. At the same time, the angry Olion kicked Date away, who was in the way, and chased after him to grab his head. Although Jiren watched from the sidelines, he was well aware that warriors from the 7th universe wouldn't appear in his own universe for no reason. Olion raised his hand with a smile, and held Date's head tightly with his right hand. At the same time, he stepped on his back with one foot, making it into a bow shape and making Date scream in pain. In reality, Kakarot, you haven't arrived yet. Vegeta actually slowly calmed himself down, and at the same time questioned Son Goku loudly and speechlessly. Son Goku could only scratch his head, but couldn't help but say, Did you guess what happened next? Vegeta, cut the crap out of me. Jiren isn't in a hurry. So how do you think this is going to turn out? With a loud bang, just as Vegeta had predicted, a dazzling silver-white beam of light descended from the sky, and everyone in the light curtain turned around to look. A familiar figure, a familiar voice. No, an unfamiliar figure. Let's look at reality. Vegeta opened his mouth wide, and Son Goku kept touching his nose. What an unimaginable scene. The Grand Priest also smiled in front of the gods, and seemed a little bit unable to believe the scene on the light screen. Is it me who brought him to support him then? He pinched his chin and thought about it. Perhaps. Master Zeno allowed it. In the light curtain, the Grand Priest stands in the back with his hands behind his back. In the front, Son Goku, wearing the Grand Priest's attire, looks at all the enemies with a smile. Jiren in the light curtain was the only one whose expression changed at this moment. He took a step forward and shouted the name in surprise. Grandson Goku. Yes, it's Son Goku from the 7th universe. At this moment, the fused Zamasu couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared in horror at the man behind Son Goku, and after his sight returned, he saw the clothes Son Goku was wearing. The next moment, Son Goku said nothing, but instantly appeared before Vegeta, who was controlled by Orin. It was difficult to see his movements, but Goku was already in his princess-like embrace. The Grand Priest seemed surprised, and at this moment he looked at Goku in the distance seriously. Oh, the camera gave a close-up, and it seemed that Son Goku had just used Ultra Instinct directly. No, it should be said that he used the power of Ultra Instinct, Terra very skillfully. Carmine looked at the figure in horror. She was also extremely worried about her brother who had been knocked away. But the so-called battle meant nothing to Grand Priest. He just raised his hand with a smile. Well then, Mr. Goku, please do as you please from now on. At the same time, the Grand Priest in reality couldn't help but say, this level of skill? Well, Mr. Goku has already been taught by me. Your advice? Beerus looked at the Grand Priest in shock, then at Son Goku in the light curtain. Hey, this guy Goku, will he become even stronger in the future? And that outfit definitely has some meaning, right? Well, Master Beerus, don't be nervous. Whis placed a hand silently on Beerus' shoulder, and the gods of destruction of the 7th universe calmed down. At the same time, Vermut from the 11th universe no longer dared to say anything, and even looked respectfully at the Grand Priest who had disappeared in the light curtain, and also looked at the figure of Grand Priest Son Goku with an embarrassed expression. Is this the power of God? Hertz seemed to have noticed something, but he remained calm. Only Zamasu couldn't help but rush forward. But halfway, Jiren suddenly appeared in front of him, caught his fist with one hand, and rushed forward with his right hand. Zamasu was sent flying backwards in such a mess. Orin stood up angrily, staring at Son Goku, and saying, "Who the hell are you?" This is really infuriating. Then, rushed forward again, but it still seemed as if he couldn't see anything clearly. Son Goku just raised his left hand slightly and flew back again. See, Grand Priest Son Goku, without even glancing at the other's miserable state, simply put down the big one silently, without saying a single word. Then, Son Goku appears before Orin, who is about to stand up and fight back, and punches him in the stomach. This supposedly manipulative Zilv alien is instantly ejected from Vegeta's body. Another moment. Son Goku turned slightly, raised his right hand, and fired a golden energy bullet that instantly hit Kamen who was attacking him. The woman flew backwards from the huge smoke at a speed even faster than when she came. His sight instantly locked onto Hertz in the sky. Chapter 29. Vegeta wants to learn the power of destruction and chase Goku. At a speed that made Hertz's eyes widen, Grand Priest Son Goku appeared right in front of him in an instant. You are Hertz, right? Hertz was silent at first, then sneered. I smell danger from you. As soon as he finished speaking, Son Goku's pupils moved and his figure suddenly disappeared. 2 gas bombs hit his original position at the same time, and he appeared in the air in a huge smoke. When the smoke clears, it turned out to be a sneak attack by the Carmine siblings. They turned around at the same time and looked up in shock. Where did Son Goku appear? What is it? When? Next shot. Son Goku kicks Carmine in the stomach and punches Orin, who's about to attack him. The 3 of them begin fighting, but it seems more like he's just sparring with Son Goku. Warming up? Vegeta in the light curtain covered his arms in the distance, staring into the distance with gritted teeth. Whispering sound. Date hurried over and began to observe his father's body anxiously, with the worry in his eyes that could not be dispelled at all. Father, are you okay? Vegeta looked at him, shook his head and said, It's okay. At the same time, Jiren suddenly fired an energy bomb, and Zamasu, who had been under his feet, was blown to pieces. Is it over? Date smiled excitedly. Jiren is still so powerful. Vegeta looked at his son speechlessly, then said directly, What are you thinking, Trunks? The lens captures everything. As expected, The combined Zamasu was safe and sound, or rather, he stood up again with his former immortal body. Are you surprised? I'm immortal. Jiren's expression remained unchanged. He was more concerned about the situation in the distance. Son Goku defeated the Orin siblings without a doubt, but even he didn't expect that the two could actually fuse. A monster with extremely powerful energy in its body appeared at this moment. Only, Son Goku stared at his hand. He could have easily defeated the opponent, but he was still able to withstand his attack. The combined Carmine brother and sister monsters were still laughing, as if mocking Son Goku for being nothing special, but Hertz couldn't help but take action. He waved his hand, and a huge crystal-like object appeared in midair. It was the new enemy, Lagus, that Carmine mentioned, or rather, the enemy was the guy wrapped in this huge crystal. Hertz raised his right hand and used a powerful gravity to push the crystal where Ragus was located to hit Son Goku's direction. Son Goku raised his hands and tried to resist the crystal. The crystal might not be scary, but the key is the huge gravity exerted by Hertz on it. Dato and Vegeta looked at each other, and both of them exploded and went over to help. But they were stopped by the monster again. Your opponent is me. Vegeta suddenly became uninterested in the light curtain, and Son Goku also inexplicably had this idea. The two of them actually sat on the ground at the same time, and there was no expression of surprise on their faces. Kakarot. Vegeta couldn't help but call out, then looked up at the situation in the light screen. Tisk, I suddenly feel very bored. Do you feel the same way? A little bit indeed. Because based on their 40 years of acquaintance and their assessment of the battle situation, it was obvious to the naked eye that the other party had no way to resist the power of the man in the Grand Priest costume. As long as the damn gravity crystal disappears, all battles will probably be resolved at an extremely fast speed. And Son Goku sighed and pointed a finger at Jiren in the light curtain. Vegeta, Jiren isn't serious. Even though I've been specially trained by Grand Priest Sama, can I really beat Jiren in a one-on-one fight? Should I? Vegeta also stared at the light screen indifferently, thinking about these things in his mind. But there was one idea he had always wanted to say. Kakarot, take me to Beerus. Son Goku looked at Vegeta in surprise, but still raised his right hand and put the fingers to his forehead. The next second, the two figures suddenly disappeared. Zeno's office. Grand Priest's eyes changed, and a strange smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Two familiar figures appeared in front of the 12 gods of destruction and Angel. No, there was also Supreme Kai-Shin. After all, Goku's instant transmission couldn't reach here. Well, Mr. Goku, I'm leaving now. Xin left in a panic, and the gods didn't take it seriously. Oh, Mr. Goku, you actually came here without looking at the light screen? The 12 gods of destruction made way for him, and the Grand Priest slowly approached, finally stopping in front of Son Goku. Are you looking for fun with Master Zeno? Huh? No. Son Goku quickly waved his hands. He hadn't lived these past 40 years in vain. There would be no good results if he played tricks on Zeno-sama. If he was unhappy, he would destroy something. What if he was happy, and that also destroyed something? That. The Grand Priest turned to look at Vegeta, who was standing aside in a state of stiffness. He didn't say anything, just waved his hand. If you need help finding the gods of destruction in your universe, go ahead. Thank you, Grand Priest. X2 Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, then quickly grabbed Beerus and Whis and ran away. The four of them came to a relatively secluded place. Beerus couldn't help but want to praise Son Goku, but Whis realized something. Vegeta-san, you probably want to become stronger because of what's in the light curtain, right? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then gave a barely perceptible wry smile. Yes. Whis also smiled and quickly pulled away to talk a lot of truths to Son Goku, even saying something like, now that you have put on the Grand Priest clothes, don't forget my bullshit Beerus in the future. Lord Beerus, Vegeta wants to see you. Beerus was immersed in the shock of Son Goku wearing the Grand Priest's clothes, and only came back to his senses after hearing Whis' reminder. He turned his head lazily, looking at Vegeta's rare shy expression, and couldn't help but feel curious. Vegeta, what's with that expression on your face? If you have something to say, just tell me now. Beerus yawned, looking very impatient, but also seemed very surprised by Vegeta's change. Vegeta took a deep breath and looked at him firmly, even though he knew that his next request might be laughed at or even rejected by Beerus. But, Lord Beerus, I wish to learn the power of destruction. Beerus' originally lazy expression instantly turned a little strange when he heard this. He narrowed his eyes and looked Vegeta up and down, as if to confirm whether he was joking or not. Oh, you want to learn the power of destruction? Beerus' voice was tinged with a hint of teasing. Do you know what the power of destruction is? It's a power that only the gods of destruction can master. Why? Because of Son Goku's performance in the light curtain, you think you can do it too? What makes a mortal think you can learn it? Vegeta hesitated for a few seconds, which was rare, but his tone became more determined afterwards. I know that the power of destruction is a power that only the gods of destruction can wield. Lord Beerus, didn't you mention before that you wanted to train a new replacement for the gods of destruction? What do you think of me? Don't say that. Really don't say that. This sentence made Beerus raise his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised by Vegeta's answer. He turned to look at Whis, who just smiled and shrugged, indicating that it was up to him to decide. Humph, you're quite calculating. Although it sounds quite plausible. Beerus snorted, crossing his arms. Do you really think that the power of destruction can be learned by just anyone? Even if I agreed to teach you, you might not be able to withstand the special training of that kind of power. I'm willing to take all the risks. No matter what the cost, I'm going to become stronger. Beerus was silent for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Interesting. Beerus lowered his hands and slowly walked to Vegeta. Since you're so determined, I'll give you a chance. But let me be frank. If you die during training, don't blame me. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. No. Thank you, Master Beerus. Beerus waved his hand and turned to Whis and said, Whis, get ready. We should be able to return to the 7th universe. Grand Priest should have guessed what Vegeta is thinking. Whis covered his mouth with a smile and nodded. Yeah, I definitely guessed it, Lord Beerus. Son Goku watched all this and couldn't help scratching his head. Vegeta, you're really bold. But I always feel bad about the gods of destruction destroying planets at will. After all, Kakarot, I'm not you. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku. His tone was cold, but serious. Your personality will never allow you to be a god of destruction in your lifetime, but I can. Don't think that you can always be ahead of me just because you wear some Grand Priest clothes in the light curtain. When I master the power of destruction, I will definitely surpass you. Son Goku laughed and patted Vegeta's shoulder. Then I'll wait and see. Beerus interrupted their conversation impatiently. All right, stop talking nonsense, Vegeta. Let's go back first. Goku and Grand Priest must have something else to do. After saying that, Beerus turned and walked away, with Vegeta following closely behind. Whis winked at Son Goku, signaling him not to worry. Watching Vegeta and Beerus's receding backs, Son Goku muttered to himself, Sho, Vegeta, the light curtain stimulation is quite useful. Hee, it's true that only you can be in charge of gods of destruction. Vegeta, you're really persistent. But this is what makes it fun. He looked up at the light screen, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. I wonder how much stronger Vegeta will become after he learns the power of destruction. It's really exciting. Many scenes in the light curtain were skipped by Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. The general meaning was that after resisting the crystal, Son Goku and his team also defeated the combined monster of Carmine siblings. Only, at the last moment, the so-called Crystal Ragus appeared, and the crystal fragments pierced and seriously injured Son Goku in Ultra Instinct, Trigram. The Battle of Universe 11 also ushered in the real climax. Chapter 30. Son Goku came to the Grand Priest and wanted to say something, but the other party raised an index finger in front of his mouth. Sho, look at the light screen first, Goku-san. Hee. Son Goku also suppressed what he wanted to say, and at this time put his hands together awkwardly. Okay. Looking at the light curtain again. Son Goku was struck by fragments of the crystal, unable to maintain his Ultra Instinct, Mega form. He retreated repeatedly, clutching his wounds. In the picture, Uncle Goku, Vegeta watched as the monster from the Zilv planet attacked again. He first looked at the seriously injured Son Goku indifferently, and then saw Taito who was shouting excitedly beside him. Back off, Trunks. Vegeta stood in front of Daito anxiously, staring at the monster with gritted teeth. Is this guy impossible to kill? But Dad. Vegeta ignored Daito's reaction and just bit his teeth until they were almost broken. Damn them. They just teased me for so long. I'm going to get my revenge. Throwing his head back and letting out a loud roar, Vegeta erupted in a powerful blue aura, Super Saiyan Blue. In extreme reluctance, Vegeta stomped on the ground and left at an unbelievable speed. The two soon clashed with each other. This monster, or the combined human named Kaminoran, quickly raised his arms to confront Vegeta. At the same time, a deafening explosion of air was heard around the collision, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. But, hateful, Vegeta gritted his teeth and persisted. But his body had been hit several times by Kamio, and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Is that all? Kamioleon laughed, and at the same time, powerful energy erupted from his body, and his appearance was covered with a layer of terrifying purple aura. Next moment, boom! Even though Vegeta tried his best, he was kicked away after the mid-air collision, and the huge impact force knocked him directly into the mountains. Dad, Date couldn't stand it any longer. But looking at his father's eyes full of pride, wouldn't he let him help? According to Dato's observation, Vegeta was obviously inferior to his opponent in terms of speed and strength. In fact, every time they clashed, his father would scream in pain after being beaten. He simply couldn't win. Date was extremely eager to help, but Jiren, who was still fighting Zamasu behind him, suddenly shouted. He turned around and looked at Jiren, but the other party shook his head strangely. Why? Isn't it time now? Wrong. Date turned around instantly, and when he looked up at the sky again, the battle situation had changed drastically. Could it be? Trunks suddenly realized that his father seemed to be observing the seriously injured Uncle Goku below, and there seemed to be an extreme anger in his eyes that could not be ignored. In other words, absolutely, absolutely. Vegeta stood up from the ruins again, his eyes locked on Kaminoran in the sky. He would not allow himself to fall down at this time, especially in front of Kakarot. His self-esteem would not allow him to fail, let alone allow him to be so far away from the current Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists at both sides, the veins on his neck appeared, and as he roared to the sky, the muscles all over his body expanded, and the blue aura began to undergo incredible changes. In reality, Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta's return to the gods of destruction realm slowed down. Beerus smiled and looked up at the light curtain. The same form from the Tournament of Power again. He scratched his head with one finger, as if he couldn't remember. I remember, what was that form called? It was called Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes lit up at this moment. He had only succeeded in that form once in the Tournament of Power, so far he could only say that he was still not proficient in it. It's Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Oh yes, that's the name. Beerus was somewhat pleased. The two Saiyan warriors from his universe were truly making constant progress. In the light curtain, Trunks' eyes also lit up. Father is evolving again. Yes, once again, anger and unwillingness drove Vegeta's determination to become stronger. The original blue color on his body gradually deepened, and his appearance also underwent subtle changes. Kamiao's expression changed, and he even took a few steps back. There was no answer to his doubts. What responded to him was the sudden disappearance of Vegeta's figure. The next second, in the blink of an eye, he was hit in the abdomen by a powerful fist. Now it's my turn. After Vegeta said this, he appeared behind Orankaman and punched the monster hard on the back. Orankaman's body was blown away by the huge force and shattered several mountains. Vegeta didn't give his opponent any chance to breathe, and followed closely with a series of attacks that poured down like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. Beat, beat, beat. The monsters barely managed to cope with Vegeta's attacks, but there were always times when they couldn't keep up. Not to mention the angry Vegeta, every attack of his was filled with destructive force, and Kamioleon was kicked several miles away. In that case, Vegeta clasped his hands together, and the energy in his body gathered crazily. The golden flame formed a huge energy ball in his palm. Ultimate Flash. The severely injured son Goku finally recovered at this moment. He looked up at the sky. Vegeta, I really leave everything to you, but Lagos, the female enemy in the glass, suddenly appeared in front of the prone Goku. Her hands suddenly spread out, and glass-like crystals appeared in Goku's pupils. Glass Sniper. Will he die? In reality, Son Goku was also stunned. He was actually so seriously injured that he couldn't move. He rubbed his chin, always feeling like he was pretending. No, I'm really injured. But that doesn't make sense unless I did it on purpose. No way. At the critical moment, Date suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku, and the glass attack also exploded violently in mid-air. This figure also made Son Goku breathe a sigh of relief. Trunks, Uncle Goku, don't worry, leave everything to me. Super Saiyan Taito was not afraid of this new enemy at this moment. He angrily took out the long sword from behind. Your opponent is me. At the same time, several windows appeared on the light screen and were playing. Son Goku was lying on the ground in a mess watching the battle, but his eyes were looking at Hertz above the crystal that seemed like an eye of time and space rift. Date can actually fight the new enemy Lagos on equal terms? Deep Blue Vegeta hammered hard at that damn Kaminoran. Jiren's fight against the combined Zamasu was like playing a game of throwing sandbags. At one point, he beat the opponent so hard that he couldn't stand up and vomited acid. But it's useless. No matter how many of me you kill, it's useless. I really don't know why Zamasu is so confident. Even though Jiren blew his body up many times, he was still able to resurrect from the smoke of the explosion, laughing arrogantly. No matter how strong you are, I can be reborn again. But, in reality, Jiren rarely smiled. This idiot. What on earth is he so arrogant about? A good-for-nothing. The other side. Vegeta's final flash exploded again, hitting Kaminoran, and the opponent was actually disintegrated. Too strong. Carmine and Orin looked at each other, holding their stomachs and backing away. Vegeta's proud look reappeared at this moment, and he waved his palm provocatively. Come again. At the same time, Zamasu has been beaten to death by Jiren hundreds of times, but this idiot is so arrogant and speechless. After all, Goku was weaker and was accidentally controlled by Legas's glass ability. In the critical moment, Son Goku resolutely rushed forward despite his serious injuries. And then get hit hard in the middle? But even so, Son Goku was spitting blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up straight. Your moves are pretty good. The situation also changed suddenly because of Hertz's sudden stop. Legas, hurry to the third universe. Legas looked up at Hertz in confusion, and he bluntly said, You must support Kamba. What exactly happened? You. The woman hesitated for a long time, as if she realized something was amiss. You asked me for support because you value me. Ah, sure. But after the woman obediently disappeared, Hertz looked at Son Goku with an extremely dangerous look. Son Goku suddenly smiled. What? Are you finally going to spar with me? Chapter 31. In reality, Son Goku also kept rubbing his chin, feeling that something was wrong in the light curtain. Mr. Goku. At this moment, Grand Priest suddenly called him, and Son Goku hurriedly turned around. What's wrong, Grand Priest? Grand Priest walked over with a smile. He didn't seem to care about the situation in the light curtain, or perhaps he had anticipated what would happen next. I'm curious. He stood beside Son Goku, his eyes fixed on Goku in the light screen. Even though you accepted my guidance, why were you defeated so easily? Son Goku's expression changed, and he seemed a little embarrassed. But Grand Priest suddenly said, Goku-san, there's no need to act like that. I could tell you were planning something. Son Goku stopped waving his hands and laughed. I really can't hide it from you, Grand Priest. I do have an idea. Tell me about it. The other 11 gods of destruction and Angel all looked at Son Goku curiously at this moment. They really wanted to know the thoughts of this warrior who had once had a super shocking performance in the Tournament of Power. Son Goku crossed his arms and thought for a long time. I guess, Grand Priest, you can only help me master Ultra Instinct, Terra at best. Then, maybe I just want to use the disadvantageous situation to force myself to truly master Ultra Instinct. As if confirming Son Goku's speculation in reality, the picture on the light screen suddenly changed. All the images of other people on the battlefield disappeared, leaving only the image of Son Goku, whose thoughts were guessed by Hertz. In that case, let me help you complete your final form. Hertz pointed out Son Goku's thoughts without any hesitation. He actually had the ability to read minds, and at this moment, he opened his arms excitedly. Then, you'll lose to me in your final form again. Son Goku's eyes suddenly became sharp, and anger burned in his eyes. It can be said that Hertz's words completely infuriated him. Not only did the other party see through his plan, but he also treated him with contempt, as if he was just a chess piece that could be manipulated at will. Son Goku instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, but just as he stepped on the ground, Hertz suddenly raised his right hand, and the familiar gravity appeared in the entire battlefield. Vegeta, Trunks, and even Jiren all fell to the ground instantly. Hertz laughed and said, How about this script? Isn't it exciting? Burning? How could it possibly catch fire? Everyone in the universe was annoyed, although they were also shocked by Son Goku's audacity, actually wanting to use Hertz to achieve the final form of his Ultra Instinct. Although the plan is crazy, I have to admire Mr. Son Goku's idea. Isn't that just pushing yourself into a dead end? That's why he can master Ultra Instinct. But getting seriously injured first, and then trying to use Hertz's pressure to push myself past my limits and reach the final form of Ultra Instinct. Isn't that too crazy? Pretty crazy. Earth. Son Gohan just went to prepare food for Xiaofeng, and when he came out, Uncle Vegeta and his father had disappeared. It was only when he looked up at the light curtain that he saw this scene. Dad, isn't he too crazy? However, while evaluating his father Son Goku in his heart, Son Gohan felt a little shaken. That was the desire he had from the bottom of his heart when he was still a perfect Z warrior, to become stronger. Compared to his father's bold plan at this moment, a gap was created by the contrast. He silently lowered his head and looked at his hands, his eyes showing a rare, complex emotion. In the pursuit of martial arts. I'm certainly not as good as you, Dad. Maybe. Should I work hard too? At the same time, the companions in front of Master Roshi were all talking about it. They were really frightened by the changes in the light screen. Krillin clenched his fists nervously, sweat oozing from his forehead. Goku, that guy, always messes around like this. Doesn't he know how worried everyone is? Chi-Chi's voice was trembling. Goku, how could he take such a risk? What if something goes wrong? Bulma was touching Trunks' head and was sweating profusely at this moment. Please don't get into any trouble, Vegeta. Damn be asterisk 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 D. You're crazy for even trying to kill Zeno-sama. Everyone was talking about it, but a few people did not act in that way. Master Roshi smiled slightly and pushed his sunglasses, with a hint of appreciation in his tone. Goku, he's really good, huh? Tien Shinhan, long time no see. How's it going? Have you been training lately? Tien Shinhan also came to have another gathering with everyone, as he didn't attend the previous party. It's okay now, but this guy Goku is crazy. This is too dangerous. Master Roshi smiled and shook his head, a rare hint of seriousness appearing in his tone. It's not about whether it's dangerous or not. The path of a martial artist is to constantly break through one's own limits. As his former master, I'm very proud. Goku still wants to find a breakthrough in desperate situations. This is exactly showing the true spirit of martial arts. Huh. Tien Shinhan was stunned when he heard this, then nodded with a wry smile, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Master Roshi, you are right. Goku is indeed like that. Piccolo was also staring at the light screen at this moment. He didn't say anything, but he was still worried about what would happen next. Another thing is, he seemed to have a premonition that he would not fight anymore. When the light curtain fast forwards, even though Son Goku was severely injured and was crushed to the ground by gravity, his hand still glowed with a dazzling golden energy ball. It seemed that he was still not ready to give up, but there was another twist. A space-time rift suddenly opened up, and Goku turned his head in surprise to look at the sky. A person appeared from it. 7th Universe Supreme Kai Shin. This Supreme Kai was so oblivious to Hertz's presence that he fell behind Son Goku. Supreme Kai, ignoring Son Goku's shouts, King Shin said briefly, "Hurry up." Son Goku seemed to have thought of something, and the next moment he suddenly raised his right index finger and pressed it against his forehead. Immediately following, appearing behind the others, they all placed themselves on each other's shoulders and finally landed on Goku. Instant transmission. The figure disappeared into Universe 11 at this moment, and Hertz stared at Son Goku's sudden departure in disbelief. But that's the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. The fused Zamasu suddenly left the battlefield with Jiren and slowly rose into the air. Hey, is your energy full? Hertz. Looks like we're heading to the next battlefield. Son Goku took away people from other universes, but he didn't take Jiren from Universe 11. Jiren was furious and wanted to do something to Hertz, but unexpectedly a crystal body appeared and enveloped him in an instant, completely trapping him inside. It's like a farce. Is the battle in Universe 11 over? But how did Supreme Kai Exine find this place, and where are they going? Chapter 32. His gaze suddenly turned to the 7th universe. Light curtain. This is the place where the decisive battle will take place. The next moment, all of Hertz's men who had appeared before, whether it was Carmen, Orin, or even Zamasu, all suddenly appeared at this moment. We've arrived at the 7th universe. Hertz smiled and led everyone down, and at the same time, he was greeted by all the warriors of the 7th universe. This is the last place. Very far away. Son Goku changed and became Senryu's clothes, and beside him were Vegeta, Dato, 17, and even Piccolo. All those who were able to fight so far looked up at them at this moment. One thing has to be admitted, when the light screen played to this moment, a terrible possibility emerged. So, the Grand Priest shook his head helplessly, then looked at the gods of destruction of the 12 surrounding universes one by one. It seems Hertz has done something to you all. 11 universes have fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence. After a long silence, Son Goku tentatively asked the Grand Priest, "So the Supreme Kai of our universe was able to appear at that time because the other universes couldn't hold on?" Grand Priest simply nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. Come to think of it, for a god like him, the crisis at that time was probably just a small problem. Goku put his hands on his belt, his expression very serious at this time, but it was very difficult for them. Can we win it? Can I? I don't know. But everyone in the 7th universe unleashes their strongest aura, except for Goku and Vegeta, who are still Super Saiyans. But regardless, the 4 of them simultaneously sprint forward at high speed. The battle is about to begin. Vegeta hammered the orange siblings violently, ignoring their nonsense. He just kicked one away and knocked another back with a punch. A life-threatening light wave suddenly appeared behind him. Rub. 17 instantly appeared behind Vegeta, opened his arms, and created an energy shield to save him. The realistic Vegeta snorted, but there were complex colors in his eyes. At the same time, Date held his sword with all his might against the combined, resurrected Zamasu, but he looked a bit embarrassed. Vegeta's eyes narrowed in the picture, and after a brief thought, he just said something. But Piccolo's big hand suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. Go ahead. Vegeta looked at number 17 over there, and after they looked at each other, he nodded. Okay. Golden flames appeared on his body, and he suddenly shot towards Dat. His last sentence made Piccolo a little stunned. Be careful, don't let them get close. What's the meaning? Before Piccolo could think clearly, he was hit by number 17's back, and in front of him, Carmine and Orin attacked him with simultaneous air bombs. Don't be in a daze. Number 17 really became stronger after the Tournament of Power. He actually collided violently with Orin and defeated him. Piccolo was also in the fight, and he suddenly stretched out his right arm, and after stretching it infinitely, he tied up Carmine in an instant. But the other party laughed and turned into liquid and ran away. Wait a moment. They're androids, 17. New. On the other side, with Vegeta's arrival, the pressure on Taito to fight against the combined Zamasu was greatly reduced. Ripples appeared in the air, and the sound of his fists made the residents of the western capital below scream in fear. Son Goku was also suddenly knocked down not far away, or rather, the terrifying gravity pressed him straight to the surface. That's it. A warrior from the 7th universe. Hertz raised his hands, and the terrible gravity made Super Saiyan Son Goku unable to move, and he could only scream in pain below. Meanwhile, Hertz, the warriors of the 7th universe are very strong. It's a good place to cultivate universe seeds. Seed of the universe? In reality, everyone was reading this term in surprise. What was this thing? Could it be that enemies like Hertz wanted to use this thing to murder Lord Zeno? Besides, Jiren didn't care about the 7th universe's previous inaction in the light curtain. He just locked his eyes on another picture presented by the light curtain. Who was that? There is a reason for this question to arise. The alloy monster, or rather, Golden Cooler, seems to have been transformed by Fuyo. He actually appears on the screen. But it has an alloy appearance, and after degenerating to the 3rd form, it has been transformed into a cyborg appearance. He killed Legus in an instant, and at the same time kept fighting against the evil form of Super Saiyan Kamba, and he was able to suppress and hammer his opponent? Only, Frieza suddenly punched the control console of the spaceship. He couldn't understand it. Even though I don't like those brothers from other time and space, how dare they transform Cooler into that? Clearly, the image of the Golden Cooler was still in my mind. During the time he disappeared, he not only turned into a cyborg, but even had an alloy shell. No matter how cold-blooded and ruthless Frieza is, there are always these people who admire and follow him. This proves that the king understands the principle of lips and teeth are cold very well. Damn beast. Humph. He turned sharply and looked at his men. Turn around and head for Earth at full speed. After this, he looked up at the light curtain from the window of the spaceship. Damn monkey. I have no choice but to cooperate with you this time. These guys must die. Yes, even the king is angry, not to mention all the warriors from other universes. And Hertz and Fuyu are indeed in cahoots. They're using their own people to test the modified monsters. People like them can't even unite. How dare they do something as serious as murdering Master Zeno? In the light curtain, Kamba knocked down Alloy Cooler and madly pushed him into the building. In the ruins, the evil Scion roared at Cooler angrily. What an idiot. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow with both hands, Alloy Cooler stood up and caught it with both hands. Kamba mocked, truly transforming your body into a machine. Stupid. Can't you just say I gained new abilities? Alloy Cooler smiled, and the next moment his figure suddenly disappeared. He appeared above Kamba with a bang and kicked him away with a roundhouse kick. Catch up again quickly. Kick it back. Kick it back again. The game is over, Kamba. He instantly hit Kamba's mask with his head, which completely made Kamba angry. The next moment, ha 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 ha. Endless black and red gas bullets were fired from his hands. Alloy Cooler dodged repeatedly, but in the air, he bounced back the last gas bullet. The game really needs to end. Watch out. In reality, Frieza's spaceship was still moving at high speed. He saw that Cooler's transformation did not seem to be under control. Sigh, that makes me even angrier. But, you fool, even a monkey like Kamba understands this. Yet you actually agreed to be transformed by Fuyu and Hertz. Frieza didn't care at all whether it was Cooler's own choice or not. He just thought it was quite an eyesore, even though Cooler could transform into gold in its alloy state. Even that energy far surpassed his own during the Tournament of Power. Waste. Metal Cooler, wait for it. Frieza, will clean you up myself, perhaps. Frieza's anger wasn't just because the other party had transformed his body, but more because he realized that Cooler seemed to be stronger than him, especially at this moment. With his transformed aura, he can even defeat Kanba's evil Super Saiyan form. Frieza absolutely cannot tolerate this. The golden alloy Cooler completely beat Kanba back and forth like a clown. That gesture was already incredibly powerful. The final moment. Gold, supernova. The golden alloy Cooler produced 3 huge fiery red gas bombs at the same time, and finally combined them into one to directly paralyze Kanba. Boom. Kanba was so badly injured that he couldn't even stand up. Even he was surprised. This guy? What's wrong with him? He's so strong? The end of the shot. Cooler's right eye is actually a mechanical prosthetic eye, and he seems to use too much artificial power. His whole body was covered with smoke, and he covered his fake eye in pain. Fuyo could only shake his head in the dark while monitoring. It was a pity, but he also collected some good experimental data. But isn't this result too much? Frieza looked even angrier. No wonder it's so powerful. What a useless Cooler. Chapter 33. At the same time, Piccolo and number 17, one cannot be controlled, and the other has a very high IQ. In the end, they forced Carmine and Olion to merge again, and Carmine and Olion appeared again. But apart from Dato, Piccolo, and the others who were nervous, Vegeta just spat silently. He was just honing his martial arts skills. He didn't even turn into Super Saiyan Blue. Only, Vegeta looked at Son Goku, who was struggling to resist gravity on the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Over there, Son Goku was struggling to stay on the ground, trying again and again to get up. It can be seen that there is a strange color in Vegeta's eyes. That's because he understands that Kakarot is still challenging his limits until this moment. He hasn't even transformed again and keeps trying as a Super Saiyan. Tisk, Kakarot, he's still trying to be tough. The other side. The battle between Piccolo and number 17 also entered a white-hot stage. Even if it was the combined form of Kamailan, the two of them had an excellent tacit understanding since the Tournament of Power. Both of them were extremely calm people, and they gradually gained the upper hand. Date watched the battle nervously from the side, holding the sword tightly in his hand, ready to join the battle at any time. He glanced at his father, and Vegeta casually knocked the combined Zamasu away. I really don't know how to describe it. Zamasu has become weaker at this point in time. No, they have become stronger. Dad, don't you need to help? Date was still cautious, and he really wanted to do something to help everyone. But Vegeta raised his hand to stop him. Helping in such a matter was pointless. The only person he looked up at was Hertz. Son Goku was also trying, and even though his body was still bearing the increasingly huge gravity, he was actually about to get up. Gravity. Son Goku's face turned red, but he still struggled hard. It's really hard to deal with. Perhaps it was influenced by Son Goku's will, or Hertz saw something. In reality, Master Roshi pushed his glasses and smiled. That smile was pure and very rare. Not bad, Goku. You're finally pushing your limits. Tien Shinhan looked at Master Roshi strangely. Krillin was also scratching his bald head. He couldn't help but ask, really? Can Goku do that? The other female companions, Bulma, looked at the old man Master Roshi speechlessly. Why old man? Are you sure what you said is okay? Of course, even though Master Roshi looked weak, no one present dared to ignore his opinion. He was the martial artist who had truly reached the limits of humankind. Only, Master Roshi suddenly showed a disappointed expression. He sighed. What a pity that Hertz didn't give Goku this chance. Yes, there was a strange plot twist in the light curtain. Hertz looked back at the eye of the space-time rift, the so-called seed of the universe, and saw the indicator light representing energy flashing. Observe Son Goku from Universe 7 again and see how the warrior immediately stands up. He realized, it's about time. He suddenly took off the coat he had been wearing, revealing his strong muscles, and at the same time, a powerful purple aura emanated from his body. Gravity also suddenly disappeared, and Son Goku seemed a little disappointed. But it's time. I'll defeat you. Ignoring all his defeated teammates, Hertz laughed happily, which also made the audience realize that he didn't take these teammates seriously at all. Once the Universe Seed's energy is fully utilized, these companions are no longer meaningful. Next moment, Son Goku suddenly flew into the air, and when Dato tried to help, even number 17 stopped him. He looked at everyone with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Was he really going to leave this battle to Uncle Goku? Was he really going to give up the final means of victory just to give him a chance to train himself? Have you given up? Give up. Huh. The aura in Son Goku's body suddenly rose, and the golden flames rose again and wrapped around his whole body, while he roared loudly. The moment the figure disappeared, it appeared in front of Hertz the next moment, and the two suddenly clashed. The fists collided fiercely in the air, and a deafening roar erupted instantly. The huge shock wave was like a tsunami, directly engulfing the Shidu city below. Explosions caused by air waves appeared on the surfaces of countless houses, and even the surrounding high-rise buildings collapsed like paper. Vehicles on the streets were overturned, and dust and debris flew everywhere. In reality, Beerus' tail started wagging nonstop, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Whis also patted Vegeta's shoulder. Now was the time to appreciate the battle of the strong. As for the Earth, what level of battle is this? Krillin widened his eyes and looked at the scene on the light screen in disbelief. Tien Shinhan and the others were also sweating coldly, as Goku and Hertz's figures were almost invisible. Goku's power has reached this level? Trunks and Goten looked at each other, both screaming in excitement. Come on, Uncle Goku. Dad is so strong. Chi-Chi and Bulma looked at each other and punched the child in the head at the same time. Shut up. Quiet. On the battlefield, Son Goku and Hertz's fists collided tightly. The majestic energy made the air vibrate, and the surrounding mountains shook. Veins bulged on Son Goku's cheeks, clearly having used all his strength. At the same time, Date couldn't hold back any longer and went forward, but was stopped by the combined Zamasu. Trunks, is this your full strength? Zamasu is particularly angry about Dato's existence, so he is particularly serious when fighting him. Vegeta didn't come forward to help when he saw this. Or say, small. Piccolo was about to move when he paused. Cameo had been pushed back several meters. He turned around and looked at Vegeta coldly, then could only shake his head helplessly. The future of restoration is hopeless time and space. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but say, Trunks, isn't your father too? Date, who couldn't utter the word and helped everyone build their home, showed a grateful look at this moment. He looked at his father in the light curtain. Without waiting for him to speak, the resurrected Bulma took a deep breath and a strange smile appeared on her face. Xiao Wu, you don't understand. She stopped directing everyone and hugged her future daughter-in-law, ignoring her blushing face. My Vegeta, no matter which time and space he is in, at this moment, he is doing this precisely because he cares about Trunks. But why? Because, Trunks suddenly interrupted, Dad wants me to become stronger. He knows that I am the only one in my time and space. Xiao Wu's expression changed. Maybe it was because she had looked at the light screen too much, or maybe it was because she had a time machine. She seemed to have overlooked this point. After all, Uncle Goku and the others were not from her own time and space. Looking at the light curtain again, Son Goku couldn't help but transform into Super Saiyan Blue, and Hertz was laughing. The battle is getting more and more interesting. Drink! Son Goku roared again, the energy in his body rising again, and he punched hard. Hertz caught it easily, smiling and saying, Nice strength, Son Wukong. Goku became even more annoyed, but before he could react, the opponent's fist, covered in purple light, hit him hard in the stomach. Son Goku's eyes widened to the point of popping out. But the next second, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he threw a punch, hitting the opponent's abdomen at the same time. Hertz was startled. And then he actually looked at her with admiration. He and Son Goku took a few steps back. A moment later, the energy wave shot out, and just as Hertz disappeared, Son Goku suddenly fired a Kamehameha wave at the ground, and jumped up with the recoil force, reaching a higher position. The smoke created by Kamabami made it impossible to see the situation clearly. This guy, before he could finish his words, he felt someone appear behind him. No way. Bang! Hertz hit Son Goku hard on the back and simultaneously grabbed his shoulder. A voice appeared with a teasing tone. Son Goku, I can read your heart. Are you looking for a strong opponent? Are you always longing for more? He suddenly kicked Son Goku away and laughed. Just let me satisfy your needs. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded on the screen, and the two men faced each other with swords and fists. The prince's tactics also blew the western capital to pieces. Result, satisfied Son Goku? Absolutely not. Son Goku steadied himself in the air, a confident smile on his face as he stared at the incoming fist, which he quickly caught. But the person couldn't help but take a few steps back. Hertz appeared behind him again. Bang! The huge impact force made the two men retreat at the same time, but the next second, they rushed towards each other like lightning. Fists and kicks clashed, airwaves rolled, and the entire sky was dyed a mixture of gold and purple light and shadow by their battle. Son Goku, Hertz. Chapter 34. At the same time, Son Goku and Hertz fought back and forth, but Vegeta could see one thing. Hertz's power increased as Kakarot's power increased. In other words, was it at the level of, if you don't use your full strength, I won't use my full strength either? Is this possible to win? The answer appeared very quickly. Although in a certain competition, Son Goku really beat Hertz back, and at the same time, he hit the ground with a Kamehameha, instantly launched into the air, and released the most powerful Kamehameha. Hertz was engulfed in blue light and terror, but Vegeta didn't even breathe a sigh of relief. Son Goku just gasped for breath, taking the opportunity to rest for a moment. The other side, Number 17 and Piccolo joined forces, and they increasingly noticed that the android Carminolan was becoming angry, and his power was actually growing stronger. TSK, I can't hold on any longer. Number 17 opened a huge energy shield, but under Cameolian's attack, cracks appeared on the surface. Piccolo frowned. Below, Cameo let out an earth-shaking roar, and the energy waves in his hands became more and more powerful, and finally broke through Number 17's defense. Success! Kamino shouted excitedly, but in the next moment, small, magic light killing cannon. A unique spiral energy wave appeared, and the moment Number 17 moved aside, this unique skill that Piccolo once took pride in actually penetrated Kamiolan's chest completely. Small, well done. So handsome, Uncle Piccolo. The Z warriors cheered on Earth. The turn of events was indeed sudden, but this move was really cool. Son Gohan was the most touched. He patted Piccolo on the shoulder and wanted to say something. Uncle Piccolo, let's talk about celebrating later, Gohan, don't you see? Piccolo was still staring intently at the light screen, but Son Gohan was stunned when he heard that. What do you mean? Could it be? Yes, that's it. Moment. Cameo's wound healed immediately, and she slammed her fist on the ground and stood up with difficulty. You guys can't possibly win against me. The monster instantly roared to the sky. I'm the strongest. In an instant, a huge purple light curtain appeared from his position. Self-destruction? At the same time, Dato attacked Zamasu furiously, his blade flashing with dazzling light, and each blow was filled with endless anger and determination. Zamasu was also slowly beaten with a serious expression. This damn human has become stronger. The last time the two collided. You think you can defeat me like this, mortal? Dato kicked him away and pointed his sword at him angrily. Zamasu, a self-proclaimed god like you is not worthy of talking about justice. You just want to exterminate humanity. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the aftermath of the energy collision even caused the surrounding space and time to distort. Trunks knew that he might not be able to defeat the resurrected Zamasu after fusion, and that was indeed the case. Even if he tried his best to fight against it, Zamasu was so fast that he could actually run behind him. It's over, Trunks. Zamasu's voice was icy cold, and his hands had gathered an energy that was enough to destroy everything. Date suddenly turned around, with a gleam of determination in his eyes. He knew that he had no way out, and the only way was to try his best, even if it meant dying together. Hiya! Dat roared, and all the energy in his body exploded instantly, and the light on the sword blade was as dazzling as the sun. He rushed towards Zamasu without hesitation, and the energies of the two collided in an instant, erupting with a shockwave powerful enough to tear apart the heavens and the earth. Why are you helping them? Answer me, Zamasu. Do you think I'll tell you? Zamasu desperately fought against the fully fired Dat, and at the same time began to chase at high speed in the air. The other end, Son Goku landed and looked towards Hertz in the ruins, as if checking if he had any backup plans or if his current energy had decreased. But in an instant, the ruins collapsed, and when Hertz appeared, a familiar golden light appeared in his right hand. A powerful force of gravity acts on Goku, and this trick works every time. Hertz, Son Goku was lying on the ground in a mess. The opponent's first reaction was to check the battle situation around him. He saw Cameron's self-explosion and Zamasu desperately chasing after Dato. Son Goku, however, managed to escape and instantly caught up with Hertz, who was flying high into the sky. Another fight broke out between the two, this time using all the prince's fighting techniques, Kamehameha, and the purest fighting punches and kicks, but Son Goku could still feel that his opponent always had the upper hand over him. Even to the point. Bang! Hertz punched Son Goku to the ground with both fists. The ground was shattered and huge cracks appeared on the surface. The cracks were more than 10 miles long. Son Goku, are you shocked? My power. Goku forced himself to stand up again, stomping his feet on the ground, and chased after him without saying a word. But he really couldn't beat him. No matter what, Vegeta could see that Kakarot was being beaten back continuously, and the opponent burst out with full strength. Under the huge purple flame, small crystal blocks were summoned around his body, and these things hit Kakarot as he attacked. Last moment, they both flew towards the sky at the same time. Son Goku, trying to take advantage of his weakness where he couldn't react in time. But when he turned and flew towards the surface, Hertz suddenly turned and sprinted towards him. A punch. It hit Son Goku in the stomach, sending him slamming straight into the ground with acid spray, the force of the impact creating a massive explosion of huge golden light. Can we win? Son Goku also sighed repeatedly at Zeno's place. What a terrible change. After all, Kappa has a good relationship with Beerus. Even with the Grand Priest's tacit approval, he couldn't help but complain about Goku. What were you thinking? Did you have to get yourself seriously injured at that moment, and then want to break through your limits and grow after fighting Hertz? Kappa was so angry that he jumped back and forth and shouted angrily. All 11 universes are useless. If you hadn't intentionally injured Son Goku from the 7th universe, you could have easily activated Ultra Instinct, Mega State to deal with him. This statement actually made the other gods of destruction nod their heads repeatedly. There was nothing wrong with it. If one were to go by Kampa's words, in the Mega form, Hertz might not have such an advantage as he does now. But, so Mr. Goku, what do you think about what Kampa said? Grand Priest continued to stare at the screen as if he were watching a play, his tone indescribably frivolous. Son Goku also understood that this kind of battle was still child's play in the eyes of the Grand Priest. He thought for a long time, and finally shook his head helplessly. Maybe like Master Kampa said, I can fight much more easily in that state, but... His fists clenched. I hope to take advantage of that opportunity to become stronger. I won't face a decent opponent for a long time after the Tournament of Power. That's a chance for growth. Yeah. The Grand Priest smiled and shook his head, but the look in his eyes as he looked at Goku was full of admiration. Then, just watch with peace of mind. This battle will definitely be a victory for your 7th universe. Son Goku didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. At the same time, Lord Beerus, please hand over your scepter. It looks like Lord Kampa of the Grand Priest is in a hurry. Whis was still on his way back to the Gods of Destruction realm with Vegeta and Beerus, and he was even taking them to eat snacks. However, after this teasing remark, Beerus paused in eating. Is Kampa that guy anxious? He flicked his tail, his face filled with annoyance. What's the point of being anxious? Didn't the other universes fall? What does it have to do with the warriors of my 7th universe? If he has time to argue with Son Goku, he might as well train his own warriors. Huh. Whis kept laughing. Vegeta rarely showed appreciation for Beerus, so this sentence was correct. Then returned to the light curtain. Hertz also punched Goku's abdomen with all his might, and he laughed loudly. Son Goku, can't we make the fight more intense? At the same time, far away, Kaminolian's self-explosion did not end the battle, but made her even more violent. The purple flames released from her body continued to expand in the light curtain, as if to devour everything. Finally, a loud bang. It exploded. But even Kamino's arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. After the smoke cleared, number 17 and Piccolo were completely unharmed thanks to their energy shield. Chapter 35. The great melee in the 7th universe seemed to begin to change from this moment, as the color tone of the light curtain began to change. In the picture, number 17 said nothing, nor was he arrogant. He just gave it his all in the most calm manner, and then burst out in anger and rushed to Kamailan's face. Piccolo didn't take any action in the back, but seemed to be observing the monster's attack trajectory, perhaps thinking of some plan. Slowly, Piccolo actually breathed a sigh of relief. Cameo's movements were actually extremely mechanical, and number 17's performance was better than his. Hey, Piccolo, my brother will be angry too if you think like that. Number 18 was teasing her daughter, but she couldn't help but complain. Piccolo over there was speechless. He just felt that way in the light curtain. Actually, it should be said that Dr. Gallo was probably much better than the beat scientists. Just as Carmine and Orin said before, they only have the enemy's data in their minds. They don't have the human characteristics that ordinary humans don't have, like during the Tournament of Power, when number 17 was still able to pursue martial arts and victory. So Piccolo simply snorted coldly and didn't respond. The real number 17 was also drinking water in big gulps, looking up at the sky in his protected area at this moment. as long as nothing unexpected happens. His wife also hugged him worriedly. Number 17 was no longer the same as before, and he just smiled helplessly. Don't worry, we can win without any accidents. Can I? In the light curtain, Hertz stepped on Son Goku's abdomen. He could see that Cameron was doomed to lose. His only option was to use the giant crystal universe seed in the sky to extract some of its energy and use it to strengthen Cameron. Piccolo also keenly noticed the energy flying at high speed in the air, but unfortunately, he was not fast enough to catch up, and the energy eventually fell into the opponent's body. Everyone on the battlefield subconsciously stopped and looked towards the direction of the shining white light. Carmine Lion. It turned into an extremely huge, super large monster. He combined with that powerful energy source. Piccolo had cold sweat on his forehead and looked at number 17 beside him. The monster below smashed the ground with one punch, and a huge abyss of thousands of feet appeared. Meanwhile, Dato glanced nervously at Vegeta, and this time his father didn't stop him from helping. The two even worked together to kick out their partner Zamasu, and quickly went to support Piccolo and the other two. Strategies. Is this the ability of the universe seed? He didn't stop the two men, but instead watched the change with interest. And then there's the battle against the giant monster that's completely unnecessary to depict. He was a guy who couldn't fight with fists and feet, and the four Piccolos attacked him at the same time. Small. Piccolo turned around and looked at Vegeta, or rather, number 17 also looked at Datu. The four people nodded at the same time, and then quickly retreated, their hands all gathering tremendous strength. The monster also raised its head, and a terrifying energy bomb appeared from its mouth. Now let's go together, Piccolo shouted loudly. Okay, everyone nodded at the same time, and then launched the strongest attack together with everyone else. Full-strength energy wave, ultimate flash, devil's light cannon, key blast. Countless energy waves hit the huge Kaminoan at the same time, and the explosion instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. When the billowing smoke and dust dissipated, the camera turned. Is Kaminoan okay? Vegeta and his four companions were seriously injured? It's over. Kaminoan laughed loudly and swung his fist to give the four guys one last punch. Next. No more. Damn it. Vegeta quickly got up and ran to the front. At some point, he suddenly felt something. Kakarot. If this punch lands, the four of them will be dead. At the critical moment, Son Goku suddenly appeared like a savior. Hertz must have been thinking about verifying how powerful the monster that absorbed the energy of the seed of the universe was, so he let Son Goku go. It's a shame, isn't it? Kakarot. The real Vegeta clenched his fists, and the same happened to Son Goku at Xeno. But they didn't say anything else, because the light curtain turned fast enough. Son Goku's figure appeared in the center of the battlefield like lightning, and his hands firmly caught Kaminoan's huge fist. Even if it was normal, even if I was seriously injured, even if I was grimacing, I really caught it. Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes widened, feeling both surprised and unwilling. Damn, Kakarot saved his life again. Uncle Goku, Dato and the others also dragged their miserable bodies to their feet, and at this moment, they looked worriedly at the back of Son Goku, who was blocking the punches for them in front of them. However, Kaminoan's power is far beyond their imagination. Even though Son Goku barely managed to take the blow, his body was shaking slightly from the immense force of the impact. Kaminoan's fist suddenly loosened, and in an instant, it gripped Son Goku's body, which was small compared to it. As his fist slowly tightened, Son Goku's arm began to make a crunching sound. His bones were about to be crushed, right? Hiss, it really hurts a bit. Son Goku clenched his teeth, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his facial expression was distorted. Kamio let out a low roar, and swung his other fist suddenly, hitting Son Goku's abdomen. This blow was like a meteorite impact, and Son Goku's body was instantly knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Goku, Piccolo, and number 17 tried to rush forward to help stop Kaminoan's next attack, but it was too late. Kaminoan was incredibly fast, once again grabbing Son Goku's body and lifting him high into the air. It's over, Saiyan. But at this critical moment, Son Goku's body suddenly changed. His eyes slowly closed, and his breathing became steady and deep. The familiar aura reappeared, and the Grand Priest outside the light curtain showed an expression of as expected. Only Kampa snorted, and even couldn't help but complain. If we don't activate Ultra Instinct, the 7th universe will be doomed. Yes. It is for this reason that Son Goku once again found the feeling of activating Ultra Instinct in the moment of crisis. An invisible aura burst out from his body, as if the entire universe had stopped at this moment. Kampa was stunned instead. Not at the trillion level. Wait a minute. This key feels so stable for the first time. Hey, Son Goku. Did you really succeed? What surprised him was, Kakarot, did you succeed? What succeeded? That's it. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Son Goku's hair fluttered slightly, and a silvery white light began to appear around his body. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned silver white, and he gently pushed with his hands. Cameron let out a stinging wail, and Son Goku managed to break free. Ultra Instinct. In the air, Son Goku, his voice calm and powerful, erupted with silver-white aura. It's done. The real Son Goku also cried out in surprise. Great, Grand Priest, I succeeded. Ah, Mr. Goku, it seems your plan back then was perfect. What a great result. Grand Priest also smiled with his hands covering his mouth. It was rare for him to be so happy. The Saiyan of Universe 7, the man named Son Goku, is indeed an extremely good fighter. Chapter 36. When Ultra Instinct Son Goku floated in the air, any anger and annoyance of Kamio in front of him seemed insignificant. Try this. Cameron roared and threw a punch with all his strength, but Son Goku dodged it easily by moving sideways. He opened his huge mouth and condensed a terrifying purple energy, but Son Goku suddenly attacked at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. How could this happen? The purple gas bomb suddenly exploded in Cameron's mouth. This was because Son Goku had a speed that he could not see. At this moment, he fell to the ground in a mess, wailing in pain. Son Goku stood quietly on the ground with his hands hanging naturally, as if everything was under control. As Kamioleon struggled to get up from the aftermath of the explosion, his face was full of anger and unwillingness. His body was trembling with extreme anger, and purple energy was surging around him wildly, as if it wanted to devour him completely. UUB *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************He once again gathered all his resentment. He once again gathered all his strength, clenched his fists, and rushed towards Son Goku. However, Son Goku simply tilted his head slightly, dodging the blow and flicking his hand lightly, knocking the fist aside. The two fought for a long time. Cameron was angry like a clown, but Son Goku's eyes remained calm. Until the last moment, Cameron condensed a terrifying purple energy wave and bombarded it with all his strength. Just as it was about to touch Son Goku, Goku raised his hands, caught it, and roared with all his might. It's over. But even though Kaminolan's attack failed again, his body fell backwards due to inertia, and he looked extremely embarrassed. But when he stood up again, his eyes were filled with flames of disbelief and anger. What else does he want to do? Everyone help Goku. Piccolo sensed something, and finally united everyone, unleashing endless energy bombs to madly bombard the monster. Son Goku finally used Ultra Instinct's Kamehameha, and the powerful blue flame that erupted instantly engulfed the opponent. The explosion also appeared in the light curtain. At the critical moment, Son Goku lunged forward, raised his right fist, and struck the bead containing the energy of the universe seed in his chest, completely destroying him. It was also at this moment that Son Goku seemed to burst out with full strength, but after being caught by Vegeta, he returned to normal. As expected, I had consumed too much physical energy before, but this turn is dangerous. In reality, what a pity, Mr. Goku. You actually helped Hertz at that time. Grand Priest said this slowly, looking at Son Goku, who also showed a strange expression at this moment. No wonder. Son Goku rubbed his chin, looking at the light curtain and understanding what was happening. Zamasu, Hertz, they didn't intervene, and even watch me defeat this guy? They are still collecting energy? Collecting the energy that I unleashed in the Ultra Instinct state. Grand Priest nodded and pointed towards the light curtain. See for yourself. In the light curtain, Hertz extended a hand. He didn't mourn Kamailan's death. Instead, amidst the rubble of corpses, a ball of multicolored energy quickly flew toward his palm. This ball was the one that had been taken away to strengthen Kamailan before, but the difference was that the energy in the energy ball was fuller when it came back, and it looked more dangerous. Vegeta and the others also immediately noticed something was wrong. What? Look, this is the complete form of the universe seed. When Hertz said this, it proved that the thing called the Eye of Space-Time Rift in the sky was only used to cultivate the shell of this thing. He held up the energy ball and showed it to Son Goku and the others, with a genuinely satisfied smile on his face. Finally, the energy ball was so dazzling that it made Hertz very excited. All his plans and arrangements finally paid off. All the energy has been compressed into the universe seed. Hertz's voice echoed in the air, with an indescribable enthusiasm and satisfaction. His eyes were fixed on the colorful energy ball in the palm of his hand, as if that was the ultimate goal of his lifelong pursuit. So beautiful, isn't it? Son Goku and the others stared at Hertz warily, feeling vaguely uneasy. Vegeta clenched his fists and frowned, obviously realizing the seriousness of the matter. What on earth are you planning, Hertz? This is the question many people want to ask, but there is no time to ask at this moment because the situation changed so suddenly. The energy ball in Hertz's hand suddenly burst out with terrible energy, and colorful light shone on everyone's face. Next second, countless crystals appeared in the air, and finally, amidst the roaring dimensional fluctuations, the largest crystal enveloped the sphere. What on earth is that? Son Goku pushed everyone away, and at this moment he stared at the object in the air with a frown. Vegeta suddenly flew past him into the sky, gathering a huge amount of energy in his hands. Vegeta, Son Goku was stunned for a second before hearing a whistling sound beside him. Piccolo also rushed forward. You guys want to destroy it? Vegeta, Piccolo, and others eagerly burst out energy at the same time, and a continuous stream of energy waves bombarded the huge crystal. However, an unimaginable situation occurred. Zamasu actually rushed to the front of the crystal in an instant, ignoring the danger of Vegeta and others' attacks, and continued to help Hertz resist their attacks. But why? Trunks rushed forward, shouting at Zamasu angrily. Hasn't your goal always been to exterminate humanity? Why are you protecting someone like Hertz? Zamasu, without much explanation, casually deflected Vegeta's ki. He gave a sinister smile. Hertz wants to kill Zeno. After the seed of the universe in the large cube in Hertz's hand burst out with dazzling light, Zamasu stood in front of the crystal, and the attacks of Vegeta, Piccolo, and others were once again bounced back one by one, and the situation was at a stalemate. Zamasu suddenly revealed an even more ferocious smile. And as long as Zeno disappears, no one can stop me from carrying out Human Zero plan. He suddenly raised his hand again, and a purple energy hand knife appeared in his left hand. But you fools, do you think that with the little power you possess now, even in such a state of disarray, you can stop us? Zamasu's voice was filled with contempt, and a powerful burst of energy suddenly erupted from his body, instantly knocking Vegeta and Piccolo back. Then, he waved his hands, and countless black energy blades condensed from the air and shot towards Son Goku and others. Be careful. Son Goku reacted quickly, waving his hands and forming a defense with his chi to barely block Zamasu's attack. However, Zamasu's attack did not stop. His figure was abnormally fast. He appeared in front of Vegeta in an instant and kicked him in the abdomen with one fist, causing Vegeta to fly backwards instantly. Vegeta, Son Goku exclaimed, but it was too late. Zamasu suddenly rushed towards the nearest Trunks again and stabbed Trunks back with his knife. Although Trunks turned around quickly to block, Zamasu's attack was too fast, and his arm was directly pierced and blood gushed out. Trunks flew backwards in pain and fell heavily to the ground. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* flames bursting out of his body, and rushed towards Zamasu with full firepower. A thrilling battle broke out between the two, but Son Goku eventually consumed too much physical strength and was finally slammed to the ground by Zamasu, who even stepped on Goku's back with one foot. Your struggles are meaningless. Zamasu's voice was cold and ruthless. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally stopping at Son Goku at his feet. What's wrong? Warriors of the 7th universe, Son Goku. Is this all your power is? Human ants. Huh. Son Goku screamed in pain. Zamasu was really despicable. He only knew how to use sneak attacks. Son Goku clenched his fists angrily at his feet, his eyes filled with anger. But he also knew that Zamasu was relying on his immortality and overwhelming physical strength, and it would be difficult for them alone to defeat him. Just when everyone was in desperate situation, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. A red figure fell from the sky like a meteor, kicked Zamasu's body away with one foot, and at this moment, he crossed his arms and stared at the other person. Who are you? Zamasu looked up in panic, and in the air, he showed an extremely frightened expression. This person is red battle suit, tall and strong figure, the 11 universe warrior, Jiren. Jiren. When Son Goku and the others recognized the person, they immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces. But corresponding to reality, Vermont, the gods of destruction from Universe 11, stomped the ground in displeasure. Son Goku, look at the warriors of our universe, and then look at the Supreme Kai of your universe. It must have been our Supreme Kai who was smart enough to have him come to reinforce you. But what about you before? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. When you Supreme Kai took you on your escape, you didn't care about the safety of us, the 11th Universe Warriors, humph. Son Goku. That familiar silly grin appeared, and he kept scratching his head and pretending to be stupid. Hey. The Grand Priest shook his head and smiled helplessly. Duh. Chapter 37. Corresponding to the light curtain at this moment. Piccolo easily guessed that it was the idea of the 11 Universe Supreme Kai, but Jiren's arrival really relieved a lot of pressure. The light screen also reminded the audience that Jiren had not used up any of his energy. Hertz had been deliberately suppressing him and had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation with Jiren, as he knew exactly how strong Jiren was. In reality, Jiren sneered. The discussions of others, he didn't care at all. He just stared at the light curtain quietly, his eyes more focused on the huge energy ball. That energy ball, is that Hertz's ultimate goal? In fact, he was somewhat excited when he saw the battle between Hertz and Son Goku. He could see that Hertz was definitely not weak. Only, trying to kill Zeno, what a crazy plan. Return to the light curtain. Jiren's appearance made Zamasu show a rare look of fear. Zamasu quickly retreated, obviously afraid of Jiren's strength. Jiren, why are you here? Zamasu's voice was a little flustered, but he still insisted. Humph, 11 Universe is really persistent. Boom. Jiren didn't answer, only saw Zamasu rushing towards him. Just as Jiren was about to raise his hand to attack, another time crack appeared in the light curtain. The next moment, in the 6th Universe, Hit appears. Zamasu was instantly frightened and calmed down, and quickly stopped raising his hands to attack. You are? Hit. Hit didn't have Jiren's calm demeanor. The moment he appeared, he punched Zamasu in the face, and the so-called god immediately vomited acid. Damn it. Zamasu wiped the corner of his mouth, still furious at this moment. You dare to attack God? In reality, Son Goku clapped his hands violently and said with a smile, I see. The 6th Universe isn't over either. It must be the work of the Supreme Kai who hired the assassin Hit. Kappa was quite arrogant at this time, and no one knew what was going on. He even looked at the other gods of destruction provocatively, with a feeling of, look at our universe, then look at your universe. His angel, Vados, couldn't help but sigh, and touched Kampa's back with one hand. Hey, Master Kampa, that was the credit of Supreme Kai. What are you so happy about? Kampa's expression changed, and Vermut also looked at him with disdain from a distance. Kampa immediately became anxious. Hey, Vermut, what's that look in your eyes? Kampa's eyes widened and he pointed at Vermut angrily. Are you looking down on me? Vermut snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and responded indifferently. I just think it's ridiculous that some people always take credit for other people's achievements. Kampa's face turned red with anger, and he waved his fists. Say it again. I'm the gods of destruction of the 6th Universe. Hit's attack is of course my fault. Vados kept shaking his head and couldn't help but say, Master Kampa, calm down and don't make a fool of yourself in the other universes. Vermut turned his head away in disdain, not bothering to pay any more attention to Kampa's roar. Seeing this, Kampa became even more annoyed. He was about to lash out again when Vados gently pulled him back. All right, Master Kampa, let's continue watching the light screen. Kampa snorted, trying to suppress his anger, but still muttered, just wait and see. Vermut, one day I will convince you. Son Goku was stunned. This guy Kampa is really similar to Lord Beerus. But, next, with the cooperation of 3 people, that be *********** D Zamasu will definitely lose. As Son Goku expected, in the following light curtain, Zamasu was beaten to a pulp by Jiren, Hit, and Son Goku. Zamasu's body gradually became covered with scars, and his divine aura also dimmed. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and anger, but more of it was anticipation for Hertz. This is because, behind, suddenly, a golden flash burst out from the light curtain, and Hertz actually came out of the big cube, and the energy ball disappeared. Or to put it this way, Hertz had just been absorbing all the energy in the universe seed, and it just happened to end successfully at this moment. Hertz, Zamasu looked back excitedly. Hertz's appearance had changed in his sight, and his aura was incredibly strong. You finally finished. However, what greeted Zamasu was Hertz raising his right hand without hesitation, and he seemed to be strangled by something invisible. Zamasu stared at the other person in horror. Hertz laughed heartily and sarcastically said to Zamasu, I'm so grateful that you've helped me so much so far, and it's also thanks to your immortality. Zamasu thought Hertz would help him, but at this moment Hertz told him a truth. He looked at him coldly with a strange smile on his lips. But I'm sorry. Hertz's grip suddenly tightened, and Zamasu cried out in pain. Hertz laughed even louder. God, then disappear. So none of the viewers were shocked by the result, or rather, those who knew Zamasu basically just sneered. You deserve it, this god who looks down on humans. Although Hertz is crazy, he has said since his debut that he is fighting for human freedom. Your end is totally expected. What? Zamasu's pupils suddenly shrank, and before he could react, Hertz's hand clenched completely, and a powerful suction force instantly enveloped Zamasu. No. Zamasu struggled in fear, but it was of no use. Amid Hertz's loud laughter, his body was gradually wrapped in something like crystal, and perhaps finally turned into pure energy and merged into Hertz's body? No. It simply disappeared in the air. And with Zamasu's disappearance, Hertz's power surged again, and the entire space trembled because of his existence. Jiren, Hit, and Son Goku all looked grave. This energy was abnormally strong. I am the ultimate. Hertz suddenly unleashed all the strength in his body, and an invisible purple light enveloped the entire seventh universe. Everything, whether it was buildings, people, or all living things, disappeared after the light enveloped them. Deity killer. Everyone in the picture united to fight against Ultimate Hertz alone, but they were no match at all. Piccolo was knocked away. The injured Date was hit hard again. Even Jiren, Hit, and Goku, the three strongest warriors in their respective universes, now felt insignificant in front of Hertz. They were all knocked away again and again. After absorbing energy, tentacles appeared behind Hertz. There were special energy beads next to countless tentacles, and these green beads also surrounded them. A sudden gravitational force acted on everyone. Even when Son Goku unleashed his Super Saiyan Blue form, he couldn't move under the gravity. The same goes for Jiren and others. Their bodies were suppressed by an invisible force, making it difficult for them to even move. So, it's over, ants. The gravity suddenly increased, and even huge crystals like meteorites appeared in the sky, smashing down on the people who were unable to move. Are we really going to lose? Outside the light curtain, the Grand Priest felt the ultimate Hertz's aura and was surprised for a rare moment, and all the gods also noticed it. No way. Is this guy really that strong that it's unbelievable? Where did the universe seed come from? What about Fuyu? What a messed up development. We're doomed to fail, right? The gods of destruction from the 11 universes were all talking about it. Only, gods of destruction world. The gods of destruction of the 7th universe. Beerus grinned at this time. Whis, Son Goku, it's time for them to do that, right? Whis was not stunned when he heard this, but nodded in tacit understanding. Ah, the Barad earrings have been used, but the dance has not yet been used, Lord Beerus. Ha ha ha. Beerus still has faith in the warriors of his universe, just as he patted Vegeta's shoulder and said, Vegeta, who do you think is stronger, Gogeta or Vegeto? Vegeta chose to remain silent. How would I know? But he didn't dare say anything more. Beerus continued to laugh. He believed that the future crises of the universe would be resolved by his own warriors. As the gods of destruction, he was so happy. Chapter 39. Hertz was blown up by his own power, which was a real humiliation. But the real people are happy to see it. You still want to kill Master Zeno at this level? This guy Hertz is crazy. Clown, what a clown. This guy, a bit of a clown, right? At least, even when Son Goku heard this. Although his expression did not change, he might have been moved inside. Although Gogeta is very strong, he must still be very weak compared to Lord Zeno. And Hertz, who Gogeta can't beat, isn't he a lunatic? It's really far inferior to Master Zeno. 11 Universe. Jiren also stared at the light screen carefully. Whether it was the fused Vegeto or the current fusion Gogeta, he had to say that it really excited him. Only, using fusion to defeat the enemy is not the method that a truly strong person would choose. Humph. But this is a problem faced by all 12 universes, Son Goku. You can do it, right? It's okay if I don't understand, but in the picture at this moment. In anger, Hertz still chose to rush towards the opponent. But no matter what kind of attack he made, it would be perfectly blocked, and even the last punch hit the opponent's abdomen. Gogeta simply raised his right leg and bent it to block the attack. He always had that faint smile on his face. He was really too confident. It's necessary to remind you that the difference in power between Vegeto and Gogeta is not that big. As for the issue of their success rate in a fight, Vegeto appears more to save people, while fusion is the last resort that Goku and Vegeta will choose when they are really out of options. So, Hertz slowly retreated, his eyes still etched with anger, but he said lightly, You're truly formidable, able to hold your own against me in my ultimate form. That thumbs-up sign was unexpectedly funny. Gogeta also took a fighting stance, and the smile on his face was obvious, and he couldn't help it. What does Hertz want to prove? He keeps complaining for a long time. But what you don't know is, Hertz didn't care about Gogeta's lack of reaction, or rather, at this point, he had no way of getting the other party to cooperate with him. He pointed at himself, his tone quite arrogant. With this kind of power, I can already defeat Zeno. Gogeta immediately gave him a rather strange look, as if he was looking at a fool, and quietly admired his performance. Seeing that the other party didn't move, Hertz began to win him over sincerely. Join me and fight for the freedom of mankind. 1 second later, I don't understand what you are saying at all. Gogeta responded to this sincerely, and while Hertz was stunned, he confidently said, I am already free. In reality, what nonsense, huh? Vegeta was stunned, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He kept scratching his head. This guy, can he fight against Master Zeno with his strength? Whis and Beerus looked at each other, and unlike Vegeta who looked down on Hertz, they fell into deep thought. Or maybe, Beerus rested his chin on one hand and crossed his arms with the other, thinking, Whis, what exactly is the universe seed? Someone like Hertz, he shouldn't be thinking of defeating Master Zeno with his strength, right? Whis was investigating with his scepter, and no one knew how long he had been investigating. It was rare to see his brows furrowed. Can't seem to understand what the universe seed is? Oh, I'm so sorry, Master Beerus. Whis also started rubbing his chin, seeming really helpless. Aside from what was revealed in the light curtain, the universe seed seems to be just an energy collector. Besides absorbing energy to make an ordinary warrior extremely powerful, there's no record of its existence in existing records. Therefore, even I, and even the Grand Priest, can't be sure of its origin. Well, Beerus and Vegeta both looked surprised. Zeno's office. The Grand Priest was also discussing this with the gods, but he understood a little more clearly. The universe seed might have been researched by that guy Fuyu. In other words, Fuyu is a human with extremely high creative talent, but unfortunately he used it in the wrong place. But the Grand Priest looked at the angels who seemed to want to say something, and he smiled slightly. Of course, there's another possibility. As the name suggests, the universe seed might be the energy core needed to create a whole new universe. If that's the case, then Hertz's chances of defeating Master Zeno are practically zero. Isn't that just a dream? Hertz is too crazy. There's no way he can defeat Master Zeno. Son Goku couldn't help but complain, and the other 11 gods of destruction also looked at each other. They didn't do the same as Goku, but they were also thinking, if this is true, the universe that once disappeared can actually be rebuilt, right? Back to the situation in the picture. Hertz also saw that Gogeta completely treated him as a clown, and he might not even be aware of it. Vegeta was a man of few words, and Gogeta, who was a chatterbox, even ignored him at this moment, which proved how speechless he was. Hertz slowly couldn't keep inviting Gogeta anymore, and finally gritted his teeth, and a terrifying gravity covered the entire battlefield. Ha ha ha, this thing called lack of freedom. You don't understand. Jiren and the others were unlucky enough to be pinned to the ground, and they were all furious. What's this time? Gogeta was struggling to hold on to the ground, and so was everyone else. Only Jiren realized something. He saw Gogeta, who was also oppressed by gravity in the air, looking up towards the universe. A light bulb went off in my head. Damn it, are you planning to destroy us and this planet together? Yes, both Gogeta and Jiren remembered the huge crystal that looked like a meteorite at the same time. Hertz had a powerful power to control gravity. In the universe, a huge planetary meteorite, a huge energy source, was swept in by Hertz's gravity. From Earth, it looks like an incredibly large planet about to collide with Earth. No, it's already breached the ozone layer. Earth is doomed. When this blood-red meteorite broke through the ozone layer, a fierce wind roared in, as if it was going to swallow everything up. Gogeta looked up and saw that the sky was covered by a huge shadow, blocking out the originally bright sunlight, leaving only dim light shining through the thick dust and falling on the ground. His figure seemed so small compared to the meteorite, like dust that would be wiped out in the next moment. Ha! Hertz raised his left hand, which controlled gravity, and the next moment he moved into the universe. For freedom. Disappear. Shoo, what a hassle. This was Gogeta's inner thought. His blue hair was blown by the strong wind, but he still maintained that confident smile in the air, and didn't seem to care about the current situation. Piccolo couldn't help but say, Gogeta, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Because Gogeta leaned forward slightly, clenched his fists, and blue flames began to burn around him. Was he gathering strength? As the meteorite got closer, the huge pressure caused the ground to begin to crack, and the surrounding buildings were shaking in the wind and waves. Although Jiren and others struggled to resist Hertz's gravity suppression, they had to turn their attention to Gogeta at this moment. They knew one thing clearly. At this moment, the only one who could save the planet was Gogeta. Gogeta. Gogeta didn't respond to the crowd at all. His eyes were always fixed on the huge meteorite. The next moment, his figure suddenly leaped into the air, and his body rushed into the sky like an arrow. When the distance between him and the meteorite was shortened to several kilometers, even though he was like a speck of dust, his aura was actually increasing, and the blue flame bloomed like a beam of light. The powerful aura, which even made Hertz in space tremble with fear, was bursting out at full force. This was his true strength. Suddenly, drink! Gogeta roared and swung his right fist suddenly. The golden flame condensed into a huge energy bomb and hit the meteorite directly. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded in the air, and the moment the energy wave collided with the meteorite, the entire sky was illuminated by dazzling light. There's a huge difference in size between the golden energy bullet and the giant meteorite, but Gogeta was able to withstand it. He was even laughing, and his laughter was exactly the same as the familiar Son Goku. Hey! Can Gogeta succeed? Of course you can. Duh. Chapter 40. This scene really made everyone excited, and at the same time, they all felt the power of the fusion warriors in the light curtain. Gogeta is also quite confident. However, this laughter angered Hertz. He said bluntly that it was just an egg hitting a rock. The golden gas bomb was actually completely absorbed by the meteorite and only stopped slightly. The next moment, it was smashed down by Hertz with even greater gravity. Don't you understand? Everything you do is a desperate struggle. I understand you. Huge airwaves and huge and terrifying meteorites. In this case, the Earth will be destroyed if this continues. Date said this with his fists clenched, and Piccolo, who heard this, also sprinted over. We can't let him succeed. Everyone was ejected under the huge gravity. Gogeta must have sensed everyone's determination, for he still kept smiling, but for the first time, seriousness appeared in his eyes. Hands, slowly gathering it at the waist, the aura in the body surged wildly, and a brilliant blue light condensed in the palm of his hand. Turtle-style Qigong dash. As Kamehameha blasted away, the most powerful force was pushing up against the sinking meteorite. But the power of gravity was no joke. Hertz couldn't beat Gogeta, but he was no less skilled than anyone in this type of move. Gogeta even had cold sweat on his forehead. Damn, was he going to lose? No. With a whoosh, Gogeta kept his hands in the posture of pushing the energy wave, and his head suddenly looked to his left. Don't think I'll just stand by and watch. Hit flashed to Gogeta's left side, and suddenly blocked Kamehameha's energy wave with both hands. Purple flames and blue light streams intertwined, and Kamehameha, which was originally suppressed by gravity, actually moved upwards slightly by an inch. Next second, Jiren. Yes, Jiren in the red battle suit took a step forward, the earth cracked, and a fiery red flame erupted. He was on Gogeta's right side, and slammed his right palm hard on the other side of the energy wave. With the combined efforts of the three, Kamehameha's diameter suddenly expanded, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the sky and earth. The surface of the meteorite began to crack, and its falling speed began to slow down significantly. Light curtain. The strongest warriors in the 11th universe, the strongest warriors in the 6th universe, and all the warriors in the 7th universe who haven't given up yet. How is it possible, you bunch of ants? Hertz roared in the distance, pressing down with both hands frantically. The gravity multiplier soared again, and the surface of the meteorite sank again, wrapped in dark purple energy. Kaboom! Brilliant sparks erupted from the point where the bottom of the meteorite made contact with Kamehameha, and the airwaves blew up the robes of Piccolo, Date and others who were rushing over, causing them to rustle. Don't be dazed. Everyone, attack together. Piccolo shouted loudly, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and injected the spiral energy of the magic light killing cannon into the total energy flow. Date followed closely behind, pushing out his hands burning with golden flames, and the golden torrent of the Gallic cannon merged into the column of light. Amidst such changes, Gogeta finally looked at the hands that were pushing Kanebane, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. All right, everyone, let's go together. Before he finished speaking, everyone gathered their strength behind him. The blue flames intertwined with various energies to form a white beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth. Everyone's power. Gogeta felt everyone's belief, and the smile on his face deepened, but his eyes became more fierce. Hertz's meteorite is very close, and the terrifying pressure makes the earth crack, but Gogeta is as steady as a rock. Go ahead. Boom. The dazzling Kamehameha was like a galaxy rolling back, instantly piercing through the meteorite and soaring into the sky under Hertz's horrified gaze. The sky was torn apart, gravity was shattered, and the entire battlefield trembled in the light. Date and the others knew what they had to do. They intercepted the meteorite debris in midair and blew it into powder. At this moment, they placed all their hopes on Gogeta. Therefore, in the huge smoke of the explosion, a figure suddenly rushed out. Hertz's pupils suddenly contracted, and before he could react, Gogeta's fist had already hit his abdomen hard. Ugh! The terrifying impact force made Hertz's eyes bulge out, and a mouthful of acid spurted out directly. His body flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through several mountains before he barely stopped. Hateful! Hertz covered his abdomen and raised his head with difficulty, only to see Gogeta already floating in front of him, his blue aura burning violently, and his eyes as cold as a knife. Do you think you can win with this little trick? Gogeta's voice was extremely low and full of oppression. He slowly raised his right hand, and a dazzling golden energy bullet condensed in his palm. After Hertz reacted and punched him at the same time, Gogeta took the punch without dodging or evading, and at the same time threw a punch back. Hertz gritted his teeth and forced all the energy in his body to burst out again. He waved his hand violently, and the supergravity wave pressed towards Gogeta like a tide, and the ground cracked inch by inch under the heavy pressure. However, Gogeta snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, penetrating the gravity field directly and approaching Hertz in an instant. Bang! An uppercut hit Hertz's chin hard, and his body was knocked directly into the air. Gogeta didn't give him a chance to breathe. He teleported to catch up and punched out like a storm. A strange scene was also appearing. Each punch of Gogeta carried enough power to shatter the stars. Hertz's defense was completely defeated, and his body kept twisting and deforming in the air. But this enemy burst into laughter until this moment. Ha ha! Even Hertz pointed at Gogeta's face and said, "Don't you have any limits?" This is really. On both sides of the sky, the two men simultaneously burst out with their strongest aura and collided towards each other. Boom! Gogeta clasped his fists together and raised them high, and the golden energy gathered at the tips of his fists into a dazzling ball of light. Hertz raised his right fist and yelled, "This is awesome!" Boom! Gogeta's punch was like a falling meteor, hitting Hertz's chest hard. It turned out that Hertz had completely lost, and there was even a big hole in his chest. However, facing death, this enemy only cared about one thing. Heh! Is this the power of humans? Blood flowed from the corner of Hertz's mouth, and the edge of the big hole in his chest flickered with blue light of energy annihilation. His body began to disintegrate, but his eyes were surprisingly calm, even with a kind of relieved smile. Gogeta slowly retracted his fist, and the blue aura around him gradually subsided. He stared at Hertz, his brows slightly furrowed. "What are you laughing at?" "Huh?" Hertz didn't answer immediately. His body was suspended in midair, his torn robes fluttering in the aftermath of energy. Below, Dat, Piccolo and others also rushed over and looked at the scene vigilantly. "Zeno, a mere frown can destroy the universe." Hertz's voice grew hoarse, yet a strange sense of satisfaction lingered. "I wanted to save you from this unfreedom, but..." In reality, countless true warriors watched this scene coldly. Jiren crossed his arms and didn't comment on anything. In the 6th universe, everyone seemed a little dazed. After a brief thought, Hit turned around. "The 7th universe. Mom? What is he doing?" Number 18's daughter seemed puzzled by this scene, and Number 18 also looked up at the sky in surprise. This moment, Piccolo snorted and looked at Gohan, who seemed to not understand what he was thinking. He said angrily, "Gohan, can't you even see that?" Son Gohan looked at Uncle Piccolo in surprise, but the next moment he suddenly exclaimed, "Maska, he's enjoying failure." Huh? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, in the corresponding light curtain, Gogeta listened to Hertz's words in great shock. Even though his body was collapsing, there was still a smile on his face. "Ah, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that." Hertz's laughter grew louder, even though every laugh accelerated his body's collapse. "You shine because you've surpassed your limits, huh? That's why like humans." His gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped on Gogeta. He didn't have time to say anything in the end. He just smiled and disappeared as he was staring at him. Gogeta. He was also quietly floating in the air. The blue flame had long been extinguished. He stared at the place where Hertz dissipated, his brows slightly furrowed, and the smile on the corner of his mouth had long disappeared. The wind blew up the dust on the battlefield, sweeping across his face, and a complex emotion appeared in his eyes. Not joy because of victory, but a warrior's respect for the powerful enemy. Hertz's last smile seemed to still be in his mind. Gogeta's fist slowly loosened, then suddenly clenched again. He looked down at his palm, then looked up at the sky, as if confirming something. In the end, he said nothing, just let out a light breath, turned around, and flew towards his companions. Supreme Kai, I've completed my mission. Hit put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Gogeta, and then looked at Hertz's position strangely. Jiren also crossed his arms, but he was more concerned about another point. Since you two have such a clever trick, why don't you use it at the Tournament of Power? Yes, in reality, Jiren's eyes lit up, as if he was expecting Gogeta's response in the light curtain. And the answer is, the two suddenly broke up, but what they said was very interesting. That's because I don't want to merge with Kakarot. The shirtless Son Goku put his hands behind his head and laughed happily. So next time, let me handle it alone. Vegeta snorted in annoyance. The screen suddenly went black. But Jiren was stunned for a few seconds in reality, then revealed an inexplicable smile. I see. In the 6th universe, Hit also had his hands in his pockets, staring at the black light curtain. This is true for all warriors in the entire universe. One thing should be made clear, the warriors of the 7th universe are indeed qualified people. They did not rely on this move to use it in the Tournament of Power. This is also the dignity of a martial artist. But this guy Hertz, his ideals, and what he said when he died were absolutely true. In other words, he is open-minded about the unexpectedness of death and seems to enjoy failure. Zeno's office. What a pity. Grand Priest had his hands behind his back and had a strange expression on his face at this moment. Yeah, what a pity. Son Goku stood straight with a serious expression on his face. Perhaps Hertz was not wrong. Lord Zeno was just powerful because of his authority, and even if he could not defeat Gogeta, perhaps killing Zeno was not impossible. He is also a respectable martial artist, but he used the wrong method and took the wrong path. After all, no matter how simple a person is, even if it's Son Goku, Hertz's line Zeno can destroy a universe with just a frown, I want to set humanity free, can really resonate with people. Chapter 41. However, the light curtain finally ended before anyone who was exposed in the light curtain was rewarded. Mr. Goku, you may have more important things to do. As for guiding you in Ultra Instinct. Grand Priest smiled gently and said his next words with certainty. Let's put it off until next time. Remember to look for me when you're not busy. Gods, Don't worry, Grand Priest. Son Goku also laughed and ran quickly to a distant place. After taking off into the air, he made a waving gesture. Gonna, see you next time. The next moment, Supreme Kai suddenly appeared, grabbed Goku's shoulder with one hand, and the two disappeared in an instant. The gods, at the same time. 11 Universe. Jiren, Hertz must still be planning this conspiracy. What do you think? Topo raised his fist in annoyance. Although Hertz did have the open-minded side of a martial artist, this guy's ambition was too big and he had to be dealt with. Jiren was also distracted for a moment, and finally turned around and walked towards the place where he was practicing. But the words spread to everyone's ears. Some people are more anxious than us. Practice first. We can talk about the rest later. Jiren was not panicked. He saw one thing very clearly. The person in the light curtain had not yet unleashed his full strength. Hertz's real strength was not strong, and relying on external objects was not enough to make him care. The other side of the world. Hit faced the discussions of the crowd in annoyance, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Only, when those two from the 7th universe show up, please let me know. KB looked at Hit in confusion, but the other party suddenly disappeared. Kale seemed to realize something, and Caulifla snorted. Kale, let's go. Let's go train. Even a guy like Hertz, as long as he doesn't strengthen himself, we can still defeat him. Kyer scratched her head in embarrassment. The big sister was still the same. Gabe and the others tried hard to suppress their laughter. What could they use to fight? However, they should work hard to become stronger after being exposed by the light curtain. Kampa and his own angel Vados suddenly appeared. What are you all standing there for? Go and train. Are we really going to rely on that D warrior Beerus to solve the problem later? Kampa stamped his feet angrily, his round belly shaking up and down with the movement. Vados gracefully turned the staff in his hand, and the crystal ball showed the scene of the cultivation of the people in the 7th universe. Oh my, even Kampa-sama is anxious. Goku-san and the others seem even more anxious now that we've returned from Zeno-sama. But, she teasingly pointed out, Master Kampa, you seem quite motivated now. But just now, When you were looking at the screen, you actually dropped 3 plates of macarons. Stop talking nonsense. Kampa's purple face flushed red. He stole a glance at the scattered snack crumbs. How could these things have been teleported back? That's all because my warriors are not good enough. They didn't work hard enough. Otherwise, how could they be distinguished from Son Goku and the others? Yes, yes, yes. Vados poked Kampa's head lightly with his staff and said helplessly, "But Master Kampa, you're too fat. You should lose some weight while you have time. And by the way, you can train our universe warriors. They have great potential." I know. The 7th universe. Yo, Vegeta. Son Goku bids farewell to Supreme Kai Shin, and at this moment playfully greets Vegeta, who is training in the distance. Tisk. Vegeta didn't even blink, but his training at this moment had indeed come to an end. He slowly stood up and walked towards Son Goku step by step. Kakarot, what are you going to do after this light curtain ends? What are you doing? Son Goku scratched his head and rubbed his chin. Probably. By the way, Vegeta, are you interested in going to the Supreme Kai of time and space and looking for the other pair? Vegeta's eyes lit up instantly. He originally wanted to develop Super Saiyan 4. After all, knowing one more form might also improve his martial arts. But this suggestion is not bad. Of course I can, but will Lord Beerus agree? Beerus' voice suddenly came from behind the two of them, with a hint of laziness and majesty. You two guys, what are you planning again? Son Goku and Vegeta turned around at the same time, only to see Beerus standing not far away with his arms crossed, while Whis was floating beside him with his usual smile, holding his iconic staff. Lord Beerus. Son Goku smiled and waved. We were just about to come find you. Oh. Beerus narrowed his eyes, his tail wagging slightly. Looking for me? Are you planning to go to the Supreme Kai of space-time? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Beerus's acumen. How did you know? Whis chuckled, and the scene of the conversation between Son Goku and Vegeta just now appeared in the crystal ball. Because of the Grand Priest's orders, we have been keeping an eye on your movements. Beerus yawned and said lazily. The Grand Priest sent a message saying that you might want to visit other time and space. Although I don't know why he indulges you so much. He glanced at the two of them. But since it's the Grand Priest's idea, I don't bother to object. Son Goku's eyes lit up and he pumped his fist in excitement. Great. Thank you, Master Beerus. Don't be too happy. Beerus's expression suddenly turned cold, a warning glint flashing in his purple eyes. The Space-Time Supreme Kai isn't very busy. Time travel is no joke, especially when it involves the balance of other universes. If you dare to mess around or cause any trouble. Beerus suddenly seemed to explode with anger and warned in a serious tone, I will personally capture you and let you taste the feeling of destroying energy. Vegeta folded his arms across his chest and snorted in disdain. Don't worry, we have no interest in breaking the rules. We just want to see a different side of ourselves. Whis added with a smile. That's not bad. Yeah, I'll also keep an eye on your movements. If anything unexpected happens, remember to notify me in time, and I'll bring you back immediately. Son Goku scratched his head, his smile still bright. Got it. We will definitely be careful. Beerus waved his hand and turned to leave. All right, hurry up and stop bothering me here. Whis, take them there. As you command, Lord Beerus. Whis bowed gracefully before turning to Son Goku and Vegeta. So, are you two ready? Vegeta nodded, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Let's go, Kakarot. Yeah. Son Goku clenched his fists, his fighting spirit high. We are in another world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The next moment, as Whis tapped his staff, a brilliant light enveloped the two of them, and their figures disappeared from the spot. Beerus looked in the direction they disappeared, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. These two guys are really worrying. But they always have a way of surprising you, don't they? Beerus snorted and turned away. Let them go. After all, it's Grand Priest's order. Just don't let anything go wrong. The Hertz issue is up to these two to resolve. Oh my, this is the first time Lord Beerus has been so considerate. Whis. Chapter 42. In the following time, Goku and Vegeta quickly arrived at the Nest of Time. The light curtain seemed to light up again after a long wait, but this time no reward was given to those on the list. Instead, several shots flashed by. There are flashes of Goku and his crew fighting and collaborating with a man in black, and then a battle between the man in black and what appears to be another time and space. Another flash, and a black-clad man appears, incredibly powerful, reaching unimaginable levels with just Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku seemed to have discovered something. Or perhaps he just glanced over and felt that the backs of the two men in black were very familiar. Vegeta, did you find anything? No. They had clearly arrived at the nest of time, but at this moment they were not in a hurry to see anyone. Instead, they looked up at the light curtain. Vegeta's eyes were very strange. He had an impression of the back of Super Saiyan 3, but he could not remember where he had seen him. No, something's wrong. Son Goku suddenly exclaimed. An unimaginable energy erupted from his body. Vegeta was startled and quickly grabbed the other person's arm. Kakarot, what are you doing? Son Goku didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on the man in black in the first picture. He seemed to recognize him. The light screen also suddenly appeared with a narration voice. The future of Dragon Ball Heroes isn't over yet, but to prevent people from being confused about the characters when the show airs later, we're temporarily canceling the reward system and revealing their identities up front. When these words were spoken, everyone in the universe was stunned. In other words, instead of directly revealing the future, they would reveal some of the stories of the characters that would appear in advance. Huh? If it's worth revealing, then the person who appears is probably not a simple person. Yeah, that's a good development. It's time to take a break and look at other things. But the future is really awful. I hope these people's stories aren't so upsetting. Having said that, these people didn't feel anything and just treated the screen as a movie. But some people reacted strongly at this moment. The seventh universe. In normal time and space, Son Gohan paused while studying something, and he seemed to wipe his eyes, staring at the image of the first man in black in shock. Far away, Piccolo's eyes, which had been closed all this time, finally opened, and he could finally put aside his spiritual practice. Because, one-armed. Yes, in the first scene of The Night Man, it can be clearly seen that the other party is a one-armed warrior, and among the people worth introducing on the light screen, Piccolo and Gohan happen to know one. And, whether it is Piccolo on the normal time and space Earth, or Goku and others in the nest of time, everyone kept wiping their eyes at this moment, especially Piccolo, whose anger suddenly rose. The more he watched the battle scenes of the man in black, through some subtle fighting methods and movements, the more certain he became of his incredible guess. Could it be? The first picture suddenly zooms in, and the camera seems to focus directly on the key exposure scene. The hood of the man in black was taken off, and that familiar face was so shocking. Gohan on Earth rushed to the window of his home, clasped his hands together, and looked up at the sky in disbelief. Me? No, that's not right. The me from the despair spacetime. At this moment, someone in a certain time and space is the most excited. Gohan-sama. In the desperate time and space of the future that was restored not long ago, Date stopped rebuilding his home. He called out the name he had been thinking about day and night with a trembling voice. Brother Gohan, is that really you? Trunks clenched his fist unconsciously, his nails digging deep into his palms. He looked up at the familiar face in the light curtain. The orange-red martial arts uniform had never been so vivid in his memory. Xiaowu was still confused, but Bulma had already run over and grabbed the excited Datu's arm. Trunks, calm down. That's not necessarily Gohan. Impossible. Trunks looked at the man in black whose identity was exposed and his posture when fighting with him. That's Gohan. In the image on the light screen, the one-armed warrior's posture using the magic flash perfectly overlapped with Date's memory. Trunks suddenly knelt on one knee, covering his head in a somewhat collapsed state. That battle rhythm, those movements, those fighting habits. Only Gohan, who had experienced that final battle, could do that. In other words, nest of time. Son Goku slowly calmed down, and when he confirmed that the man in black was really Gohan, he slowly figured out some things. But Son Goku's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at Vegeta. Vegeta, are you saying that Gohan is still alive in that time and space? Or is it that damn Fuyu who controlled Gohan? Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the light curtain. The one-armed Gohan's eyes were filled with coldness and vicissitudes that he had never seen before. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was unusually tense. The Gohan of that time and space was probably not a controlled puppet. The one-armed warrior in the picture suddenly swung out a Destructo disc, accurately cutting off the enemy's retreat. This action also made Piccolo on Earth stand up suddenly. That's Gohan's fighting style, sure. Piccolo's voice was shaking. But when did he learn to use such a brutal style? A light bulb suddenly lit up in Piccolo's head. A conjecture emerged. At the same time, the camera suddenly cuts to another scene. Gohan in black stands on a battlefield littered with corpses, the bodies of Cell's remnants under his feet, the sleeve of his one-armed shirt fluttering in the wind, his face stained with the blood of the enemy. Goku in the nest of time suddenly felt suffocated. That look, that wasn't the son he knew at all, but there was a possibility he guessed, and that was the only possibility that would cause Gohan to become like this. You must be joking. Vegeta suddenly flew into a rage, a dazzling golden aura erupting from his body. Could it be that? The picture suddenly disappears, and the narration voice appears again. Everyone, the first person will be exposed in 3 days. Their name is Son Gohan, the warrior of despair and space-time. With a bang. In despair, Trunks pushed his mother away and took off into the air. He came to the western capital and the cemetery where his former companions were buried. After an anxious search, Trunks' eyes lit up, but his mood became even more devastated. Gohan-sama. He knelt directly in front of the tombstone, and Deti's tears flowed as if they were free. Why? Why is there such a development in another time and space? He punched the ground, and cracks appeared. I'm dead. It's the time and space when Gohan-sama was still alive, huh? That must have been a very sad thing for Brother Gohan. After that kind of experience, he must have changed to the point where he couldn't even recognize himself. Chapter 43. The content revealed by the light screen has made Son Goku and Vegeta feel extremely complicated, and they even have less desire to see their other selves. But since we're here, there's no need to leave. As they were traveling, they also encountered many time and space patrolmen from the Time Nest, who were very excited when they saw them. Wow, it's Mr. Son Goku, huh? And Mr. Vegeta. A large group of people, who seemed to not care about their work, all rushed to their bed. At this moment, Son Goku was sweating profusely, and Vegeta also had an unbelievable expression on his face. Kakarot, what's going on? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Son Goku eagerly pulled Vegeta and took off into the air at the same time. After wandering around, they finally flew to a secluded corner and finally got rid of those fanatical time and space patrolmen. Son Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, this is too much. How come they all know us? Vegeta crossed his arms and frowned. He actually guessed some truth. Humph, Kakarot. Didn't you see them yelling about historical figures? Vegeta snorted, actually more concerned with the contents of the screen. TSK, but it seems we time patrols have accomplished quite a few missions, and those guys might have mistaken us for them. But being chased by a bunch of these people is truly embarrassing. Son Goku scratched his head and laughed. Haha, but they don't seem to have any bad intentions. They're just a little too enthusiastic. Vegeta wanted to say something, but the two of them suddenly showed disbelief. At the same time, look straight ahead. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the front. Hey, Uncle Goku? Father? Hiss. No, you are in the light curtain. You actually came to the Time Nest. The two of them looked closely and saw that it was Trunks wearing the Time Patrol uniform. No, he is not only the Trunks of his own time and space, but also the big Trunks of the future time and space. So, Son Goku said in surprise, Trunks, why are you here? Vegeta guessed something and snorted in annoyance. Looks like we're not the only two who've become time patrolmen. Slur. Trunks stepped forward and said politely, I've always been a member of the Time Nest. But you, Uncle Goku, Dad, why are you here? Is it because of the light curtain? You want to see the Time Patrol, right? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. I guessed it. Then lead the way. Trunks nodded, his expression suddenly becoming very serious. Now, because of this mysterious light curtain that can be seen everywhere even within the realm of time, it has become a huge chaos. The Supreme Kai of Time is also investigating this matter. Son Goku was also thoughtful and was not in a good mood. Well, it seems you're very busy now. But please, Trunks, take us directly to see the Supreme Kai of Time. Trunks smiled upon hearing this and said, Uncle Goku, what are you talking about? I'll take you to phone right away. Vegeta nodded and said calmly, That's good. It saves us from running around like headless chickens. So, the three of them flew towards the core area of the Time Nest together. On the way, Son Goku couldn't help but ask, Trunks, why were those time patrolmen so enthusiastic towards us just now? Trunks smiled sheepishly. Because in many time and space histories, you and Dad were heroes who saved the world. Even some patrolmen in other time and space were inspired by you to join. So when people see you, they're bound to get excited. Vegeta turned away. Boring. Son Goku laughed out loud. So we are so popular. Passing through the complex time patrol buildings, they arrived at the Temple of Time. Supreme Kai of Time. A petite and cute girl was standing in the center of the hall, as if she had already anticipated their arrival. Welcome, Son Goku Vegeta. She smiled. I know why you are here. Then, I will take you to meet them. Son Goku kept talking to the other party along the way, and the Supreme Kai of Time answered every question and seemed quite easy to talk to. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but he was also concerned about the future in the light curtain. Finally, when they arrived at a training ground, Two sharp gazes swept over them instantly. Time Patrol Goku was biting the Senzu beans, and Time Patrol Vegeta was still moving his body. It seemed that they had just been fighting, and it was obviously just over. Oh, it looks like we've arrived at the right time. Son Goku greeted the other party with surprise, and Sun, who was opposite him, was silent and forced a smile. However, compared to Goku's reaction, Vegeta suddenly pushed away Kakarot's arm on his shoulder and looked directly at himself and Kakarot. How much do you know about Gohan, the man in black in the light curtain? When Son Goku heard Vegeta's question, he immediately put away his smile and looked at his Tokimi self with burning eyes. Time Patrol Goku and Time Patrol Vegeta looked at each other, seeming a little hesitant. But, you also saw that light curtain. Takaru Goku sighed and scratched his head. To be honest, we don't know much. Vegeta snorted coldly and stepped forward. Stop talking nonsense. Since you are the Time Patrol, you should have more information than us, right? Don't pretend you don't know. Takairu Vegeta crossed his arms and responded coldly. Humph, do you know that you can stop talking to us in that questioning tone? We did see that black-clad Gohan, but how do you know this? What? Son Goku was surprised and looked at his other self. You really do know? Then, how can I know the answer? Tokusan Goku's expression changed, and he subconsciously looked at Tokusan Vegeta beside him. The other party seemed to have an imperceptible smile on his lips, but at this moment, fighting spirit suddenly appeared in his eyes. In that case, why don't you come and find us too? Let's have a fight first. Huh? Tokushin Goku was stunned, and a fighting spirit appeared in his eyes, but he looked at his other self and Tokushin Vegeta, who said this with amusement. Son Goku also scratched his head, seeming helpless. Looks like we're going to have a fight. He immediately laughed again, and his expression was rarely serious. Before we deal with Hertz, we really want to see your strength. Kakarot, stop talking nonsense. Since they are also us, we have to use battle to prove who is stronger. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth. By the way, I also want to see the power of Super Saiyan 4. Tokushin Vegeta scoffed. Just what I want. Kakarot, stop holding us back. Goku Shunshin smiled helplessly. Really, the situation is so urgent, but you only think about fighting. Stop talking nonsense. Vegeta exploded, his golden flames rising into the sky. Let's do it. Boom. The Supreme Kai of Time gave a wry smile, and quickly took a few steps back. The Time Patrol Date beside him also gave a wry smile. Dad and the others have always been like this. That's exactly what Vegeta and the others are aiming for. Kane, the Supreme Kai of Time, rubbed his chin in distress. Let's just watch them fight for a while. This is indeed the case. Because of the light curtain Gohan incident, Son Goku and Vegeta didn't waste any time figuring out each other's strength this time, but instead went all out from the start. At the same time, they roared, the energy on their bodies rapidly rose, and finally they simultaneously achieved different transformations. Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan versus Super Saiyan. Four figures collided instantly on the training ground, and terrifying energy raged in the training ground. Son Goku and Tokimi Goku exchanged punches and kicks at a speed too fast to be captured by the naked eye, and every time they fought, space was shaken. Haha, it's really amazing. Son Goku laughed. Super Saiyan 4 is even more powerful than I thought. Goku also showed an excited look. You are not bad either, but I will not lose. On the other side, the battle between Vegeta and Tokipan Vegeta became more intense. The two showed no mercy and each move was deadly. Is that all you can do? Takairu Vegeta sneered. Don't be so complacent. Vegeta shouted angrily and instantly burst out with a stronger aura. The two of them used the ultimate flash at the same time, and the collision caused a violent explosion. Time passed slowly until a long time later. Puff! Son Goku was hit in the abdomen by Takairu's own fist, but he smiled. And the next moment he hit the other person in the abdomen at the same time. The battle between the two was so intense that even the air was distorted. Tokiwa Goku's fighting style was relatively wilder, and his fists were more powerful. Super Saiyan Blue Goku responded even more obviously with the extreme speed and skill of the divine breath. The two figures intertwined in the air, and the afterimages flashed like lightning. Boom! After the last punch, the ground cracked layer by layer, and the Supreme Kai of Time covered his forehead with his hands. Haha, that feels so good. Son Goku grinned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is indeed amazing, but he suddenly lowered his body, gathered powerful strength in his right fist, and suddenly launched a tortoise wave. Goku's pupil shrank, and he crossed his arms to block the attack, but he was still knocked back dozens of meters. and his feet left 2 deep marks on the ground. He also shook his numb arms and grinned. Not bad, but it's not over yet. He growled, and his aura suddenly surged. His muscles expanded again, and the power of Super Saiyan 4 increased further. 10 times, Kamehameha, the dazzling blue light turned into red energy under the tenfold blessing and exploded in his hands. Then, a torrent of energy rushed straight towards Son Goku. Good. Son Goku was not afraid at all. He clasped his hands together, and a surge of strong power burst out of his body. 10 times, he roared, and a terrifying red aura appeared on Super Blue. Kaioken. He pushed out the azure power from his hands and intertwined it with the opponent's powerful Qigong. Boom. Wow. He used Kaioken to fight against another self. It seemed like he was trying his best. The other side. Vegeta's battle with Time Patrol Vegeta becomes even more violent. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and kicks rained down like a torrential rain, both men overwhelming the other with their fiercest attacks. Their fighting styles were identical. Sharp, ruthless, and unyielding. Zero, requesting flowers. Is this all you can do? Shersun sneered at Vegeta and kneed Vegeta hard in the abdomen. Vegeta gritted his teeth and resisted, then backhandedly slammed the other man's face. Don't be so proud, my other self. Bang. Both of them were hit at the same time, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, but neither of them was willing to take a step back. Interesting. Toki-Sin Vegeta wiped off the blood, and the arrogance of Super Saiyan 4 rose to a terrifying level again. Let me show you the true power of Super Saiyan 4. He clenched his fists, his aura suddenly compressed, his muscles became more defined, and his strength increased again. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and sneered. Do you think you're the only one who can improve? He roared, and a deep blue aura erupted. The divine aura and power fused perfectly, and his power skyrocketed instantly. Deep Blue Super Saiyan God. And Ultimate Flash. Super Saiyan 4's limit state. Gallic Cannon. 2 destructive energies collided, and a violent shockwave swept across the entire training ground. Even the Supreme Kai of Time was forced to raise his hands to block the aftermath. The Te even stood in front of the god. Really, after watching for a long time, there was still no winner. Kane even found that they were not finished even after the smoke cleared. Huh, that's pretty powerful. Son Goku shook his numb arms, his eyes still full of fighting spirit. Again, Goku laughed. Just what I want. Vegeta snorted coldly, but rarely did he mock. Instead, he stared at himself while he was on a tour of the time, with a slight smile on his face. Humph, not bad. Shersun Vegeta stood with his arms folded, his tone still cold and arrogant, but a hint of recognition flashed in his eyes. You are not bad either. Kain, the Supreme Kai of Time, finally couldn't help but step forward and shook her head helplessly. Has that been enough fighting? Can we talk properly now? Son Goku scratched his head and laughed. Haha, sorry, I couldn't help it. Vegeta looked at himself and said solemnly, Now, is it time to tell us the truth? Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance. They were actually very clear about one thing. The other two of them definitely hadn't used their full strength. Unlike Vegeta's own deep blue form, Time Patrol Son Goku was clearly looking forward to Ultra Instinct, but in the end, Son Goku didn't unleash it. Even, you two are quite capable. Well, you two are really fishy. Son Goku, adjusting his martial arts uniform, expressed this point with certainty at this moment. Vegeta also shook his head and didn't say much. I guess. Son Goku's expression gradually grew serious, but he seemed to be trying to change the subject. He smiled and said, You guys actually want to achieve our 4th Super Saiyan form, right? Although it won't be a big improvement for you. But to be honest, achieving the 4th Super Saiyan form at the same time can also help you develop your Saiyan essence power. Yeah, but the reason we can't transform. Son Goku scratched his head, pointed behind them, and said sincerely, Is it because we don't have tails? Vegeta snorted coldly. Humph, Kakarot, you just said it directly. Shersun Vegeta crossed his arms and sneered. That's right. It's because you gave up your tails too early that you can't comprehend the true power of Saiyan. You guys who rely on the aura of God will never understand. Hey, don't say that. Time Patrol Goku smiled to smooth things over, but his eyes were also serious. But it's true that Super Saiyan 4 transformation requires a tail as a medium. The Saiyans in your time and space don't have tails anymore. Son Goku spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, it was cut off before. But he suddenly put his hands together and walked quickly to Kane. Lord Supreme Kai of Time, could you please help us recover from the abuse? Upon hearing this, Supreme Kai Kain immediately waved his hand. No, changing individual physiological characteristics that will violate the laws of time and space. Trunks also explained, even if the tail is restored, mastering Super Saiyan 4 requires special conditions. That's enough. Time Patrol Vegeta suddenly interrupted, his sharp eyes fixed on the two people in the main time and space. This is not what you really want to know. Kakarot, don't waste time changing the subject. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Son Goku put away his smile and said solemnly, that's right. The future shown on the screen, what's going on with that go on? As Time Patrolman, you must know something. Time Patrol Goku and Time Patrol Vegeta looked at each other, as if communicating with their eyes. This last moment. I do know a little. Son Goku's expression was not quite right. He was just being frank. But should we wait a little longer for the light curtain? I think that even if we talk about it for 3 days, it won't be as effective as the images directly displayed by the light curtain. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, and finally thought that it was indeed true. However, although the two people from Shursun had similar temperaments to himself, the expressions between their brows were also bad, and they seemed to be trying to control their emotions. No matter how you look at it, he is much more mature than both of them. Perhaps being a Time Patrol officer had caused them to experience many unimaginable situations. Chapter 44. Only Goku and the other two knew the significance of this battle. Although they did not fully enjoy it, they also saw the basic strength of the Tokigami duo. They have more experience, and their understanding of martial arts is better than the two of them, so they didn't even use their full strength just now. This also proves why the Toki-san Vegeto in the light curtain is stronger than the normal Vegeto. What we should be more concerned about now is still the situation of Gohan in black. And in the next 2 days, Time Patrol Goku patted normal Goku's shoulder, his smile particularly bright. Hey, in that case, while you're waiting, would you like me to be your host? I know there's a great restaurant in Time's Nest. Vegeta stood aside with his arms crossed. Although his expression was still stern, looking at his other self, the other self seemed to think the same. Vegeta, what do you think? Son Goku also looked over with a smile. Vegeta thought for a moment, then tilted his head and said, Humph, whatever you say. Vegeta raised his lips slightly. Finally, I saw another me say something decent, but the way you used the aura of God did give us a lot of inspiration. The four of them stood facing each other, and a wonderful tacit understanding emerged. Speaking of which, how long will it take you to fully master Ultra Instinct? I don't know. I wanted to ask the Grand Priest for advice, just like the light curtain, but I also wanted to meet you first. This is a conversation between Son Goku and the other two. Vegeta's side. The divine aura was also mastered by my other self. You've developed it quite well. Well, of course. Don't be so arrogant. You haven't seen enough. Don't lecture me. You didn't even use your full strength before, did you? So to put it bluntly, the Shursun duo has experienced more, their strength training is more terrifying, and to be more precise, their understanding of martial arts must be deeper. The difference between them is not the different transformations, but the different selves with different experiences. This is like Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta during Cell's time. Can he defeat Vegeta, who is normal after the Tournament of Power? The answer is obvious. 3 days passed quietly, no matter how eager everyone on Earth was to know the truth about Black Gohan. However, Goku and Vegeta spent 2 days fighting against each other with all their strength to hone their martial arts skills. Even say, we also know how to use the divine aura, but the difference in our transformations is simply a difference in how we develop our Saiyan powers. You shouldn't mistakenly assume that the difference in our powers is due to the difference in our transformations. Goku reminded him kindly, but Vegeta snorted in disdain. But he also accepted the reminder, even though he and Goku already knew it. Whis had said this many times. And with the efforts of Son Goku and Time Patrol Goku, they finally managed to persuade the Supreme Kai of Time to grow a tail for them. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation method is also under experimentation, but the time limit is very short after all. A day and a half was not enough to accomplish the task, and at this moment, the light curtain appeared again. At the same time, future time and space. After being comforted by Xiao Wu and cared for by his mother after she came back to life, Trunks gradually calmed down. Just witnessing the light curtain appear in the sky, he was still emotionally shaken. The death of his elder brother Gohan would always be a thorn in his heart. If I had become a Super Saiyan earlier, Gohan-sama. That feeling made Trunks unable to sleep peacefully. He had clearly let it go, but after seeing the light curtain being exposed, he still couldn't let it go. And when Dad and Uncle Goku see me, what will they say about me? I told them this verbally, but when the real scene appeared before their eyes, the feeling was definitely different. In the normal space-time of Earth, Son Gohan rarely stopped researching any experiments and just sat on the roof of his home in Baozishan, gazing at the light curtain in the sky. His mood was also complicated. The one-armed me in black. Trunks. What happened back then? Why did that me take a completely different path? Son Gohan's intelligence actually guessed that possibility, but he was unwilling to face it because he himself had neglected training for a long time. If that's really possible, the gap between myself and my other self is really too big. The other one became like that because of what he encountered, but while I developed peacefully in time and space, I became a rookie in martial arts, getting weaker and weaker. No matter what, I no longer have the face to face my other self. He even placed all his safety on his father. In the future revealed by the screen, he didn't even show up to help deal with hurts. Ah, how shameful. At this moment, Chi-Chi walked out of the house. She looked up at her son and asked with concern, Gohan, are you still thinking about the light curtain? Now the light curtain has appeared. Come down and eat. Gohan came back to his senses and forced a smile. Okay, Mom. As everyone's attention was focused, the light curtain's image finally began. The first thing that appears is a line of text. Before revealing Mr. Gohan in black, I hope everyone in the universe will first look at the development of normal time and space. By comparing, you will understand the reason for his changes. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone who knew Gohan changed. The boundary of time. Son Goku is in a complicated mood. He will witness with his own eyes what he has only heard from Dado. Gohan, he's dead. Vegeta was sitting opposite him, but he did not have the same melancholy expression. Instead, he was observing the other two Shixins. He was surprised to find that the expressions of the Shixins and the other two were very calm. Even when they knew that they were witnessing the tragic development of their relatives, they still remained calm. Vegeta suddenly realized something. Son Goku's expression changed as he looked around. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say it at all. He also thought of a possibility. Sure, Son Self might have experienced that kind of change. But is this possible? Possible. That is. The light screen quickly lights up after going dark. A brief background introduction is given, such as the birth of the android siblings, Son Goku's death from a heart attack, and the fact that only Son Gohan and Trunks are left on Earth in the end. The film opens with a lightning strike. Little Gohan runs back from school. He sees all his friends and elders gathered at home. He sees Son Goku in the picture no longer looks as passionate as he did in the future, but just has the helpless look of an ordinary person at the moment of life and death. He lay in his hospital bed, gazing out the window tenderly. He had so many words he wanted to share with his son, but in the end, the disease defeated him, a heart attack slaying the future 7th universe's strongest warrior. Dad, little Gohan didn't run back immediately. When he got home, his father had already passed away. So this scene also made many people in real life cry, especially those who knew Son Goku. Gohan, Goten, Master Roshi, and the others all looked at the light screen in disbelief. Goku and others. He's really dead. Yes, even though I have heard Tate talk about this incident before, it is far less shocking than seeing it with my own eyes. Goten even cried and had a big snotty nose. It was a rare opportunity for him to leave Vegeta's house, and he flew back to Baozi Mountain with tears in his eyes. At the same time, Piccolo was gazing at the sky on a mountaintop. When he opened his eyes, he subconsciously clenched his hands. Son Goku himself remained silent. Takaru Goku patted his shoulder with his big hand, and at this moment, he was abnormally calm. You may not know the other me. If Trunks hadn't violated the laws of time and space, that would actually be our true destiny. Destiny? Son Goku still stared at the light screen seriously. He didn't shout, but just wanted to know what would become of 4.7 Dao Gohan next, and what happened at that time. The scene changes to show a young Gohan sitting in silence at his father's funeral. He lowers his head, tears silently falling. Piccolo stood behind him, rarely saying anything, but patted his shoulder with one hand, as if silently comforting him. The screen also shows several fast-forwarded shots of the following moments. After the android siblings appear, the Z-warriors sacrifice themselves one after another, even Saiyan Vegeta tragically falling on the road to battle. Squeak. Vegeta also gritted his teeth in real life and said nothing, which was also rare. He knew one thing very well. Sure, soon Vegeta reminded. You also have to understand that if Kakarot were gone, we wouldn't have gotten to where we are now. Vegeta remained silent, but he thought it was the right thing to say. In the martial arts world, there is no direction to pursue. How lonely it is. I can't grow at all. Or, in the end, I was infected by the Earthlings and became an Earthling. Kakarot's death must be lingering on my mind. Chapter 45. Beerus and Whis were also looking up at the light curtain, and they were both thinking the same question. Without Son Goku's 7th universe, the future of that time and space will become a world where Zamasu runs rampant. How sad. The light curtain also continues. After Son Goku's death, the android siblings killed all the warriors on Earth, leaving only the last two. No, one qualified warrior. Son Gohan appears in the camera, but at this moment, he is beaten to a pulp by the android siblings. The other party seemed to be in a playful mood and did not kill him after all, and even let him go time and time again. In reality, Son Gohan clenched his fists. He suddenly understood something, which he figured out after putting himself in the situation. Shame. This is a real shame. So how does that compare to myself who has given up cultivation now? I am even more humiliated. He pushed over his desk suddenly and flew out quickly regardless of his mother's advice. Most likely, I'll really start practicing again, right? In reality, Piccolo also looked over there, and for the first time, Gohan's aura showed that brilliance and that clarity. Son. Piccolo folded his arms, sitting cross-legged on a mountain, his eyes slowly closing. It seems that your death has finally awakened Gohan of our time and space. Son Gohan has helped civilians fight against the android siblings countless times, even though he loses 9 times out of 10, and even the only time he wins isn't a win, because the android siblings have had enough. Just like the picture that appeared on the light screen. Huh. The only remaining warrior. How boring. 18, let's go. Oh, boring guy. An explosion appeared in the light curtain, and Son Gohan, seriously injured, could only watch them leave. He could no longer remember how many times he had challenged the other party. After this, Son Gohan 02 trains rigorously, often feeling unwell from overtraining. He often stares blankly at the training ground, gazing at Uncle Piccolo, who should be alive not far away. He must be expecting him to change everything, because he knows the future of Earth rests on his shoulders. During this period, Son Gohan protected his only remaining Aunt Bulma and his younger brother Trunks. Gohan-sama. Trunks appeared on the screen. He seemed to be in a state of emotional collapse, and on a TV not far away there was news about some cities being completely wiped out by android siblings. I'm not willing to accept this. I'm really not willing to accept this. The 3 of them were having a normal meal when Trunks suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks, tears streaming down his face like they were free. He looked at the man standing in front of the window in the distance. The man had very broad shoulders and his figure was particularly reassuring. But if they continue to allow the androids to do evil, I will become stronger. I will become stronger and destroy them. Trunks shouted angrily, but his tears made it difficult for him to see clearly. Opposite of him, Bulma also stared at her son blankly at this moment, then looked at Gohan, the orange martial arts uniform with the big word fan engraved on the back. That figure looked so much like the good old days. Son Goku, Gohan-sama, please. Trunks suddenly pleaded loudly with Son Gohan in the distance, expressing his needs seriously. Please train me harder. Trunks clenched his fists, sincere. His father's image appeared in his mind. I'll just stay like this, my body constantly itching to move. Dad, I have the blood of the Saiyan warrior race flowing through me. Seeing that the man in front of the window didn't respond, he couldn't help but yell again. Gohan-sama. Gohan continued to look out the window, his expression revealing nothing. But at one point he mentioned that when his mother asked him to study, he wanted to practice cultivation no matter what, although he gave up later. But, Trunks. Son Gohan finally turned around slowly, the setting sun shining on his face, his eyes filled with only fatigue, but not fear. Looking at Trunks' figure, he seemed to see his former self, and that majestic figure, his father who had fought desperately to protect the Earth. Are you really ready? Son Gohan's voice was hoarse, and it was obvious that he was not at peace. Trunks nodded without hesitation, his fists rubbing against each other until they turned white. I don't want to hide anymore. I want to fight. Even if it means death. Bulma's lips trembled, and she wanted to say something, but in the end she just lowered her head in silence, her fingers tightly holding the tablecloth. Son Gohan suddenly pulled off his already worn sleeves, revealing his arms covered in wounds. He walked towards Trunks and pressed his palms heavily on the boy's shoulders. But you have to remember, this isn't a game. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you in a way even more brutal than Uncle Piccolo used to train me. A long-lost fire ignited in his pupils. On the TV, there were the wailing sounds of humans and the explosions caused by the rampage of the androids. Because now, we are the last hope, corresponding to reality. Future Dat covered his head and looked at the scene in his memory with difficulty. Brother Gohan, if I had worked harder, if I had been more talented, my fist also turned white, just like myself in the light curtain. Maybe I can help you. Damn it. Xiao Wu had never seen Date like this before. She looked at him nervously and quickly went up to comfort him. Everyone. She stopped cooking and looked at the sky through the kitchen window. Son Gohan's back is still so reassuring, yet carries an indescribable heaviness. Son, Vegeta, if you were still alive, Trunks and Gohan wouldn't have to suffer so much. Return to the light curtain. Son Gohan and Trunks stood in the desolate ruins, surrounded by the wreckage of a destroyed city. This place has become a heartbreaking no-man's land. Drink. Trunks gritted his teeth and punched, sweat soaking his training suit, but his movements were still not perfect, even a little clumsy. Son Gohan stood aside, his eyes sharp, without any relaxation. Come again. You're too slow. Yes. Trunks gritted his teeth and persisted. Even though his arms were so sore that he could hardly lift them, he still repeated the basic movements over and over again. Gohan-sama. I can still go on. Son Gohan looked at him, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by solemnity. Trunks, remember that true combat relies not on brute force, but on willpower. He slowly raised his hand, and a golden energy ball condensed in his palm, the light shining on Trunks' determined face. Next, I'll train you in actual combat. You might get hurt, or even die. Are you afraid? Trunks took a deep breath, his eyes not wavering at all. Don't be afraid. Son Gohan's mouth corners slightly raised. It was a smile he hadn't shown for a long time. Okay, come on then. Boom. The energy bomb exploded suddenly, and Trunks was instantly blown away by the shock wave, but he gritted his teeth to steady his body and pulled himself down. Come again. After this scene was played, it was unknown how long later, on the shore of the sea. Son Gohan looked at his younger brother with a distressed look. There was something wrong with the color of his eyes. But Trunks lay exhausted on a huge rock by the sea, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction that he still couldn't turn into a Saiyan through anger. Gohan-sama, do I have no talent at all? Son Gohan sat aside, silent for a moment before slowly speaking. You've tried really hard. I'm just too impatient. No. Trunks wiped the sweat from his face. He had been thrown into the sea by Gohan before and almost drowned at that moment. But Trunks was not angry at all. He cares more about, it must be my problem. The two chatted for a long time, and Son Gohan faced the other person gently for the first time. He actually knew that he was pushing too hard. He must be aware of the principle that more haste makes waste. Son Gohan actually cares about Trunks. He has a premonition. If he dies in the next battle, Trunks will be his only hope. He has to face the enemy and fight. If he doesn't treat Trunks sternly now, he will be irresponsible to his life. So, Uncle Vegeta is a proud man, and a very powerful one. Really? My mom said that too. With Son Gohan's rare tenderness, he also satisfied Trunks' curiosity about his father for the first time and expressed his own thoughts and feelings about Vegeta. Although .230. Alright, Trunks, now that you've rested enough, it's time to train. Trunks nodded immediately, not thinking that this was difficult for him at all. All he saw was fighting spirit. I must become strong enough to protect everyone. Son Gohan looked at him and patted his shoulder gently. Well, I believe you. Look at reality again. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other, and they looked at the light screen and thought of something. Kakarot. I know. Son Goku clearly understood what Vegeta meant. After the Tournament of Power, they were afraid that there would be even more powerful and terrifying enemies in the future, so they trained desperately under Whis. But in reality, he neglected the training guidance of Trunks, Goten, and the decadent Gohan. Vegeta snorted coldly and crossed his arms, but his eyes revealed a rare hint of complexity. Humph, that Gohan is indeed good, but Kakarot. In reality, little Trunks, who must be playing with Goten again, appeared in his mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. When this light curtain ends, Vegeta's voice suddenly lowered, with unquestionable determination. Take those two brats with you and send them to Beerus for special training. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. Haha, that's exactly what I meant. But, he scratched his head, they're still too young, and Gohan should start training again. Should we let him get used to it at home first? Veins popped up on Vegeta's forehead. Idiot. Do you think the enemy will wait for him to adapt? He pointed sharply at the battered future Trunks in the light curtain, and at Gohan, who must have risked everything to train him. Look at the dire situation in that time and space. Do we have to wait until our world becomes hell before we act? Son Goku's smile gradually faded, and his eyes became sharp. If we die one day too. Vegeta, you're right. At the same time, Son Gohan, who was training in Baozi Mountain, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Huh? Why do I have this ominous feeling? Chapter 46. Son Gohan tried his best to train Trunks under high pressure, but the opponent was always just one step away from becoming a Super Saiyan. Even when he had already achieved the sharpness of changing his eyes and his aura was close to that of a Super Saiyan. The sixth universe. Everyone stared at the scene on the screen, but a few Saiyans found it unbelievable. Trunks unleashed a startling surge of energy. His blonde hair constantly switched between light purple and blue, his pupils flickered between blue and light green, and his aura crackled like unstable arcs of electricity. But Caulifla rarely said anything arrogantly, but just looked at the light screen strangely. "I remember your master said, Gabe. The number of S-cells?" Gabe scratched his head, gazing at the light screen with admiration. "I remember it wasn't Master who said that, but Lord Vados. We Saiyans need enough cells, plus a certain amount of emotional guidance, to become Super Saiyans." Almost. Hit also stood at the front of the crowd with his arms folded. At this moment, he rarely spoke. The Saiyan of the seventh universe. His aura is very similar to Son Goku and the others. Caulifla suddenly kicked the rock next to her, and the flying gravel made Gabe jump away in a hurry. Similar? So what? It's so annoying. This kid's already powerful enough. She scratched her messy hair. Why can't he succeed? In that situation, everything depends on Trunks. If he can just become a Super Saiyan, he can help Son Gohan of the seventh universe. Why on earth can't that kid succeed? Gabe carefully straightened his collar, which had been wrinkled by Caulifla's inexplicable outburst of energy. He felt helpless too. But Lord Vados said that the Super Saiyan transformation requires a certain number of S-cells to accumulate in the body, and then the emotions. Stop fooling people with those weird theories. Caulifla turned around like an enraged lioness, almost touching Gabe's face. "Look at that little devil in the light curtain yourself." She suddenly pointed to the image in the sky, where Trunks was letting out a heart-wrenching roar. "He's sweating so much it's almost forming a lake. What kind of broken cells wouldn't be enough?" Kyer shrank back at the sudden rise in volume, his fingers twisting the hem of his clothes unconsciously. "Well, I heard that S-cells grow with a peaceful state of mind." "Huh." Caulifla leaned back exaggeratedly. "So we're supposed to be farming and growing flowers." She suddenly pulled her hair and made a face. "Does it mean that just like this? The sun is so warm today, I can become a Super Saiyan?" Kyer's ears turned red, and he kept waving his hands. "Sister, I didn't mean that. But Lord Vados did say that anger is just a catalyst. The real key is..." "The key is bullshit." Caulifla's sudden outburst of foul language made everyone frown. But she flew in front of the light screen and smashed the circle head into the chest of the image of Trunks. "I've always felt that cells are bullshit. Brat, the power is within you. Grab it when you feel it. Come on." It can be said that the content on the light screen drove the hot-tempered Caulifla to an extreme. Similar people are Dato himself and Gohan in the real Earth. "Come on, Trunks." Son Gohan stopped training and shouted encouragingly. Even though he knew it was useless, even though he knew the final outcome of that time and space, it didn't affect his voice. Piccolo was also watching from a distance, even though he knew it was stupid. But at some point, he tilted his head and whispered, "Trunks, come on." However, this encouragement is absolutely meaningless. Son Gohan has tried everything, but Trunks still can't break through this last blow. Although he always said that he wanted Trunks to be his assistant, he actually hoped that after Trunks achieved Super Saiyan, he would just live a peaceful life. Even if he escaped, it would not be a disgrace. Even though he firmly believed in another point. Trunks is a warrior who will surpass me and will definitely defeat the androids. This conviction was Son Gohan's selfless belief, but after a certain action, he changed his mind. "Brother Gohan, I want to help you." That time, Trunks forced his elder brother Gohan to take him to help the ordinary people in the destroyed city. Son Gohan couldn't convince Trunks, but he actually took him with him. However, when the androids were slaughtering the people in a certain city, Son Gohan and Trunks fell from the sky. Even if Son Gohan couldn't necessarily defeat the opponent at this moment, he had been training hard for a long time, so he could definitely give it a try this time. "What? You guys again?" Number 17 stopped getting on the carousel and turned around with disdain. Number 18 even covered his mouth with a smile. "Haha, it's rare for me to be in such a good mood." Number 17, "Kill them quickly." The next moment the battle suddenly broke out. Under the sky covered with smoke, the city has become a ruin. In the central area, Son Gohan forced Trunks not to join the battle, and he immediately started a fierce battle with the opponent. Son Gohan was already rushing towards number 17 at an extremely fast speed. His orange martial arts uniform was so conspicuous. "Drink." Son Gohan threw a powerful punch towards the opponent's face, but number 17 dodged it with a simple move of his head and grabbed Gohan's wrist with his backhand. "You're too slow, human warrior." Number 17 sneered and slammed his knee into Gohan's abdomen. Ugh! Gohan groaned, but used the momentum to spin around, gathering a key bullet with his other hand and blasting it at 17's chest at close range. Boom! In the smoke and dust of the explosion, number 17 was knocked back several meters, his chest slightly charred, but he just brushed off the dust and showed a sarcastic smile. "Is that all you can do?" Gohan panted, his eyes becoming sharper. He could sense that 17's power was stronger than last time, but he himself hadn't made no progress either. "Trunks, back off," he shouted without turning his head, and at the same time crossed his hands in front of his forehead, and golden flames suddenly burst out. Magic flash light. The blinding energy beam shot straight at number 17, whose pupils shrank slightly as he quickly raised his hand to block it. Boom! Number 17's figure suddenly disappeared, and the energy impact spread far away, flattening the already ruined area even further. Number 18 sat on the carousel, squinting his eyes slightly and raising his hands to block the flying gravel, but a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, this is quite interesting." When the smoke and dust cleared, number 17's arm trembled slightly, but he just turned around to look at the explosion site and laughed with disdain. "That's all, human. UB asterisk 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 D." Son Gohan roared fiercely, a huge amount of energy rising from his body. Super Saiyan. The next moment, he disappeared, appeared behind Android 17, and slashed down fiercely with a knife. The opponent dodged easily by turning sideways, but was still hit in the shoulder. Number 17's pupils suddenly contracted, and the sharp pain in his shoulder made him look surprised for the first time. But then he responded violently to Super Saiyan Gohan's collision, their fists colliding again and again, their bodies hitting each other again and again. But what happened next was quite obvious. Son Gohan slowly couldn't keep up with his opponent's movements. Number 17 easily dodged Son Gohan's fierce attack and hit him on the back with a backhand elbow. Gohan groaned, and his body slammed into the playground like a cannonball, finally hitting a huge pillar, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Gohan-sama!" Trunks roared and tried to rush forward, but was stopped by 18. "Don't be impatient, kid." She chuckled and kicked him dozens of meters away. The battle continued, but it was obvious that Son Gohan could no longer hold on. But, in the smoke and dust, Son Gohan slowly stood up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still sharp. He wiped the blood off and stared at number 17. "What? You still don't give up?" Number 17 tilted his head and gave a sarcastic smile. Gohan didn't answer, but took a deep breath, and his whole body suddenly surged. The golden light was even more exaggerated than before. "Oh!" Number 17 raised an eyebrow, but still didn't care. The next second, Wufan's figure disappeared. Varied. Number 17's pupils shrank, and before he could react, Gohan's fist had already hit him hard in the face. Bang! The force of this punch was far greater than the previous one. Number 17 was blown away and crashed through several ruined buildings before he barely stopped. He staggered to his feet, a look of shock appearing on his face for the first time. Just as Son Gohan was chasing him, 18 suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him away with a powerful kick. "You!" Son Gohan flew backwards, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. In reality, Son Goku couldn't control his anger anymore, and the same thing happened to Vegeta. Damn it! Shirsun and the other man looked at each other and pulled them at the same time. "Hey, another me, don't get excited." Son Goku directly pushed away Shirsun's hand. He really couldn't control his anger. "How can I not be excited?" He pointed at the screen and roared, "That's my son, and your son as well. Tell me why I wouldn't be excited." But Time Patrol Son Goku was strangely silent. Vegeta calmed down a bit and found that he was also like this. "Why?" He rushed forward and grabbed the other patrolman by the collar. "Hey, can't you see the light curtain?" Although Vegeta's expression changed, he stared at the light curtain. He only shouted once, which looked a little strange. Duh. Chapter 47. As the atmosphere became increasingly strange, the light curtain changed suddenly. Number 18. Why are you making trouble? 18 turned back to look at her brother. She made it clear, "You were in danger just now. I just wanted to finish him off quickly so I could continue playing." Humph. Number 17 was dissatisfied, but he also looked at Son Gohan, who was standing up again in the distance. "Okay, then hurry up." Number 17 and number 18, one after the other, actually fought against Son Gohan at the same time in a despicable manner. The battle became more and more intense, and the fists and kicks of the three people in the air were fighting like a violent storm. Son Gohan tried his best, but he was still beaten back by the attacks of the two men, and an even more heartbreaking situation has occurred. Seeing this, Trunks couldn't help himself and rushed forward, but what was waiting for him was 18's fist that hit Trunks. As the young man flew backwards, 18 was still chuckling as he watched Trunks crash heavily into the ruins, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he was staring at the battlefield intently. "Oh, is that all you can do? Damn it, why can't I do this?" Trunks pounded his fists on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Even though his strength was close to the critical point, he still couldn't break through the barrier. Son Gohan saw this, because it is best to suddenly stimulate the surge. He took the opportunity to pull number 17 to his limit, not giving him a chance to breathe. He closed in instantly, his fists and kicks bombarding him like a violent storm. Each blow was laced with monstrous fury. Hateful, number 17 roared, and suddenly burst out with energy, forcibly knocking Gohan away, and then backhandedly fired an energy cannon. Gohan crossed his arms and resisted the impact. The impact of the explosion made him slide back dozens of meters, and deep gullies were plowed into the ground. But at the same time, Li Shaoxi could no longer hold on. After Trunks stood up and fought again, he was suppressed by 18 and was almost unable to fight back, but he gritted his teeth and refused to fall down. "Give up, kid." 18 sneered and kneed Trunks in the abdomen. Trunks spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees. "Trunks." Gohan caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and his heart suddenly sank. "Don't be distracted during the battle, huh? Human War King." Number 17 seized the opportunity and punched Gohan in the chest. Oh! Gohan vomited blood. His body flew backwards and fell heavily into the ruins. At the same time, 18 had had enough fun, and finally when Trunks stood up, he appeared in front of him in an instant and kicked 907 flying. Son Gohan was immediately startled, his battle vision aware of what was about to happen. "Trunks." Son Gohan's roar was extremely loud. He even got up from the ruins regardless of his injuries and rushed towards Trunks' flying figure at an astonishing speed. The golden flame even left an afterimage behind him. 18 raised his hand, and the energy bullet condensed at his fingertips, emitting a dazzling white light. "Goodbye, little ghost." Boom! The moment the energy bomb whizzed out, Son Gohan suddenly caught Trunks in the air. He turned without hesitation, forcing himself to withstand the terrifying onslaught. The attack even caused the light screen to give a close-up of his arm at the horrific sound of twisting and breaking. Gohan's back slammed heavily into the collapsed Ferris wheel's steel frame, and he used his body to build a human shield for the boy. "Satoru, Gohan-sama?" Trunks looked at Gohan's profile in extreme weakness and pain. The opponent, despite suffering terrible injuries, kept running and flying while holding him, trying his best to avoid the full-strength air bombardment from the two people behind him. Until, boom! The huge explosion razed the entire amusement park to the ground. Thick smoke rose into the sky, and the explosion completely engulfed the remaining city ruins. The android siblings were suspended high in the sky, looking down at the swirling smoke and dust below. They slowly landed, and after a long search, they found Son Gohan hiding behind a stone slab, holding the unconscious Trunks. They must be pretending not to be able to find it. Oh, how boring. There's not even a decent resistance. Number 17 curled his lips and turned to leave. Number 18 also glanced at the ruins and chuckled. "We're all going to die anyway. Let's go find something else to do." Before leaving, they did not forget to bomb this place thoroughly. The last figures of the two turned into flowing light and appeared in the sky the next day, but deep in the ruins. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Son Gohan confirmed that the other party had left, and then he pushed away the stone that was pressing on him with one hand. Son Gohan struggled to crawl out of the rubble. His left arm was completely severed, with only a bit of flesh remaining and blood dripping from his fingertips. This astonishing scene left many universe warriors stunned. Son Goku also gave up worrying about his own thoughts and just stared blankly at Gohan in the light curtain. Broken arm? Vegeta also clenched his fists, witnessing everything that future Dato had experienced. How helpless and hopeless. Kakarot. However, it was this scene and the following content that broke the hearts of Vegeta and Son Goku. Son Gohan lies on the ground, looking at Trunks, who is also unconscious and possibly dead not far away. The first thing he thought of was to use his remaining hand to search inside his martial arts uniform, and finally, the only remaining Senzu bean was slowly crawled over and fed into Trunks' mouth. Future time and space. Gohan-sama. He bet his arm on me, because of me. Date collapsed and knelt on the ground, still crying. If I could become a Super Saiyan by then, I wouldn't let Gohan-sama take me with him. There's no way that would happen. That's Senzu Bean. I'm sure I can change my fate in the decisive battle later. This is the reaction of the future big special, but the reaction that is even more intense is, Goku from the world of time is here. Vegeta and Son Goku suddenly started fighting with their Time Patrol counterparts. Even though this battle is meaningless, Son Goku and Vegeta want to understand why they are not moved at all. As Time Patrol Son Goku and Time Patrol Vegeta faced the angry questioning of the two from the prime time and space, the entire Temple of Time realm was shaken by the violent Super Saiyan energy of the four of them. During the constant collision, Time Patrol Vegeta erupted in anger for the first time, knocking his main time self back with a single punch. He shouted, "Idiot! Do you think we haven't been through this? Then why are you still indifferent?" Vegeta from the main time and space's fist was very fierce, wrapped in blue flames, and hit Tokimi Vegeta's face with one blow. At the same time, Time Patrol Son Goku also scolded his other self very harshly. What you don't understand is what we've been burdened with since we became the Space-Time Patrol. Just when Son Goku's fist was about to hit Time Patrol himself, Time Patrol Trunks suddenly appeared and blocked it. The young man crossed his arms and took the blow head-on. The soles of his shoes even drew sparks dozens of meters on the ground, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Son Goku was startled. Vegeta's fight also subconsciously stopped. "Father, Mr. Goku, please calm down." The figure of Supreme Kai of Time suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, and an invisible force forcibly separated the four people. A rare dignity emerged from her childish face. The past and future, you see, are but a branch of the vast universe of despair. Kain waved his hand and unfolded countless screen-like frames, and at the same time, many historical shots of parallel worlds appeared. This was the first time the Supreme Kai of Time had used her own power, and she couldn't accept the changes in the battle here. And besides, they really had misunderstood. In those pictures, in some time and space, Trunks pushed Gohan away before the explosion and was pierced through the chest by the android's beam. In some time and space, the seriously injured Gohan and Trunks were ambushed by villains from other time and space while fleeing. There is even a world line where everyone died in battle, and the Earth was reduced to a scorched Earth by the androids. We've witnessed the end of that time and space countless times, Aseb. We've seen Son Gohan's death more than 10,000 times. Time Patrol Son Goku was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. He had released his transformed state, but his voice was quite hoarse, and his emotions were even exploding. His knuckles were clenched white. Time Patrol Vegeta also clenched his fists and spoke seriously for the first time. "You don't understand at all. When we are in every time and space, to maintain the stability of time and space, all we have to do is just kill the troublemakers, and we have to see them with our own eyes." Before he could finish his words, Son Goku in normal time and space had already stumbled back, his pupils trembling violently. To witness the intended endings with my own eyes, even if those endings were definitely not good. The Shirshuan duo remained silent, only nodding heavily. "So what if we just do nothing?" The main time and space Goku roared with a choked voice. Time Patrol Trunks suddenly pressed his shoulder, and the boy felt a warm touch on his palm. "We can't do it. That is an act that violates the rules of time and space. All we can do is maintain the stability of history, Uncle Goku, father." Just when the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, a dazzling multicolored vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the temple. Whis gracefully descended, leaning on his staff. Beerus floated behind him, yawning and complaining sleepily. "It's so noisy. I can hear you tearing down the temple of time and space from halfway across the universe. The Grand Priest told us to take you two away." Lord Beerus, Son Goku and Vegeta were stunned and looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in shock. Supreme Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whis' gaze swept over the crowd, finally stopping at Son Goku and Vegeta in the main time and space, and he smiled meaningfully. "Oh my, it seems that the exposure of the light curtain has brought very bad effects. Fighting in the realm of time is a serious crime." Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku and grabbed his ear with one claw. "Especially you, Son Goku. Do you know that once the rules of the time realm are broken, the entire space-time and universe will be in chaos?" It hurts. Lord Beerus, Son Goku begged for mercy with his teeth bared, but his eyes still glanced at his today self unwillingly. But they could have changed those tragedies. "Change?" Beerus let go of his hand and sneered. "Do you think time and space are a joke? Every 10th, if, will lead to a new disaster and an unimaginable outcome." Beerus suddenly pointed at the tragic future in the light curtain, and then at the figure of Trunks in the Time Patrol. For example, the lively Time Patrolman Trunks in front of you has had his past altered. Do you think there will be more people like him? In other words, Trunks is a good guy, but what about the others? If the dead come back to life and continue to grow stronger, how many unimaginable developments in time and space will this lead to? Therefore, Vegeta was shocked when he heard this and turned around to look to the young Time Patrol Trunks. The boy was supporting the Time Patrol Vegeta, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The eyes that he looked at him were very complicated. Did he intend to be hit in the face by him? The opponent is stronger than imagined. Whis tapped the divine staff lightly, and a soft light enveloped the two people in the main time and space. It's time to go back. As the light curtain continued, Goku and the other two were about to be taken away in a depressed mood. Beerus waved his hands impatiently, then shouted, "Go. If you dawdle any longer, you'll have to sweep the gods of destruction realm for a year." On the way back, Whis blinked and smiled. "But I should tell you that your anger just now actually made the two Shirshuan people very happy." "What?" Son Goku was stunned. Vegeta also looked at Whis in surprise. However, the other party did not say another word. At the same moment, here in the world of time, Tokushin Vegeta folded his arms in disdain, but rarely raised the corner of his mouth. "Humph, Kakarot, they really are hot-blooded idiots." Son Goku didn't say anything, but just looked up at the light curtain with a subtle sadness in his eyes. "But," Vegeta said angrily, "they just don't understand. Kakarot, why are you so sad? After so many missions, can't you get used to it?" Tokushin Goku rubbed his red eyes and smiled like a child who had found his own kind. "I'm used to it, but they're pretty good, right? If we hadn't become the Time Patrol, we'd probably be like that, too. Don't talk nonsense. Too many emotions have been worn away by the historical development we have seen." 17 Yes, that's why they are indifferent. After Son Goku and Vegeta from the main time and space were brought back by Whis, they remained silent. "Hey, Kakarot," Vegeta suddenly said in a low voice. "Did we, who were patrolling at that time, give up something?" Son Goku turned to look at him, his fists suddenly clenched. "No, Vegeta, they didn't give up, they just took on something heavier." Whis also nodded slightly, and even gave a reminder intentionally. "Don't think too much. That Shin Kong is the same as the Vegeta type. They are time patrollers. Their duty is to maintain the balance of time and space, not to change history. They have also witnessed there is so much despair, and there is nothing that can be done." Beerus yawned and couldn't help but snorted in warning. "Humph, boring sentimentality. Instead of dwelling on this, why not think about how to make yourself stronger? The future will really become like what is shown in the light curtain." So, for Son Goku and Vegeta, they seem to understand why Tokimi wants to be stronger. Their experiences are not what normal people can have. "Huh, Vegeta, now that I think about it, they're pretty impressive." "Humph," Vegeta said nothing. But on the way back, at a certain moment, "I just understand them. Kakarot, stop talking nonsense." Son Goku was smiling, but when he looked up at the light screen, his expression instantly changed. "Unimaginable? I still can't accept it." "Then keep watching, Kakarot." "Ah, I see, Vegeta." Chapter 48. The screen kept a close-up of Gohan in despair. Whether it was the heartbreaking sight of his severed arm, or him slowly crawling, biting open the bag with his teeth, tremblingly taking out the food from it, and slowly feeding it to the nearly fatally injured Toku. At that time, no matter how Gohan felt about his choices, such as taking Xiaoda into the battle, it eventually led to his own broken arm. No, Gohan definitely doesn't care about the result of his broken arm. He just thinks it's his own fault. What he cares about more is Trunks' safety. Therefore, Gohan endured the extreme pain of his broken left arm and fed the Senzu beans to the unconscious Trunks. After he saw the other person eat it, an uncontrollable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which was difficult to accept. The smile was even indescribable. "You are the last hope." At the same time, Goku and Beerus, who had been sent back to the gods of destruction world, watched the backs of Beerus and Beerus as they went to do other things. Right now, Son Goku stood under a tree, the breeze from the gods of destruction world blowing his hair, and the image of Gohan's severed arm on the screen before him was already unforgettable to him. He suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him, Vegeta, crossing his arms and looking a little restless. "Vegeta?" Vegeta snorted coldly, but stared at Son Goku for a moment. "Kakarot, what are you thinking about now?" Son Goku stared at the sky, his fists unconsciously clenched. "I'm thinking if I was there." "Idiot." Vegeta interrupted him abruptly. "Kakarot, that assumption is meaningless." But the next second he hammered the rock next to him hard, and the entire boulder turned into powder in an instant. An eerie silence fell between the two. After a long moment, Vegeta suddenly sneered. The Time Patrol, was actually able to watch all this happen calmly. Son Goku noticed that Vegeta's hands were shaking slightly, and he knew that Vegeta, the once proud Saiyan prince, could only use anger to hide something. Son Goku also pinched his chin, and couldn't help but mention Whis' meaningful expression when he left just now. Maybe it's not calm. Vegeta, do you remember the look on that guy's face when he said he had seen Gohan die tens of thousands of times? Vegeta's pupils contracted, and he clearly saw in his mind that when Shirsun said this, his nails had already dug deep into the flesh of his palm. Vegeta turned his head away, but heard what Son Goku continued to say. I think it's not that they don't feel pain, but they have to accept it. Son Goku's voice suddenly became very soft. Just like when we were in Cell, I knew I might lose, but I still placed my last hope on Gohan. Vegeta seemed to remember that moment, and his shoulders trembled. Not long after, do you think they fought us with all their might? Son Goku suddenly gave a wry smile, and turned back to look at the other person. What do you think, Vegeta? Definitely not. That time when I was angry, I had a very powerful punch, and he hit me in the face on purpose. At the same time, on the lawn of the temple in the realm of time. Time Patrol Vegeta stared at the direction of the portal to the main space-time in a trance, and a familiar energy fluctuation came from behind him. Hey, it's rare that you don't have a mission. Hey, Vegeta, are you still thinking about them? Time Patrol Son Goku actually handed over a can of beer with a smile, and opened one of his own. He stared at the light screen with complicated eyes, but he seemed to be quite stable. Don't be so sentimental. Who would care about them? Takairu Vegeta said so, but after taking the beer can, the metal shell had been squeezed by him and made a slight deformation sound. I just didn't expect that they would understand in this way, or even fight. Understand what? I understand why we have to be bystanders. Takairu Vegeta tilted his head back and gulped down his beer, the liquid running down his chin. That idiotic prince must be going on a rampage right now, right? Time Patrol Son Goku didn't respond, but just smiled, then looked at the starry sky and suddenly asked, do you remember what Gohan from that time in space said to us during the 500th mission? Shirshu and Vegeta's hand that was squeezing the can suddenly froze. The bruised Gohan actually smiled at them after seeing them clean up the villains of Dio's time and space before he was beaten to death by the android siblings in that world. Please protect the other worlds. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, I'm really happy to see you. Boring memories. And speaking of which, back then we subconsciously saved the lives of Gohan and Trunks from across multiple time and space, and we still haven't finished writing those thousands of self-reviews. So annoying. Shirsun Vegeta turned and left, but wiped his face hard in the shadows. Son Goku's smile widened as he looked at his partner's slightly trembling shoulders. He suddenly raised his beer can and clinked it against the screen. To all the worlds that we can't save. So, the two of them who became Son Goku of Time Patrol have experienced so much, and no one can understand their pain. However, when Son Goku was drinking, he probably guessed that he, the Tournament of Power, might have figured it out. There was a special tacit understanding between them. After all, they were both Son Goku. Return to the picture on the light curtain. After that battle, Trunks cried every day. He regretted asking Gohan to fight with him. He hated himself for not being able to become a Super Saiyan. At the same time, after Son Gohan recovered from his injuries, his image reappeared. Angry, even angrier. He had completely lost one arm, and at this moment he was roaring angrily at the hard-working Trunks. Trunks tried his best, but he still couldn't become a Super Saiyan through extreme rage. Fast forward time. Damn it, Gohan-sama. Why can't I become a Super Saiyan yet? One training afternoon, Trunks sat on a rock and blamed himself. Beside him was the one-armed Gohan, who was lying on the rock with one hand supporting the back of his head and looking up at the sky. After hearing Trunks' words, Son Gohan turned around and looked at him. The emotions in those eyes were extremely complicated, but more of it was a kind of pity and self-blame. If I could be like my father and do what he did in the past to make the impossible possible, I wouldn't be forcing Trunks to become a Super Saiyan now. 0 request flowers 0. But, Son Gohan stared at Trunks' annoyed face, his eyes softening. I'm doing this for your own good, Trunks. If you become a Super Saiyan, your chances of survival will be much greater. The screen did not continue to play the scene of Son Gohan comforting the other party, because all the audience could guess this. Fast forward to a key turning point. I'm sorry. Son Gohan deceived Trunks, who wanted to help him, and knocked him unconscious with a single blow. He looked at the fallen Trunks tenderly. Trunks, you're our last hope. If you die, there will be no warrior left to protect the Earth. A few years later, Son Gohan suddenly took off into the air, a powerful energy bursting out in the air, and went at full speed to find the android siblings who were still wreaking havoc. You are the last warrior who has the best chance of defeating those androids. Gods of Destruction World. Goku and the others witnessed the one-armed Gohan knocking Trunks unconscious with his sword, gently placing him on the rock, then turning around decisively and rushing towards the distant battlefield with a burst of energy. "Hey, Kakarot," Vegeta said suddenly, his voice deeper than usual. "Your son is going to die." Son Goku stood motionless, his orange martial arts uniform fluttering in the wind of the Gods of Destruction World. He stared at Gohan's mutilated left arm, the empty sleeve swaying violently in the high-speed movement. Ah yes. Vegeta suddenly became extremely irritated and even punched the rock again. The dust from the explosion was quite uncomfortable. But if I were here as I am now, I would be so disappointed. But Gohan at that time, he was on his own. Son Goku stared silently at the screen of light, interrupting without turning his head. His voice had rarely lost its former vitality. "Just like that time, when I faced Raditz alone. But you had Piccolo to help you back then." "Yes, Gohan didn't." Vegeta felt even more irritated. Looking at the light screen was simply torture. At the same time, Son Goku sat cross-legged on the lawn, his chin resting on one hand, looking at the light screen and sighing. Seeing this scene again. Son Vegeta stood aside, expressionless. "Humph, boring sentimentality. Hey, Vegeta, you're feeling miserable too, right? Stop talking nonsense." Vegeta glared at him. "How many times have we seen this? We should be used to it by now." Son Goku scratched his head and laughed. "But every time I see it, I still feel unwilling. That is their fate. We have no right to interfere. But we can clearly help." "Kakarot," Vegeta interrupted sharply. "Don't forget the rules of the world of time. We've acted on our own initiative and committed offenses many times before. Do we have to be wiped out by Master Zeno before we behave ourselves?" Son Goku sighed and stopped talking. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned away, but in the shadows he clenched his fists even tighter. Chapter 49. The scene continues. In the light curtain, a strong wind blew up dust and sand. The one-armed Son Gohan hovered above the ruins of the city. His orange martial arts uniform also fluttered in the wind caused by the explosion. His eyes had never been more determined and calm than at this moment. Below. "Oh," number 17 looked up in surprise, still whispering excitedly. "Have you been hiding for so long? Why are you showing up this time?" He had just casually blown up a human building, and number 18 was still complaining. "Stop it, 17. There aren't many humans here anymore. Go somewhere else." 18 sat on the ruins of a collapsed house, caressing her hair. There should be plenty of humans hiding somewhere in the north. She also looked up, and the two of them pretended not to know that Son Gohan had arrived. "Don't be so anxious." Number 17 was still saying something that must have been meant to provoke Gohan. "Take your time. If we kill them all at once, we won't have much fun." He raised his hand, and a golden gas bomb instantly blew the front into pieces, and blood flowed into the ruins. After all, there aren't many humans, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. The camera moves to the sky. Son Gohan's pupils suddenly contract. Blood appeared in the ruins. The city ruins looked like hell on earth, and in his mind he could still see the images of his father, Uncle Piccolo, and even Uncle Vegeta. The next moment, number 17 suddenly felt his scalp tingling that the figure in the sky disappeared. Boom. The moment Son Gohan landed, his figure suddenly disappeared, and 18's golden hair was blown up by the violent gust of air. In front of him, Son Gohan's knee had already smashed into Jukua's face with tremendous force. The next moment he raised his hand, and the moment the gas bomb hit number 17, a huge explosion of smoke appeared, accompanied by, "Ha ha ha, number 17, you're so weird." Number 18 pointed at the embarrassed number 17 and laughed. "What's wrong? Why did 243 say that? This is a piece of clothing I really like." When the smoke cleared, number 17's clothing was torn. He stared at the one-armed Gohan angrily. "You tore it." "I'm so angry. Clothes aren't as strong as our bodies. There are only 4 sets of this kind of clothing left." Son Gohan remained silent, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. "But then again, Son Gohan, you are still alive." Number 17 patted his torn clothes, and the next moment took a fighting stance to face Son Gohan. There was a sound of something falling behind me. Android 18 blocked Son Gohan's escape route and said jokingly, "We won't let you escape this time. We will use all our strength to kill you." The battle between the 3 people in the light curtain begins instantly. It was different from the viewers in other universes, and also different from the solemn watching of the gods of destruction world and the Earth-Z warriors. Still in the realm of time, Son Goku of Time Patrol and Vegeta of Time Patrol looked at each other, and they seemed to recall a certain development in time and space that was similar to theirs. What is slightly different from the original time and space is that Son Gohan said something even more touching. That is, the light curtain seemed to think that the time and space were developing well, and a small window appeared next to it, showing Son Gohan's different expression in contrast. In the small window, the android siblings' words suddenly stopped, because they saw an expression on Son Gohan's face they had never seen before. That the man who was always angry and roaring was now sneering. Clothing. The blood-stained clothes of the innocent fluttered in the wind from the ruins, and the one-armed warrior also locked onto the torn clothes in the air. What you care about? Spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and the instantly approaching orange afterimage was reflected in number 17's pupils. A huge fist reflected in his pupils, and he could only raise his arms in panic to block it. It's actually clothes? The moment the roar resounded through the sky, number 18 saw number 17 flying backwards like a cannonball, crashing through 3 ruined buildings in succession. Amidst the steel and concrete, the blonde warrior grabbed the android's ankle with one arm and swung it to the ground. Boom. You're kidding. The ground was cracking, and number 17 was in a very miserable state in the huge cracked pit. Number 18 finally put away her smile. She saw Son Gohan slowly straightening up in the smoke and dust. The hem of his orange martial arts uniform was burning. It was ignited by his own outburst of rage. I'm wearing my father's last battle uniform. The flames devoured the fabric, but the boy was completely unaware. Uncle Piccolo's cape. Uncle Krillin's martial arts uniform. Every time Son Gohan spoke a word, a wave of air exploded from under his feet. All of this is due to you. As number 17 struggled to get up, he heard an absolutely furious roar in his ears. I used it as a toy and broke it. This moment, Shirsun and the other two sighed at the same time, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. Gods of Destruction World. Son Goku sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the one-armed Gohan in the light curtain. His fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles turned white at one point, and a rare flash of cold anger flashed in his eyes. His voice was low, no longer his usual carefree tone, but carried a suppressed, almost dangerous calm. Vegeta stood aside, arms folded across his chest, his gaze fixed on number 17 and number 18. His anger was rarely suppressed, but anger was definitely more terrifying. Hell, what a bunch of trash. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and the golden flames exploded uncontrollably, and the ground beneath his feet cracked instantly. In the light curtain, number 17 was sent flying by Gohan's punch, crashing through several ruins. Number 18 was about to attack, but was blasted away by Gohan's backhanded energy bomb. Vegeta suddenly sneered. Well done, little brat. But his smile quickly disappeared, replaced by an almost uncontrollable murderous intent. But if it was us? His pupils contracted, and the aura around him suddenly surged, causing the very space of the gods of destruction realm to tremble. They won't survive even a second. Son Goku didn't respond, but just silently looked at Gohan, who was burning with anger in the light curtain, and looked at the tattered martial arts uniform. That was his battle uniform. Was it the last piece of clothing he left for Wu after his death? The small window suddenly stopped, and in the picture of normal time and space being exposed, Son Gohan was also very angry, but he was calmer. I won't die. Son Gohan erupted with a powerful aura around him, while feeling the sudden acceleration sounds of the android siblings in front and behind him. Someone who inherits my will surely rise up and defeat you androids. In the light curtain, Son Gohan's roar rose into the sky along with golden flames. The three of them immediately started fighting at the same time, with the sound of bang 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 nonstop. It's clear that if Son Gohan hadn't lost his arm, with his Saiyan traits that grew stronger after multiple deaths, and his desperate training, he would definitely have won. But the tacit understanding between number 17 and number 18 was amazing, attacking Son Gohan from two directions at the same time. Number 17's elbow strike hit Gohan's back hard, and at the same moment, number 18's knee strike hit his abdomen from the front. Hiya! Blood spurted out of Son Gohan's mouth, but the corners of his blood-stained mouth raised a ferocious arc. After blocking the next two people's moves at the same time, he suddenly released a blast of energy downwards. In the smoke caused by the huge explosion, the last warrior of the desperate time and space suddenly soared into the sky from the smoke. Behind them, Number 17 and number 18 were eagerly chasing. In the air, watch this. Number 18 raised his hands upwards, and two terrifying balls of light appeared in his palms. Number 17 did the same thing on Gohan's other side that the light shot out. Son Gohan stretched out his hands in the air, and an energy shield appeared, perfectly blocking their simultaneous attacks. And the next moment, Son Gohan's single arm suddenly grabbed 18's ankle, and using the impact of the kick from 1007 from behind, he spun twice. Boom. Number 18 was like a human weapon, being smashed into number 17 behind him, and the two of them crashed through an entire row of abandoned buildings. Seems like an advantage, even though we know the ending, everyone on Earth. Well, me, come on. Son Gohan showed a hint of surprise, although he must have known the final outcome. Countless companions, however, did not speak at all at this moment, corresponding to the gods of destruction realm. Whole. Vegeta lost control of his emotions for once. He snorted coldly. 2 against 1, and you're still using a sneak attack? Son Goku also clenched his fists. Vegeta was not wrong. Because, when the building collapsed, the android siblings attacked simultaneously from the front and back in the smoke. Gohan's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand hastily. Boom. The shock wave generated by the collision of number 17's fists with him raised the ruins within a radius of 100 meters to the ground. Interesting. Number 17 slid back several meters in the gust of air, his soles plowing 2 furrows in the ground. He shook his numb arms. Much stronger than last time. Gohan didn't answer, but suddenly changed his tactics and unleashed a textbook spinning kick. But, while clearly blocking number 18's sneak attack, number 17 instantly appeared behind him, combining his hands and delivering a powerful punch. Puff. Son Gohan vomited blood in pain. Too slow. 18's voice suddenly rang in his ears again. Gohan suddenly turned sideways, and the opponent's Shu soul grazed his cheek. The mixed energy wave actually blasted a huge gap in the distant cliff. Number 17 took the opportunity to charge forward, and punches fell like raindrops. Gohan dodged with difficulty in the double attack, but was still hit in the abdomen by 3 heavy punches, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But at the same time, the audience can see one thing. If Son Gohan didn't have a one-arm problem, and his physical strength wasn't an issue, and these two enemies weren't androids that couldn't absorb physical strength, he would definitely win. Because even though he was hit 3 times, he fought back, and even hit many more than 3 times. Is that all you can do? Number 17 grabbed Gohan by the collar and slammed him to the ground. The ground cracked into spiderweb-like patterns at the impact, but Gohan suddenly grabbed his wrist and head-butted him, denting number 17's nose. Ugh. Number 17 stumbled back. This action really irritated him. Son Gohan raised his fist even more fiercely. Number 17 sneered and blocked, but was surprised to see that it was a feint. Gohan took advantage of the momentum to leap into the air, and the Kamehameha gathered in one arm has been fully charged. Kamehameha faction. A deep blue light appeared, and the one-armed Son Gohan really gave it his all. His performance in this time and space was simply astonishing. Same time, Beerus went to the Grand Priest to report the situation, and at this time he looked at the light screen with a little surprise. Hey, Whis, during the Tournament of Power, I remember this guy was very weak, right? Whis was controlling the flight of the scepter in front, and now he looked up at the light curtain. Oh my, you can't say that, Beerus-sama. Gohan-san also trained again back then, and he only lost to someone who used poison. And it wasn't really a loss, right? Beerus wagged his tail, not feeling very happy. It's just a draw. This guy performed really well in that time and space, but he lacked someone to guide him to improve. Even in that state, he played like this. Look at him in our time and space, having neglected martial arts for so long. I think it will be useless in the future. Whis gave a meaningful smile. Lord Beerus, are you sure? Beerus narrowed his eyes and swung his tail impatiently. What do you mean by that? Whis still maintained that calm smile, as if intending to give a reminder. The future is not so certain, Lord Beerus. Don't forget that after just a few days of training, Son Gohan was able to defeat some warriors from other universes in the Tournament of Power. Is it possible? Beerus thought of a possibility. Could it be that Whis saw the future development of Shersun? Are you doing something secretly without telling me? Whis. Oh, I don't have any. As the two people were arguing, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from the light curtain. Kamehameha, huh? The shock wave launched by the one arm illuminated the entire ruined city, and the android siblings were swallowed up in astonishment. In the eyes of people in other universes who don't understand the direction of the fight, even a one-armed man can fight like this. Lavanda from the 9th universe hummed repeatedly at this moment. If this guy didn't have one arm, he would have already won in this time and space. The others nodded subconsciously. Why did they say something like, "We've already won"? Absolutely, Gohan was breathing heavily, but his eyes suddenly widened. When the smoke cleared, the android siblings were intact. They hadn't even said a word, but had truly used all their strength. The next second, 18 appeared behind Gohan. No matter how hard he dodged, he still couldn't really avoid it. The woman's hand knife chopped his shoulder, and a clear sound of bone breaking suddenly appeared. Suddenly it sounded. At the same time, Son Gohan seemed to sense someone's aura. He bared his teeth and stared at the two people's fierce attack from behind. He covered his shoulders and quickly took off into the air. The android siblings didn't think much about it and burst out with all their strength, chasing Son Gohan in the air, pointing to a certain moment. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances and suddenly launched an attack in perfect coordination. Gohan was caught up in the air and was beaten back 2.0 steps by the stormy attack. A whip kick hit his knee, and number 17 took the opportunity to lock his one arm. A dangerous light has condensed in the palm of 18. "Oh," she whispered. The Emperor cannon fires at 0 distance. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky from the explosion. This energy bullet hit Son Gohan's entire body directly from the front. The two began to bombard with unimaginable force. Son Gohan couldn't hold on any longer. But the light curtain properly exposes both lenses. Trunks had just woken up at the same time. He could feel Gohan's energy growing weaker in the distance, and flew away at full speed, nearly collapsing. Time was reversed by the light curtain. Son Gohan sensed that Trunks was about to wake up, so he quickly fled at the most critical moment because he knew. If Trunks found this place quickly, this spark he's eyeing will also die. But it's over. Son Gohan had a strange smile on his face as he let the android's energy cannon pierce through his body. Damn it. This should be the inner thought, right? The light screen did not show Son Gohan's inner thoughts at the last moment, but it was clear to the naked eye that he really lost. The scene freezes in the flames of an explosion, Son Gohan's broken body falling from a high altitude, while the android's siblings hover above the smoke, their faces shimmering with playful sneers. That last moment, the light screen seemed to capture Mr. Son Gohan's thoughts before his death from several parallel universes, finally condensing what it believed to be the best inner thoughts. Trunks, from now on, I'll leave it to you. Son Gohan's body slammed heavily into the rubble, stirring up a cloud of dust, and his energy gradually weakened. Even the last possible idea, "Dad, because of home, I must have disappointed you." Chapter 50. In the light curtain, the aftermath of the explosion was still raging, and thick smoke obscured the sky. Trunks, flying at full speed, suddenly froze in midair as he sensed that familiar aura rapidly dissipating. No, impossible. The boy's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. And for the first time, his heart ached so much. Gohan-sama. He rushed towards the battlefield at full speed, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, and the only sound in his ears was his own heavy breathing. After this, when Trunks arrived at the scene, he saw a scorched earth and the battlefield was completely silent. There is no number 17, no number 18. Only in the center of the charred ruins, that familiar figure lay quietly in a pool of blood. "Go on, big brother." Trunks stumbled to the ground, his knees slamming into the gravel. Gohan's martial arts uniform had been stained brown with blood, and a tiny bit of blue smoke was still coming out of the edge of the wound that went through his chest. His left hand remained stretched forward, as if trying to grasp something, but ultimately fell in vain. Trunks trembled as he held the cold hand. "Gohan, big brother." The boy's hot tears fell on Gohan's frozen face, and he bit his lips hard until he tasted fresh blood. This moment, amidst the angry roar, Trunks in despair exploded with golden flames all over his body. All the rubble within 100 meters was lifted off the ground. Trunks' hair stood on end in the energy, and his pupils finally turned green, and 02's hair turned golden. The cracked earth, in the pool of water formed by the rain, reflected the figure of a young man. Super Saiyan. Back to this moment in reality. In the desperate time and space where the future is restored. Unlike his previous excitement, Date, who had experienced the Zamasu incident, suddenly calmed down his excitement at this moment. "It's over, isn't it?" But, after that memory was revealed again by the light curtain, my heart was even more painful. He was very regretful and also very excited before. But he is no longer the boy he once was. Trunks. Xiaowu was arranged by Bulma to keep a close eye on Datu. In her eyes, The man's emotions inexplicably stabilized after looking at the light screen. Why? Trunks still stood in front of Son Gohan's tombstone. He quietly stroked the tombstone and the unforgettable photo of his elder brother Son Gohan. After a while, Trunks. Xiao Wu gently tugged at the hem of Trunks' shirt, and at this moment couldn't help but call him again. I'm fine. Trunks was calm, never calmer than he was now. It's time to go back. Trunks suddenly said this and turned to leave. Xiao Wu always felt that something was wrong. At the same time, the world of gods of destruction in the main space-time has fallen into deathly silence. Son Goku clenched his fists, his body leaning forward slightly, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle tip. The figure falling in the light curtain was the same as the small figure in his memory who kept shouting, "Dad's children overlap." Hey, Kakarot, there's something wrong with you. Vegeta seemed to notice something, but Son Goku remained motionless, continuing to lean forward and stare at the light curtain. Until, Vegeta, Son Goku's voice was equally terrifyingly calm. He was actually the same as Taito from another time and space. That kind of silence was obviously abnormal. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. Blood dripped through his fingers, but he was unaware of it. Kakarot, that's all in the past, and we only witnessed the whole process. Vegeta was also controlling his emotions. Even though he still felt anger, he knew that future Trunks had already taken his revenge, and there was no need for them to do more. And although he was angry, after understanding the rules of Shursun, he realized that changing history was meaningless. Son Goku ignored Vegeta completely. Hearing it and seeing it with his own eyes were two completely different feelings. 131. Gohan's death in despair. The inner thoughts speculated by the light curtain. Son Goku suddenly stood up. I died of a heart attack, and then everyone in that time and space died. The only remaining warriors, Gohan, led Trunks in training and risked everything. But was this the only ending? Once disappointed, how could I be disappointed? Hey, Vegeta. Son Goku turned his back. You said if we were alive at that time. Vegeta interrupted him abruptly. Don't be stupid, Kakarot. That happened in another time and space. Ever. He suddenly put his fingers to his forehead. Vegeta's eyes changed, but Son Goku disappeared in an instant. The reaction of people in another place was also very obvious. In the realm of time, Time Patrol Goku suddenly turned and walked towards the space-time gate. Hey, Toki's son Vegeta was startled and rushed over to grab Son Goku's arm. Kakarot, what are you doing? Don't tell me you can't help, but want to interfere with history. Time Patrol Son Goku stopped in his tracks. He was neither angry nor excited. He just crossed his arms and looked at the other person with a strange look. No, Kakarot, are you crazy? Time Patrolman Vegeta couldn't understand him at all. He couldn't help but yell. The Hertz incident just ended in the light curtain. We are the Time Patrolmen. You can't possibly want to be as crazy as him, right? Breaking the law unknowingly. Zito. At this moment, Son Goku suddenly showed an even stranger expression, with a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, and then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, what on earth are you thinking? Vegeta seemed to realize something instantly, and his face turned red. I've already written enough self-criticisms. And Vegeta, you shouldn't think of me like that. Son Goku scratched his head. After thinking, he shook his head helplessly. Forget it. It's too troublesome to explain it to you. Just follow me. He suddenly stepped through the gate that traveled through time and space, and Time Patrol Vegeta gritted his teeth and quickly followed. The next moment, in the desperate time and space of future recovery, Date was actually debugging something in front of a console, and Xiao Wu was completely confused. Trunks, you want to? Trunks still didn't say anything, but it was obvious to the naked eye that he was actually inside the equipment room of the time machine. Trunks, if Aunt Bulma knew. Before Xiao Wu could finish her words, the door of the room was pushed open. Bulma, who was already quite old, was even more tired after being resurrected so long after the Zamasu incident. Trunks, at that point in time, our time and space had already changed. I know, Mom. Trunks was still concentrating on adjusting the data of the time machine and looked at Xiao Wu. Help me prepare the fuel for the time machine. After a long period of adjustment, he turned to face his mother, who had a complicated expression on her face. Mom, I know what I'm doing. He looked at his former self, who was constantly collapsing in the light curtain. But there are some things I must tell Brother Gohan of that time and space in person. Bulma's expression changed in an instant. The look in Trunks' eyes grew more determined. Just one sentence. I want to let Gohan know that I will definitely live up to his expectations as the future Trunks. At the same time, Kakarot, is this what you want? Time Patrol Vegeta and Time Patrol Son Goku had just walked out of the Temple of Time Supreme Kai, and he couldn't help but complain angrily. You dare to tell Kane about this kind of application? Aren't you afraid of being rejected, or that she'll report us to Master Zeno? Son Goku scratched his head with a silly grin and seemed much more relaxed at this moment. Whatever, well, just consider it as giving us 10 chances in normal time and space. A chance for fathers to change a certain time and space. Time Patrol Vegeta followed behind Time Patrol Son Goku silently. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. TSK, you are so kind-hearted. Vegeta actually had a barely perceptible smile on his face. Hey, Tokishin Son Goku is much more mature, but he is still Son Goku. He is better able to guess what his other self is thinking. For the stability of time and space, it would be better to help the other party. Just like now, Beerus and Whis were still sailing in the universe, but they were ordered by the Grand Priest to return halfway. Son Goku's teleportation is just enough to get to them. But, Whis. Son Goku's expression was extremely serious, yet also filled with anticipation. He even said, I know that changing the original course of time and space violates the laws of time and space, but Super Dragon Ball will surely be able to revive people from parallel universes, right? Beerus' eyes widened. He was going crazy. How do you collect Super Dragon Balls, Son Goku? Beerus was like a big cat with its fur standing on end, looking at Son Goku angrily at this moment. At the moment Beerus roared, a golden light flashed, and the figures of Time Patrol Son Goku and Time Patrol Vegeta appeared in front of everyone. Hey, another me. Takairu's Son Goku waved with a smile, as if he didn't notice the tense atmosphere at all. Son Goku from the main time and space was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Why are you here? Sure, Son Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted coldly. It's all because this idiot insisted on interfering in your affairs. Beerus narrowed his eyes and looked at the two men suspiciously. Are you here to cause trouble too? No. Time Patrol Son Goku quickly waved his hands, smiling brightly. We have good news. Whis smiled slightly, as if he had expected everything. Oh, what's the good news? Time Patrolman Son Goku took a deep breath and said solemnly. Time Supreme Kai Kane has approved our application that allowing us to take you to a specific time and make the changes you desire. Of course, if it is Son Gohan who saves that time and space, he must also become a member of our Time Control Patrol. What? Beerus nearly jumped up. Are you crazy? Interfering with the history of parallel universes is a serious crime. Time Patrol Vegeta sneered. Do you think we haven't considered this? Lord Kane has already reported this to Lord Zeno. As long as it doesn't affect the order of time and space, this is a special case. Son Goku from the main time and space was silent for a long time. Maybe even wiped his eyes. After a moment, he regained his usual smile, scratched his head and laughed. Great. I knew you had a solution. Beerus held his forehead with his hand, looking helpless. Whis, what do you think? Whis still maintained an elegant smile. Since Master Zeno has agreed, then we naturally have no objection. However, he then looked at Son Goku, who was laughing again, and said meaningfully, You're actually planning on Super Dragon Ball, Goku-san? Seeing it with your own eyes really changes you more than hearing it. Son Goku's signature silly smile, hey.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.